until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. hesitate, don't wait. You're playing my game. Hit hard, knock you out. Baby, let me show you how I break it down. Can't stop, won't stop now. Baby, let me show you how I break it down. Get it, get it, get it. Watch me. 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 Everything I want and I need, I'ma get it. I'ma
Kia, movement that inspires.
We're on the quest to find the best in this realme BMPS 2025. I'm going to be a host of Casternet Grow. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be iSuper Johnny. And Johnny feels like BGS just ended a couple of days ago. And let's not forget, in 2024 BMPS, history was forged by Revenant X Park after claiming their second official trophy. But this time around, the defending champions seem a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and since you mentioned BGI 2025, they weren't even there in the finals to defend their trophy.
Exactly.
And we are going to hope, just like every one of their fans, that this time around, Revenant X Park, they show up with a new spark in their fire, and they are going to be there to defend their trophy for the Pro Series at least. But hey, the contention is going to be the toughest it has ever been. So many roster changes, so many team acquisitions happening. We talk about the recently crowned champions, Versatile. They got acquired as well. So a lot of big things for us to discuss on day one itself.
And a lot of changes too inside of the roster as well. Even that's going to be adding on the spice. You all know what was happening on the social media. But you know what? Back towards the real deal, BMPS 2025. It's something we all were waiting for. It's something even the players are waiting for so eagerly. And there's so many new things lined up as well, even for the players.
Exactly. For the players and for you guys as well. There's going to be a few special surprises throughout this entire Pro Series that we are going to drop upon you. So make sure you guys are tuned in always. And of course, it is going to be quite excited to see how these new rosters, as we talk about them, because they were surprises for us until yesterday. I hope everyone tuned in for that pre-show that happened yesterday with Mazia and Kenspero, because a lot of big revelations, a lot of confusion that was there as to who's going to play where in Pro Series 2025. That went away and everything was clarified.
Exactly. Goblin back in Seoul, Spray God back in Revenant X Park. So many things, so many flashy headlines.
Yeah.
But something that went under the radar was also the man himself back in the main roster. Samraj is now going to be so happy to have his old teammate back.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, that is going to be a big topic of discussion, of course, because yeah, first of all, he left for a different team, then he left that team as well, skipped out on basically half the tournament, and then now making a comeback with his old IGL, Gamla Boy and Samraj. Everyone's happy to see them reunited, but is the performance going to match what Versatile was able to pull off without him in BGI 2025? That's the real question.
It's been a while since they've played against each other and also with each other. Before now, let's move on towards the format and see how this tournament exactly functions. We've got 96 teams, and of course, these teams are going to duke it out for 12 days. And after 3 days, there will be a grand reshuffle happening. And let's not forget, 6 matches will be played each day. After 72 total matches, the top 8 directly move on towards the semifinals week 1.
Exactly. This is the first time round 1 of a tournament has such big importance. Direct qualification for semifinals for the top 8, 9 to 16 moving to round 3, and 70th to the 80th place team will be placed in round 2. 16 teams, the bottom 16 will be eliminated from the tournament straight away.
Of course, it's going to be a massive blow, and that's the best part about this entire format and the structure. There will be eliminations happening every single round, and after the round 1 itself, there's going to be group draw. 64 teams, once again divided into 4 groups of 16. 6 matches will be played each day, and 24 matches will be happening throughout. 40 teams directly move on towards the round 3, and unfortunately for those remaining 24 teams, they will be eliminated.
Hey man, as you said, every single round, some teams are going to bid us adieu, and this time in round 2, it's going to be the bottom 24. But these top 40 teams that move to round 3, they're going to be joined by the 9 to 16 place teams from round 1 and 48 teams in round 3. It is going to be quite exciting. We'll have 3 groups duking it out for the first 2 days, then there's going to be reshuffle, and then they're going to start their matches again. I am very excited for that mid-round reshuffle, man. Everything's going to change.
So many reshuffles happening inside of this realme BMPS 2025 this time around. The 24 directly move on towards the semifinals week 1, and unfortunately, once again, for the remaining 24, they will not get any sort of lifeline. They will be eliminated too. Now, before we move on towards the semifinals itself, there will be a group draw once again. 32 teams in the week 1, divided into 4 groups of 8, and this is where the real spice begins.
Exactly, because this is going to be semifinals week 1. This is where you start making your step towards the grand finals. From semifinals week 1, the top 8 teams directly move on to the grand finals, while the bottom 24 are going to be pushed to semifinals week 2. And that is going to be quite exciting, because that means in semifinals week 2, these 24 teams are fighting for the last 8 spots in the grand finale.
Exactly. 24 teams in the semifinals week 2, divided into 3 groups of 8. And let's not forget, the 8 will be moving on towards the grand finals and joining the remaining at that qualified directly from the week 1 itself. And the grand finals is, of course, going to be extremely grand. And what's on the line for this tournament? That's going to be the prize pool itself. 2 crore rupees on the line for this realme BMPS 2025. And let's not forget, there's also going to be a plus in front of it, because there is the BMPS 2025 Discovery Island mode available in-game. The more you keep on playing, you will also be claiming those rewards and also contributing for this tournament prize pool as well at the same time.
Exactly, and the best part is you are not required to spend UC
Free
to
of
contribute
cost
to the prize pool. Exactly, it's free of cost, man. All you have to do is just grind the game, complete the milestones, and it's going to be a server-wide milestone marker as well. So everyone that's playing the game, everyone that's going to the Discovery Island is making a contribution towards the prize pool. And of course, it's the plus that I want to see. How much can we go?
And we are going to also have a look at the points distribution itself. Nothing really new on the board, pretty much the same. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downward. As we know, you will also get 1 point for each finish that you claim inside of the game. But once again, back towards the Discovery Island, and to break things down a bit better. Now, the more you keep on playing the classic mode itself, you will also be claiming those exploration points. And after completing each milestone, you will also be getting in-game cosmetics for free.
Exactly. You get something to keep for yourself, and that's going to be permanent as well. So, exciting opportunity for you to get some exciting skins for yourself. And of course, if you are an esports enthusiast, contribute to the prize pool of the BMPS 2025. It's going to be quite exciting. I mean,
everyone's happy, right? You're happy, we're happy, the players are happy.
Yeah.
The prize pool's already going to be accumulated in the future. And I've also heard 50 lakhs are already added to the tally.
And there's going to be more. Depends on how much you guys grind it out inside of BGMI and contribute in terms of those stats. As you said, everything is counted, right? You have survival stats, you have your FDs being counted. Everything that you do in your classic matches contributes to the BMPS 2025. So just go ahead and play the game more.
Yeah, exactly. Just you need to play the game. That's it. The classic mode, that's all you need to do. But back towards the main deal and back towards the main conversation once again. Now let's talk a little bit more about how these teams are going to be performing inside of the realme BMPS 2025. We've seen a little bit of that glimmer in BGS 2025, but since a few rosters have been changed, we have seen a lot of those tweaks inside of the lineups as well. We might not see the performance same as we saw previously.
Exactly. I mean, the performances are definitely going to be quite shaky, especially in the opening round, round 1 itself. This will give us the better idea of what we can expect from the teams moving further. Because imagine this, we go back to BGIS 2025. Who would have thought that the defending champions were just going to bomb out of the tournament before even the semifinals? But ladies and gentlemen, we have our groups in front of us, starting off with Group A. It is going to be 8-Bit, Genesis, Rivalry, NRI, Hyderabad Hydras. We also have Team Tamilas, MAFIAxZENIN, Autobotz, VOLCANO Esports, God's Reign is going to be there, Jaguar is back, SLE, we have INT, new version SD, Tribe Herdsmen, Necro, that used to be one of our favorite teams, and last but not the least, 7 Habit is going to be there.
Tribe Herdman was pretty solid when it comes to Miramar, but hopefully we're going to see that same Tribe Herdman back over here in the realme BMPS 2025. Group B's on the screen as well, and of course we've got the fan favorite Hero Xtreme, Godlike in the mix as well. Then you've also got Forever Red Ross, then you've also got NoNx right there, Team Forever, GLITCHxREBORN. It's one of those teams that we have been looking for such a long time, and generally speaking, Johnny, this group as well, it's packed with a lot of legends.
Exactly. When you talk about GLITCHREBORN, I mean, we had a lot of hope from them in BGS 2025, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it to the finals. But there's going to be Godsgiven, Arc Knights is going to be there, Mysterious 4, shadowblitz, 2OP official, fearless, do or die. We have ESG Chucks, learn from past, Quark is going to be there. Then moving on to Group C, we have OG, Botami Esports, Soul, Revenant, Xpark, TWOB, WeST. There's going to be Ape City, Rivals Ape as we call them. We have 4 Miracle, SW is going to be there. Arankars is going to be there. Raven Esports. Acrobots is going to be there. I'm happy they're not in the same group as Autobotz.
I know, right? I mean, in general, we've got so many stacked names inside of this group as well. Group C definitely seems quite deadly. You've got TWOB, Revenant, Xpark, Soul, OG, Bot Army Esports in one single group, and even Rival Apex, VST, and 4 Miracles. What else do you want? Group C's definitely got to be the toughest group. Group D reveals in front of our screen as Reckoning Esports is also going to be a part of it. You've also got FS Esports right there. H4K, unfortunately for this team in the grand finals of the BGS 2025, the performance was quite bad.
Exactly, I mean, but at least they were able to make it to the grand finals, and that was the first time ever they were competing in an official, I believe. So Hades H4K, I mean, incredible run, but this time I think we are going to hope to see that improvement. Insane is going to be there, Diesel Esports, Team LOLs is going to be there. This has to be the most volatile group of all, Group D. You can't really predict what's going to happen within this group.
This is going to be a tough one, right? As you mentioned, predictability is going to be next to none in that group. But Group E as well is on the screen. You've got True Rippers. Of course, the boys from Just Jelly will be in here. Then you've also got Metal Esports. Vasista Esports 2 has went through some insane amount of changes. Scary Jaw now in the playing field of Vasista Esports. Unfortunately for Bot Army Esports, that's going to be a little bit of a sad news. But still, Scary Jaw, he does pack a lot of punch. And for Vasista Esports, it's a major upgrade. Let's not forget, you've also got IREX, which is, of course, Inferno Squad in that mix. You've also got TEAM TAMILAS Esports right there, REAU as well, CV, Channel Valley. We've seen this team as well perform in the past.
Exactly. We saw them in 2024. They weren't really there for BGS 2025, but hey, they made a mark in our memory in that run in 2024 BGIS. But moving on to Group F, which is going to be the last group, we have Cincinnati Kids, Rider Esports, you have Likita Esports coming into the new partnership of their own.
Wow.
You have Team Aero is going to be there, Eggy Squad is back. We have Autobotz, GenXFM, by the way, they announced their new roster just a few days ago.
That's quite solid, and that's quite impressive, too. But, Johnny, I'm really happy to see Myth and Wildfangs back in the mixture. We do remember how good Myth was. Unfortunately, dropped the ball in later stages, which makes a lot of sense, too. Lacking that confidence, lacking that experience. But back once again with that experience from the realme BGS 2025, and now here to showcase in the BMPS 2025. We've also got the schedule on the screen. Group A is going to play the first 3 games, then Group B will step in for the remaining 3 games.
All right, I mean, it is going to be exciting to see how this, how the first opening 2 groups sort of fare up in their opening games, because they set the pace for the rest of the tournament. But let's move forward. I mean, we have seen all of the groups. Let's focus a little bit more on the groups that are going to be playing today, Necro. So today the matches are going to be between Group A and B. And of course, starting off with Group A, there are a few memorable roster changes. Changes that made waves. You were talking about one of them. I mean, coming in from the side of VXT 8-bit, of course, we're going to have the rosters in front of our screen. And yes, Gamla Boy and Samraj back together again.
I really do wonder what's going to be the main playing for. Look, Sheik's not going to be playing, that's for sure. So what's going to be the main playing for? Is it going to be Samraj, Aquinox, Troy, or Gumbla Boy? Or is it going to be Samraj, Aquinox, Troy, or Raiden? Because the second lineup that I just named packs an insane amount of punch. You've got Troy with the firepower, you've got Aquinox with the firepower, and let's not forget Raiden. This man is an insane assaulter. So if VXT goes in with 3 different powerhouses, things are going to be different.
I mean, it is definitely a possibility, but we're going to have to see what Samraj decides. And then moving forward, we have the rosters for TEAM TAMILAS. We have MAFIAxZENIN, Autobotz, and VOLCANO Esports on our screens as well. Now, these lineups also pack a punch, but I'm going to focus a little bit more on TEAM TAMILAS, because this used to be a team that was known for its aggression, then that faded away, and we are waiting to see when they bring it back. Godsgiven as well is going to be there, one of the big names in this roster. A player loss that has definitely forced them to sort of bring in a new lad within the team. Neo added to the lineup. I can't wait to see what he does with this lineup now.
And Neo is pretty much known as the Clutchmeister. Yes, he is someone who has insane assaulting skills as well, but at the same time, Neo does pack a lot of punch too. And let's not forget, you've also got MB right there as well. Shoop coming into play, Lussie too, Viru, Gil back inside of the action. It's been a while since we've missed this voice.
Their preferred genre of gaming. And now, again, in the Pro Series, I can't wait to see if they have found their skill set that they were hoping to sort of retain in BGI 2025, because these lads are very impressive, but I can't wait to see their performance now. But hey, talking about performance, Necro, there's something very incredible happening today. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be creating history today. New rules will be written, gaming experience will be redefined as we witness the first launch of an epic gaming device to happen on this very stage, because we have with us the realme GT7. There you go. It's right here. Do you want me to open the box next?
Of course, I want you to do the honors and open that box and show our audience how the device actually looks like, because I've had a look at the device myself.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely premium. And let's not forget, also comes with 120 watts of ultra-fast charging. In 15 minutes, it can charge up to 50%, which can go for an entire day. And let's not forget, also code-tested by Krafton and Realme themselves. Stable 120 FPS gaming for up to 6 hours. That is absolutely insane. And even when you talk about the processor as well, MediaTek Dimensity 9400E, the top-of-the-line processor inside of this phone itself. So I recommend you guys to move on and check it out. Also move on towards Amazon and search for this device, which is the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
Hey man, I mean, the unboxing experience itself was quite incredible.
Hey, give it to me, man.
It feels very nice when you hold it in your hand. Go
Wow,
ahead.
Johnny, this looks incredible.
Yeah.
Slick design. Even the camera looks crazy. In general, the feel of this phone, it's just premium.
Exactly. It feels very
You know what?
premium. The performance specs, I think we are going to test it
Interesting.
out, because
Yeah, we will.
we did not know this was going to be handed to us today, because the launch is going to happen on the 27th. So basically, we were
I'm
lucky.
happy.
We were lucky enough to get the device in our hands before it even comes out. And of course, since you and I are going to be commenting on the game, we might as well hand it over to Icy to test it
Yeah,
out.
probably. And also, heist number 3.0 is rolling, boys.
Oh yeah, you
This
know it's
device
going to
might
happen.
not be here at the end of the event. But generally speaking, Johnny, the hold, the feel of this
Yeah.
device, even the grip is quite comfy. And I can just tell by holding this device for hours and hours in my hand, I don't think so my hands are going to be
Hey,
sweating
man,
at all.
You have chunky hand. If you say
Yeah.
it feels comfortable, it's going to be comfortable for all of us, especially
Of
me.
course.
I have skinny fingers.
I've got a problem of fat fingering everything every single time. I want to throw an 8, I accidentally end up canceling it. So,
Can I just, like-
yeah, I'm pretty sure with this device, those problems are not going to be existing. And the best part is 120 FPS inside of the game, Johnny.
Exactly.
Ultra smooth. And let's not forget, even the players themselves have played on this device and tested it.
And I mean, it's not just about the FPS. If you're grinding out the game, right, you're going to run out of juice. It has that charging capabilities to go
120
on
watts.
for 6 hours at 120 FPS, right? And
Yeah.
exactly, that is incredible. So you can game to the max, basically. Your grind will actually never stop.
Exactly, and it also has 120 watts of fast charging. So I'd recommend you guys to check out the Realme GT7. And as I mentioned, if you search it on Amazon, you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. It's insane. But once again, back towards
Yeah.
the main deal, Johnny, right? We need to talk about the teams and the roster changes and all that stuff. Now, Neo back in God's reign, and unfortunately for them, their main man leaving the roster like that. Yeah, definitely a bit of a hiccup from the side of God's reign, but it's something they need to work on and recover from as soon as possible.
True. I mean, they have kind of recovered that empty spot within their roster, because like they needed the firepower. They got Neo in, and they're gonna hope that Neo is in his best form, because in BGIS, the run that he had individually, I think it was not the greatest. We have seen him do better, so we are gonna hope that Neo is back in his old form. And God's reign, one big problem is going to be the fact that you got this player just now. Did you have enough time to readjust? Did you have enough time to plan out your strategies, to plan out how you're going to run into those fights and how you're going to take on the challenges, not just on one map, but on all 3 maps?
Now, Johnny, look, at this point in time, we all know that maybe Sandhawk and Miramar cannot be a problem, but mainly when you move on towards Erangel, that's where things do get a little bit more classic-y. Everyone knows what exactly they need to do, and for God's reign to figure out new strategies from the strat book itself. As we know, even the new zone meta was introduced just the previous tournament, and to adjust with the new playing 4 to the new zone meta as well, to the zone timings too, it can be really mind-boggling.
And they were struggling in that new zone meta in BGIS 2025.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, the playstyle that the team was used to with that slow early rotation between
Edge to
stage 1
edge.
and stage 2, it wasn't really working out. Fights commence a little bit sooner. The damage stage would come in a little bit quicker. It was amped up as well, and we saw the team struggle because of it. So, hopefully, fingers crossed, this time Destro and the boys, they came a little bit more prepared. Because again, it was a big surprise and it was a big blow to everyone and all of their fans and their expectations when they were weren't even able to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, and that was the main concern too, right? Godsgiven was playing so slow. Their approach to the game was extremely slow, rotating late inside of the first circle as well, and that was constantly costing them the games over and over again.
They were still playing like they used to do in 2024.
Yeah. And Johnny, let's not forget, we've also got another interesting name. Quite the new one on the block, but when they played inside of the BGS 2025, they made a mark for themselves. And I'm speaking of Rivalry Esports.
Oh, yeah.
All these boys, Servar OG, the man was on the top of the boards for such a long time in the MVP list. But then later on, Bino and Jonathan came through and they scooped everything away. But still, Servar is a man you can never underrule.
True. I mean, Rivalry NRI, that is a good team. I mean, they have put up the performance on the board in the past, and that too not too far back, right? Just a few months ago, just a few weeks ago, not even a month ago.
Yeah.
So the opportunity is there for Rivalry NRI to perform. Hope is going to build up as they start off their journey, but then again, can they keep it going? And of course, the big difference between the India Series and the Pro Series is going to be how quick the Pro Series is. India Series goes on for like almost 2 months, so you have time to readjust, to readapt to the different stages as long as you keep on qualifying for the next round. Not in the Pro Series, man. You get 3 rounds, semifinals, finals, it's done and dusted.
And the crazy part is you cannot even afford to stay back in the overall board. You need to perform from the day one itself because the eliminations are going to be happening from the day one itself. So that is really important. The moment you find yourself in the bottom 16, you will be eliminated from the round 1.
Exactly. Not just the elimination. I mean, round 1, as I said, as we were talking about it at the very start of the show, right, when we had the format in front of us, never in the history of a competitive tournament was round 1 so important.
Exactly.
Finishing the top 8, direct to the semifinals, man. You don't have to do anything else. Sit back, relax for the next 2 weeks and watch.
But generally speaking, the pattern has been such way. The teams that directly move on towards the higher stages, they don't end up performing in the higher stages.
Yeah, that is true. But semifinals also goes on for 2 weeks, so that could maybe...
Enough chances, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, you can bounce back, hopefully.
Get your hands warmed up once again, understand how the lobby is going to be functioning. But yeah, generally speaking, round 1 is extremely important. As you mentioned, if you directly place yourself in the top 8 in the overall board, you move on towards the semifinals week 1. And the crazy part is no one gets eliminated from the week 1.
That's
the remaining teams move on to week 2 for another shot at being the top 8, and then the top 16 will be there in the grand finals. But you know what, Johnny? Now back towards a few more different teams. We've also got Team Tamilas in the mix. And inside of the BGS 2025, Team Tamilas as well, they had quite a shaky performance. But if we speak about the initial stages, they were doing really good for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very surprising fall-off, as you mentioned, for Team Tamilas. Because we go back to the grind, they were impressive during the grind, and even during the earlier rounds that they played in their journey of BGIS 2025. But then all of a sudden, you hit the later rounds, you go to the wildcard stage, and Team Tamilas, it was like, I started to question, is this the same team? Did something happen to the players? But one thing is, what I like about Team Tamilas is at least they retain their players, so majority of the roster stays the same. Consistency can be built upon that.
There's 2 ways to look at it. It's also a good thing, it's also bad things. Basically, when your team genuinely needs a tweak, you cannot exactly go for that tweak as well because it's the same playing for, once again, playing inside of that roster. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we're going to move on towards the game 1 of the day 1 of this realme BMPS 2025. As the plane flight path is going to be starting all the way from Sosnoka military base towards Stalber. And John, this plane flight path, every single player is going to be happy about this.
Oh, of course. It is going to be the default flight path, the standard flight path you would want in your opening match. But let's see how these teams from Group A are going to kick off their journey. And right off the bat, all eyes are going to be on that big name that's dropping towards the military base.
Of course, Godsgiven moving down south towards military base. And luckily enough for them, they do not really have BATTLEGROUND Esports this time around to go up against. But for Godsgiven, it's going to be smooth sailing. You've also got a team trying to move on towards Noroknoy. That should be a smooth sailing as well. MAFIAxZENIN 2 moving towards Primorsk. That's not going to be a struggle too. And unfortunately, we do see a bit of that drop clash towards Farapura. A big chunk of teams deciding to drop in that same area.
Oh, that's going to be quite interesting. Well, a few of them are going to look to move up north towards Hospital, Georgia Pole area, maybe towards the Gatka fields as well. But surviving that early fight, that is going to be of the utmost important. One of those names is going to be the side of Tribe Herdsmen. We have seen them in the past, not really that fortunate with the early game action. Hopefully this time they can keep their players alive. But Necro, yeah! That is what we want. You have a default flight path, but the most surprising circles you could ask for. And of course, there's an early fight as well, man.
I already love it. And we also do see a drop clashes. Of course, Rivalry going up against the team in the front. And unfortunately for Team Tamilas, they found themselves on the receiving side of the spectrum. And it's shunned to eliminate both the players from the game. and secure those 2 elimination points off the rip for Rivalry Esports. This is what they were known for, Johnny, and once again, the NRI boys are back.
The man named Monster lives up to his title. 2 finishes right off the bat. And let's see Rivalry NRI how much further can take this. But hey man, we were just talking about Team Tamilas, Necro, and not a great start for them. Hopefully, with the remaining 2 matches, they can recover some points in the upcoming games. But let's see how the rest of the game turns out for them as well. Because if they do manage to survive to the later game stages, get some placement points, this game is not going to be a complete loss.
And speaking of Team Tamilas too, this has been their main concern as well. They try to avoid as many fights as possible. But generally speaking, inside of this new zone settings, it feels like you should be aggressive. You should be going for those elimination points because you never know if you're going to be surviving in the upcoming moments if you do not have the center.
100% agree with that. This is a conversation that we've been having since the new zone meta was introduced and what we have noticed with the teams. Teams that are aggressive, who go for the finish points early, do end up doing well, but look at this. As you said, Flash. Oh, look at this. Arjun chimes in. Flash might have a saving grace, but same can't be said for 7 Habit. They've lost 1 player.
That's got to blow for 7 Habits. And specifically speaking of 7 Habits too, it's been one of those teams that's been there inside of the pro circuit for such a long time. And they always fail to make it to the LAN finals. Simpin taken out such early inside of the game. The players lacking on loot as well. Also getting chased down. Just blows. Vegito constantly taking those shots. And luckily enough, maybe for the foes, they can actually make it out alive from this scenario. 7 Habit might just be safe. They've already got a decent bit of distance. And Psycho is not going to be able to catch up with that US. So he just gives up on it. And probably going to try to focus on his own loot because he does not really have a lot of that.
Well, at least that early finish gives them a little bit more breathing room to work with. They know where the players of 7 Habit went. So the side of VOLCANO Esports have potential hunting opportunity, but are they actually going to take it? Especially with the players so far away from each other, it is going to be difficult. So the first step in their journey further is going to be to try and regroup that early looting stage with a threat deterred in a different direction. Team Tamilas, we're back on them again. In the middle of nowhere. At least they did manage to cross. So that is something that can actually work out for them.
Without a doubt. With just 2 players remaining, this is indeed going to be a bit of a tough start. And even looking at the circle, Team Tamilas not in the best of the spots. VXT towards Puchinki. All the 4 players, I'm not even sure what sort of game plan now it's going to be for VXT. Because unfortunately for them, the bridge is already camped on both the sides. The right side bridge taken by the players of Rivalry. And then on the left side, we've got another team constantly looking at it.
There's 2 teams, in fact. There's Tribe Hirdmen towards the lighthouse, and then there's God's Reign, who have taken control of the southern side of that military bridge.
And even JAGUAR Esports might just walk in and play.
Yeah, that ferry pier position. I think JAGUAR Esports, they are going to try and wait to see if someone tries to come for those docks towards ferry pier and Primorsk, and then maybe try and pick them off that way. But versatile. I mean, it is going to be a big challenge for this team to cross over, man.
MAFIAxZENIN.
Best thing they could have done.
Exactly. Got their hands on the hovercraft, instantly try and move down south. Probably one of the smoothest rotations you will see so far. No problems yet. They're already going to make it on the opposite side. Probably try and get their hands on a bit of those vehicles as well, just to find themselves that safety cushion. MAFIAxZENIN, all the 4 players in the hovercraft. But as we all know, 4 players focus fire on that hovercraft. It can be blown up pretty easily. So they need to be cautious and extra careful. Oh, Tribe Hirdmen, they try to go for a gutsy play, but unfortunately it does not work out. 2 players down for now. They've still got 2 more players standing at God's Reign. Everything worked out just the way they wanted it to. Unfortunately, Delta's been knocked out, but I'm pretty sure the rescue operation's already started.
Oh, let's see. Hopefully they can recover. On the other side of things, 7 Habit also taking a beating at the hands of MAFIAxZENIN, as you can see it on the finish feed. Oh, and I think 7 Habit might just be down to the last player. But over here, Tribe Herdsman against God's Reign. As you said, God's Reign, the knocked player is going to be brought back. Justin's the one moving in to try and go for the revive, and they pushed the remainder of Tribe Herdsmen further towards the western side of that military island. On the other side of things, Versatile now in control of that lighthouse position towards the north. They will have an opportunity to third party and basically punch down on an already beaten God's Reign. But the question is, are they going to take it? But as we switch towards the southern edge of the military island, Clutch left in a clutch position. 1v4 right in front of him.
His name is Clutch, but is he really going to be able to clutch it out? That's the real question. Spotting out all the players, did wanted to go for that strike, but unfortunately realized might just reveal his own position in the end. It's not worth it. 7 Habit now going to try to play for those placement points, try and survive for as long as possible. What seems next to impossible, genuinely speaking, but we have seen some insane plays as well in the past by the individuals. And I still remember that one play from Hector. He was able to survive in the top 2.
Hey man, and I think most of those plays happened in the Pro Series. I mean, we go back to that performance from Simp and Joker in Kochi, the last BMPS 2024 finals. Made legends to their names. But now, opportunity for these lads that are starting their journey of the BMPS 2025. MAFIAxZENIN, I have to say, a decent start to their journey. They've gotten 2 finishes for themselves, and they have good control of that southern edge.
MAFIAxZENIN. And as you mentioned, 2 elimination points off the rip acquired. It's something everyone would want to have. And something you guys as well might just want to have is also this beautiful Kia Syros. Let's not forget, this also comes with an interesting streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital Tiger face, and also the Star Map LED DRLs, and also the Star Map LED trail lamps.
Yeah, man, looks so pretty. I mean, we saw that promo at the start of the show. Just looks impressive. I might try to get my hands on one.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the design as well. Such bold and modern design. What
Yeah.
else do you want to have in your hands, Johnny?
Nothing else.
Yeah, just that steering wheel. And you going on a long cruise.
Actually, in my case, I think a license would be required because that's the first thing I would need.
Yeah, true, actually. You know what? Even I forgot about that. But you know what? Something that's going on inside of the game is also the eliminations constantly popping up. Even Genesis now starting to make their name. Did see going for a few knocks off the rip. Stuck a little bit to the left side of the map, though. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out.
What's happening to Autobotz, though? I mean, they're stuck in Yasnaya Poliana, and it's quite late to make a rotation this far.
We've seen multiple times in the past as well. If your team's dropping all the way extremely towards the other side, they end up giving up. And I hope it's not going to be the same thing for Autobotz Esports, too.
Yeah.
Maybe they're planning for a complete late-game rotation where no one really expects them to be there, but still, for Autobotz Esports, they need to stack up on too many meds for that.
I mean, hopefully they do manage to make it at least towards the circle and are in a fighting position once they do. On the other side, Jaguar Esports are taking on the players of SE. It's not looking good for SE, in fact. Hyderabad Hydras, they have taken a beating as well. Moksh knocked and finished. 3 players left alive. This is a fight happening in the blue, close to the Novoripnoy Bridge. Hyderabad Hydras, Necro, they are sandwiched in a way, because you have VOLCANO Esports waiting for you on the southern side of the bridge, and from the north, INTxFURIOUS is closing in.
Hyderabad Hydras, they've got that edge to play with. Waiting for the photos as well to make any sort of mistake, and they do spot out the players of INT. Right moment, striking that moment arrives, and they do find the successful knock as well. Ninja will get the confirmation rolled up. Unfortunately for Radiator, he never saw this coming, but a return knock as well comes into play from Chronix. This was quite an important one. Cryonix, he does want to hand out the death blow as well, but he just does not have the line of sight. Both these teams wasting valuable time outside of the zone. I'm not sure what sort of a game plan it's going to be for both of them, but INTxFURIOUS, they've got one thing for sure in their mind, and that is to get rid of the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh man, this is going to be so intense, because while this fight is happening, we transition from stage 2 to stage 3. So there's going to be an extra bit of damage amp calculation that needs to be done by the IGL, by the individual players, as well as to how long they can stay in the blue zone. And of course, the circle moving further away from them as well, because the circle takes a shift towards the military bridge itself, is going to make sure that the problems are going to be, well, they're going to be more than they were before. But Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like they are quite eager to take this fight. They're not letting the players of INTxFURIOUS go by. And guess what, Necro? Another team closing in from the northern side. Autobotz might be moving in for the bridge as well.
I'm not sure how to feel about this, but problems constantly starting to accumulate on top of each other. And Autobotz Esports maybe spotting a few foes. That's why even they're deciding to redirect. Not sure how that's going to pan out, but there's a big chance we might just see a rotation clash between INTxFURIOUS and the players of Autobotz Esports. INTxFURIOUS, they just want to move their own merry way. They do not want to fight against anyone. And speaking of the fight itself, we've got Genesis Esports locking in horns with the foes. All the 4 players ready and primed for Genesis Esports. It seems like they've got the advantage in this fight. All the 4 players playing in tandem, while the opponents, they've just got 2 players trapped in a compound.
In Genesis, they are a team with a decent amount of experience. In fact, quite a lot of experience on a few of their individuals, Shadow and Apollo. So let's see how things turn out as they make the push. And try and see if they can send someone's dream into the land of dreams, but the third party comes through as Jaguar Esports chime in. Shadow OG knocked out, but should be an easy revive for Genesis.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this, though. Genesis is wasting too much time at this point. Someone's dream still on top. Parasite, the way he's playing as well, it actually justifies his name, but hold on to that thought. It just blows for Rivalry Esports, losing out on 2 players off the rip like that. And luckily enough for VRV, the exact start they wanted to have, dismantling such a stronger foe. 2 players down already for VRV. Now they just need to roll in those confirmation, and that's what they exactly do. And they easily will too.
Hey man, these volcanoes, they are erupting quite nice, and the lava is going to be quite hot because pick off a man at the start of the game, and now going after a team like Rivalry NRI, that is a lot of confidence, of course. Look at this, Necro. It's just one man that's getting all of these finishes. Arjun making sure he's hitting his shots and the connecting right in the fish's eyes, precise as the legend himself.
Exactly. Getting 4 eliminations off the rip like that. There's definitely a massive chance the man might just be the MVP of the game, but hold on. Rage, beautiful tracing that was. Genesis Esports now starting to get crippled. Down a man, Apollo right underneath. And this nade might just seal the deal. The nade was tossed to perfection. Does do a decent bit of damage, but not enough to get the knock secured. Genesis Esports still live and cooking inside of the game. You'd see Zap on the opposite side towards the warehouses. And JE just waiting for the Zap to move out in the open. Make some sort of mistake so JE can capitalize. But Apollo is still there. Zap is trapped. He cannot go anywhere. The same thing can be said for Apollo too, but at least he can have some sort of a striking point since he's all the way back in the blue and his position is pretty much unexpected.
But I think all of this is a snowball effect of what you were talking about a few moments ago. Genesis going after someone's dream and wasting too much time into that compound push, allowing Jaguar Esports to get further ahead, close in, and now plan out an execution for these last 2 surviving players just at the edge of the blue. But Necro, as we look at the circle and we look at the position of the teams, I have to say it seems like this first game might be coming to a conclusion with a fight between the Titans from VXT, 8-bit and God's Reign. But Genesis on the other side, Apollo is going to be found out, and Jaguar Esports secure another finish for themselves.
It was a play zone that got the knock, Johnny.
Oh.
So it just blows. Jaguar officials. It's fine, though. At this point, all they needed to do was just get away from this compound and get a little bit closer to that safety line. We do have the zone now on the screen, centering on up towards the end of that military bridge. And VXT might just find themselves in the prime position. Equinox getting knocked out. There is some help available. Somraj and the boys making their way towards Equinox. They might just fall in combat back upon his feet. Somraj going for those shots. Jaguar official underneath the bridge doing some decent bit of damage against Somraj. But VXT is going to be a constant threat. And look at SC. They decided straight up ram their vehicles in the turf of Jaguar officials. And it's going to be a clean sweep from Jaguars as they eliminate the players of SC. They don't even stand a chance for a second.
Oh man, that push is going to leave a sour taste in the mouths of the players from SAR Esports. Jaguar, they are doing incredible for themselves, but can they actually take on the players of VXT? That is what I want to see, as a third-party opportunity is going to be there for the players of New Version as well. This high ground advantage towards the Lighthouse can be big, but eventually they're going to have to come down. And that is going to be a big challenge. But hey, Jaguar Esports, they're losing numbers. It's all down to Hercules to save his team. Or maybe just get a few extra elimination points from here on out.
Yeah, it was quite a mad dash from Jaguar officials and even from Sour Esports, but unfortunately for Sour Esports, they ended up losing that fight against Jaguar official. Oh, look at NV from the top, just raining down hellfire. Does not matter who is against them. But at this point in time, even VXT, for them, their survival seems quite thin. But for NV, they need to be inside of the circle, and that's going to be the main priority. How are you supposed to do this? That's my main question. Jaguar officials down and out from the game, so at least that's going to be a bit of that sigh of relief for the players of NV. But still, they need to hope for the best in the future.
Let's see what the future holds, though. So far, I mean, God's reign, they're going to be thanking the stars. Smack center of the circle, no one there to bother them. And of course, their biggest rivals in the form of VXT 8-bit. Put under pressure by New Version and the other teams that were trying to cross over. But Tribe Herdsmen on our screens now going up against the 3-man roster of Hyderabad Hydras, while Tribe Hirdmen only have 2 players left. The nade finding a little bit of contact. Sarvith, his HP bar is going to be chipped away. But look at this, the shift of the circle. It seems like God's Reign and VXT are destined to be in the top 3 in this match.
Definitely does seem like it, but look at Zap too. Still in the water lines like a shark. The moment he steps his foot on the ground, he will be eliminated, and he knows that.
Yeah.
There's too many foes in that middle ground. There's too many enemies having the line of sight in those open grounds, so he cannot even make it on the opposite side. Tribe Hirdmen having a bit of that advantage inside of the fight, and Blitz can definitely try and create the off angle and pew his opponents down. Utilities constantly being tossed. This man just wants to apply that constant pressure. Tribe Hirdmen, the only downside is that they've just got 2 players standing. Both these players needs to do insane amount of hard work. And Hyderabad Hydras, they can easily break through those shackles.
It felt like for a few seconds, both of them decided like, alright, you go 1v3 Hyderabad Hydras, I'm going to go try and 1v3 the players of VOLCANO Esports.
Mistake.
But a mistake by the players of New Version as Mikey exposes himself to the players of VXT, and Gamla Boy chooses to strike. VXT up to 5 finishes in this match already. But hey, Necro, look at this. We're almost about to reach stage 6, and there are still 11 teams remaining.
But Johnny, something that's going to help the guys that are currently watching this stream help improve their game is also going to be the realme GT7. And let's not forget, if you move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And also the device is going to be launching on the 27th, so stay tuned.
Exactly, with the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. It's going to be the most powerful chipset. But hey, talking about power, it seems like a little bit of power from VXT taken away as Aquanox gets knocked for the 2nd time. Somraj is right there next to him, so they can try and save him. But LaCOG, nade choked and lobbed out. Could be troublesome for the players of VXT to deal with, especially Weedle with this off angle. It's just going to cause so much chaos in their heads. Look at that. Raiden was trying to escape. He was trying to fall back. Takes a little bit of damage, but does manage to evade the threat coming in from his left.
Veer is just constantly peppering those shots, and look at Gobbler Boy. This Molotov's going to be perfect, forcing the man out of his cover. He's out in the open. Gobbler Boy peeks out and gets the confirmation done. VXT, all the 4 players still standing tall and strong, but the backlines don't seem too secure either. VXT, they need to make it quick. They cannot waste a lot of their time just on this one player. They need to try and prioritize better positioning inside of the circle. The moment teams start to wrap up on the sidelines, VXT will be too exposed.
But Necro, this is exactly what everyone wanted to see. Gamla Boy back again with Somraj in the first game itself. He has gotten 4 finishes to his name. The remaining 3 players have gotten 2 combined, but I think there's still the early stages for the side of VXT. Or maybe I spoke too soon, because Gamla Boy falls. LaCOG picking off a big threat from the side of VXT. Somraj, can he save his man? I don't think so. I think the HP was a little bit too low, and Gamla Boy does eventually end up bleeding out.
Yeah, it takes away to his death. VXT, 3 more players standing in the front. LaCOG. 416, still looking to strike constantly. This one man is now a complete menace, a chaos maker. And he's not letting the players of VXT breathe properly. Constantly peppering those shots, constantly dishing out a lot of damage, and he's got a lot of ammunition too as well. He can keep on going for days.
Yeah, The players of VXT, I think the main goal was to try and get towards the edge of the circle, so they have succeeded in doing so. And now the situation for LaCOG might be extremely dire, because as soon as he reaches anywhere towards the sidelines, he's going to get picked off, but it is going to be the man from Genesis who ends up finding the frag. Zap, he's taking control of that lonely island in the middle of the ocean. And he's going to stay there for a little while. I think the best case scenario for Zap is going to be to try and swim towards the shoreline and stay alive.
He does not even need to swim towards the shoreline. There's an airdrop available. He can use it as cover for a long time and stay inside of the water.
Oh, but hey, Aquanox got knocked out. VXT, and it is Zap zapping everyone he sees out of existence.
I told you, the moment someone wraps up on the sidelines for VXT, it's going to be their nightmare. And that's what's happening. Nightmare's now starting to come back to life. And Godsgiven, as they take it up close and personal against the foes on top of the hill, it's not looking too good for the opponents as they start to get dismantled. Beautiful stuff for Destro, blocking that vehicle, stopping the flow, and instantly getting that dual isolated. VOLCANO Esports, a bit of that rookie mistake in that rotation, did not really work out, but you still got MAFIAxZENIN on the opposite side. Godsgiven cannot be too comfortable in this spot. They need to fight their way through the opposition.
A little bit of commitment from the players of VOLCANO Esports over there, because they were already trying to fight out MAFIAxZENIN. They had lost a player, and then Godsgiven just catching them off guard was unfortunate. But now Godsgiven, they're looking to pull the trigger on the players of MAFIAxZENIN. The move is there. They are trying to push further, but they have to be careful as well. Damage dished out. Ajit is going to be forced to stay out of this fight. And MAFIAxZENIN, they find the openers. Neil's going to be the first man knocked out. Destro as well, not a lot of HP, but still finds the trade against the players of MAFIAxZENIN. I believe this fight is down to a 2v2.
no.
Destro is still alive. That is impressive.
I'm loving the confidence from MAFIAxZENIN. Atlantis now starting to toss the nades. The man just constantly driving around inside of the vehicle, just gathering all the attention upon himself, while Godsgiven down is just a two-man squad. The man in the back lines, still up and alive. He wants to go for the revival as well, but considering Ajit OP's constantly driving around, he's really creating a lot of problems and a lot of halts in that revive. But eventually, it is Justin who comes out on top in that duel. MAFIAxZENIN down 2 players, but they've still got 2 more players standing on their feet, while Godsgiven, they've just got 1 man up. And that 1 man does pack a lot of punch and also a lot of experience. MAFIAxZENIN needs to be extremely careful while they're up against Justin. And Justin only has 1 goal in front of his eyes. He wants to get that revival on the fallen player, but it's just getting a little too tough the moment the time keeps on passing by. Eventually, he does decide to stick that revival, but unfortunately, the man takes away to his death. Justin left all by himself in a 1-on-2 scenario. MAFIAxZENIN, they're not going to let Justin get away just like that. And they also do get the revival on one of the fallen comrades, but a nade comes in, gets the re-knock once again on Beast. MAFIAxZENIN down to a 2-man squad. And now they need to take the fight. They finally realized it, but a nade from Atlantis will now put an end to the story of Godsgiven.
Man, what a beautifully executed fight from the side of MAFIAxZENIN. Well done, well thought out, extremely tactical in their approach as well. They knew that getting the knock on Destro would allow them to close in on the players in the backline. And Ajit OP just constantly circling with that buggy, just creating the pressure on the players of Godsgiven, not allowing them to go for those revives as well. They got their numbers back up, and the constant nades on where Justin was just made sure that he was never getting his teammates back. But let's see, we're down to the top 4 MAFIAxZENIN, and after that, I hope they walk away with the chicken dinner.
They have indeed played quite nice.
8 finishes as well.
And let's not forget, this is the home turf of Godsgiven, by the way.
Yeah.
They usually end up winning all the military-based circles. But since they're not inside the game, it's a big threat neutralized. Now, anyone can come out on top. Either it can be Hyderabad Hydras, either it can be MAFIAxZENIN, or even TEAM TAMILAS, who are still alive and cooking inside the game, by the way. Let's keep this thing in mind. TEAM TAMILAS lost 2 of the players quite early in this game. But hold on to that thought now. It's VXT making a pounce against Hyderabad Hydras. It's Samraj on a mission. And unfortunately for Samraj, he gets claimed from the opposite side. MAFIAxZENIN, they're here to steal a lot of elimination points. They're here to make a mark for themselves.
Hey man, you know the rules of the streets. You gotta pay our dues to the Mafia themselves. And MAFIAxZENIN, they are here to claim everything that is gonna be theirs. 1 more player from the side of Team Tamilas knocked out. This time it is gonna be Manti. His teammate Rico is there right next to him. But it is gonna be a very difficult revive for Rico to pull off. On the other side of things, Hyderabad Hydras, they make it into the top 3, playing that northeastern edge of the circle. But MAFIAxZENIN, with the slope of the hill, they have the high ground advantage to work with and close out this match with a chicken dinner. All they have to do is just not get distracted to the flanks.
9 finishes in total acquired by MAFIAxZENIN. Who would have imagined the rookies on the board? They start to slap the veterans, making a statement and making a name for themselves in the game one itself. Beast, position known. It's Hyderabad Hydras constantly peppering those shots and giving their position away. Ninja and Sarvit, the last 2 men standing for Hyderabad Hydras. They're starving quite a bit when it comes to those elimination points. But still, considering it's just the first game, they're in the top 3. That's definitely an accomplishment.
Oh, it definitely is. Hyderabad Hydras and TEAM TAMILAS. I think for both these teams, especially TEAM TAMILAS, as you mentioned, I completely forgot about it, man. That they lost 2 players. That's the first team. That's the first fight of the game. The draw clash against Rivalry and Orion. 2 players from the side of TEAM TAMILAS were just completely out. And from there, making it to the top 3 was not easy. So kudos to TEAM TAMILAS for being able to pull it off. But now I think if Hyderabad Hydras figure out how to deal with the players of MAFIAxZENIN, only then one of these teams can walk away with the win, because it's a 2 versus 2 versus 1 situation. And Hyderabad Hydras, they're on the move. Nade goes out from Bunty. If he finds a knock, only then things can change, and he does. And it's going to be the danger man, Sarvit, out of the way.
That 3-pointer was insane. And unfortunately for Hyderabad Hydras, they're also running low on meds. They cannot patch themselves up from such a massive setback. And Bunty's still got 2 more nades to go. MAFIAxZENIN, good utilization of utilities, conserving them till the final few moments. And unfortunately for TEAM TAMILAS, last man as well gets snuffed out, as TEAM TAMILAS has taken an exit from the game 1 on the 3rd spot. Hyderabad Hydras will leave the game as well on the 2nd spot, as the first game will be claimed by the Mafias themselves, which is MAFIAxZENIN.
Man, what an incredible way to start their journey of the BMPS 2025. An impressive performance and just taking on the likes of God's Reign as well and beating them to a pulp. And then VXT, and then Hyderabad Hydras, TEAM TAMILAS taking on the titans of the BGMI circuit in this scene. And of course, I believe, 13 finishes? 23 points in game 1 itself. Very impressive.
Yeah, impressive stuff. But let's not forget, even Godsgiven had a decent amount of elimination points
9,
themselves.
yeah.
So yeah, they're not going to be too bad in the overall tally. So even Godsgiven is going to be there somewhere in the top 3. It's not even a question. For Hyderabad Hydras, though, they were starving for those elimination points. They only had 3 in the end. So for Hyderabad Hydras, maybe they can be pushed all the way down in that 4th spot. But still, MAFIAxZENIN, the rookies on the board, starting to make a name for themselves, taking down veterans without even breaking a sweat. And especially that tackle move against Godsgiven was insane. Godsgiven, all they saw in front of their eyes was red, and they just wanted to go aggressive for that fight. But still, MAFIAxZENIN showcased patience, and they were also constantly dealing with the players of TEAM TAMILAS from the sidelines, by the way.
Exactly, and I think that was perfect execution of what a 4v4 should look like from the side of MAFIAxZENIN, right? First of all, they were the ones who lost one of their players. A player got knocked out, but they still reacted very nicely, and especially Ajit. I have to give a huge shout out to that one lad, because first, at the start of the fight, he was positioned in the back lines, and then Destro shows up out of nowhere. The front liner gets knocked out, and Ajit just takes the responsibility on his shoulders. All right, lads, I'll be the distraction. One guy go for the revives, the other guy just like start lobbing nades at them. And then he just starts circling them with buggies, found a knock as well, and then creates pressure on towards Justin, who was playing in the back lines. So perfect execution coming in from the side of MAFIAxZENIN. God's Reign, I think based on the elimination, it is a good start, but then as you said during the game, as soon as they get eliminated, this is supposed to be their home ground. Military Island, it's God's Reign written all over it.
Exactly.
And yet they were beaten.
For God's Reign, the circle was right in their home turf, but for the other teams, it was their nightmare. The circle was constantly playing mind games. For a moment, we also thought that the circle might just take another shift and catch everyone off guard. That's why New Version was still on that satellite tower for such a long time, because they still had a bit of that hope. Maybe the zone can take another shift, but no, the circle was constantly moving down south over and over again. But also, for a moment, they were letting the opponents guess.
Exactly, and I think not just New Version, VXT fell into the same trap, right? They were on that bridge, and before they could realize it, they were just too exposed. Their flank was compromised, and Zap was an unpleasant surprise, to be honest. No one's going to think that one single individual is going to be playing on an island like that, so he came out of syllabus, basically. But Zap, incredible performance because Genesis lost all 3 players in that Primos conflict, and then this one man surviving into the top 8, by the way, getting a few extra eliminations wherever he could. Made sure that his team was not going to walk away with an absolute 0 from this opening match.
But Johnny, props to the foes as well, which was Team Tamilas, right? Surviving till the final few moments in the top 3 with just 2 players standing. And let's not forget, they lost those 2 players off the rip to the players of Rivalry Esports. And Rivalry Esports, without even a scratch, they got away from that fight, but then they got eliminated quite early inside of the game too. We've got the stars of the match on the screen. It's of course going to be Bunty from the side of MAFIAxZENIN with 6 finishes, 0 knocks, and 1 bonus. You've also got Atlantis right there with 2 rescue, and Bunty as well coming in with the best stats.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance, going all out for Bunty, finisher for Bunty as well, because he got the last finisher of the game, and best companion, Atlantis. I mean, of course, it is going to be the magic of Atlantis that's in him. But as you were talking about the foes, right, Team Tamilas and Hyderabad Hydras, I think props to both these 2 teams, because we saw Hyderabad Hydras before that in-game fight. Last time we saw Hyderabad Hydras was at the start of the game towards that Nova Repnoy bridge, where they were struggling to deal with like 2 different teams. One was, I believe, INTxFURIOUS, and the other was Autobotz closing in from the northern side. And from there, making it to the top 2 was very impressive. As impressive as our MVP of the match, Bunty from MAFIAxZENIN. 6 finishes, 46% finish contribution, and a map impact of 10% by a single individual. Very impressive.
Indeed. 46% finish contribution. Bunty is definitely someone we need to look forward to, but hopefully he's going to be performing the same way consistently, because we've seen a lot of players, right, at the start of the tournament, they perform quite well, and then as the stages keep on moving on because of that pressure ramping up constantly, even the players' performance, it starts to fade away, so hopefully it's not going to be the same thing happening to MAFIAxZENIN.
Yeah, one can just hope for the best, right? We do not know what the future holds. 2 more matches left. As long as they're consistent on the opening day, I think they should be good to go.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got a chicken dinner, a lot of points in the bag, so all they need to do is just get maybe, what, 7 to 8 points in the upcoming 2 games, and they've already done their quota.
Exactly. I think 7 to 8 points should not be too difficult, especially if Bunty stays in this form. And of course, I mean, if we're talking about individuals staying in form, it seems like Gamla Boy is back in his old form. That performance was very impressive, getting a lot of finishes.
Yeah, and you know what, Johnny? We've been speaking about so many switch-ups, but we forgot to talk about that one switch-up, and that was Zap in Genesis Esports. And that playing forward, definitely on paper, does seem pretty strong, but the main issue for Genesis Esports was constantly their synergy between the players. And we clearly saw a glimpse of that in the Grand Finals as well of the realme BGMI 2025, where Genesis Esports, the performance that they showcased in the league stages, it did not carry on towards the LAN Finals.
Exactly, and there's a lot of hope from this team in particular, because Shadow OG is there, you have Apollo as well.
Zap coming in
as well. So now, because even in the last tournament, I think the one thing that we felt was lacking was that extra bit of firepower. With Zap being there, that should not be an issue. But it's just the start. Hopefully things get better. But we do have the match ranking of this game 1 on our screens. 23 points by MAFIAxZENIN. Then you have God's Reign with 12. VXT 8-bit with 10. Hyderabad Hydras getting 9 points. Genesis with 8. Where's Team Tamilas? We see them with 6 points. So an incredible recovery coming in from Team Tamilas, I have to say.
Exactly. It could have been much worse. Team Tamilas could have actually gone away with 0 points in this game, but still those 2 remaining players did their job, securing a decent bit of points for themselves, and they've managed to acquire 6 points. Even VOLCANO Esports not doing too bad, getting those 5 points accumulated, and even Genesis Esports, Johnny. It was just Zap alive in the end, and they still managed to acquire those 8 points. So in my opinion, that's quite a consistent start. If Genesis Esports do not even want to go for those flashy plays, just constantly keep on getting those 8 to 7 points per game, and it could still keep you somewhere in the top 3 without any problems.
Exactly. I think in this case for Genesis Esports, it was about getting those placement points, because had they gotten eliminated right after that Primos fight, they would have finished with 0 placements and like 4 finishes, just 4 points in the game. So it's just an extra bonus that keeps them in check, gives them an opportunity to fight further into the next 2 matches. Of course, the average points per game now goes up a little bit. In case of Genesis, it's going to be like, what, 9 points per game? They want to stay in the top 8 at the end of round 1. But 9 points per game is still a little bit easier than getting, what, 13 points per game, which is going to be the case for the 2 teams sitting dead last right now.
Exactly. Now look, Johnny, as you mentioned, for the teams that are currently sitting all the way at the bottom, they need a lot of points in their bags. That's a completely different thing. But if they do manage to get a chicken dinner, then all that hard work can be cut down.
One of those teams is going to be Sour Esports SLE. Sour Esports, we saw them last time. They're kind of impressive, decent in fact. This time it felt like they showed up to show a magic trick. Look, we are here now. Now we're not.
That's rude, Johnny, all right? I mean,
Hey,
Sour Esports. Look,
that's
it was
what
desperate.
happened.
It was desperate times, desperate measures. They took the measures, and unfortunately, they were the wrong ones.
I thought Jaguar Esports was not going to survive that. Jaguar Official. I thought that was going to be the
Yeah,
team
they
that
were also getting shot at by VXT,
Yeah.
right? And they still somehow managed to win that fight without even breaking a sweat, without even dropping a single man against him.
Yeah, they just stayed there. I think even they were surprised for a few seconds. Like, all right, these vehicles are coming towards us, but where are the players now? Anyways, I think the first game jitters for Sour Esports in someone's dream, because someone's dream, I really don't know what happened to them, because we saw them.
They were facing off against Genesis, right? Two of the players were trapped up on the building, and then for Genesis Esports, I guess they successfully eliminated them.
Yeah, that's all we saw. How did the
Yeah.
fight start, though? I mean, how did it begin and how did it ended, we saw?
Look, Johnny, it's Genesis Esports. They're always known for their firepower and ruthless aggression, right?
Yeah.
Especially, let's speak about a man like Shadow as an IGL. Shadow has always preferred players who pack insane amount of punch. You talk about the past as well. Still remember his old lineups where everyone used to be absolutely frag heavy.
Yeah.
And that's how Shadow likes it. Shadow likes his remaining 3 players just completely relying on their firepower.
Hey man, one of his former teammates is playing in. iQOO
Yeah.
is there, playing for VXT 8-bit, so we're going to see if Shadow can
Even Ninja
outperform.
Johnny, let's not forget, even he used to be his former teammate.
Yeah, but he's in a different group, right?
Yeah.
So you doesn't have to face him right off the bat. But this, completely forgot about them. Volcano Esports, what are your thoughts on them? Because I loved the confidence they put
Yeah,
on display
exactly.
at the start of the game. And
Exactly.
taking that fight against Rivalry and RI as well. Very
They
impressive.
definitely did have the confidence to go for the fights, which is of course a good thing, but in my opinion now they need to just come up with a proper playing pattern.
Yeah.
It felt like the aggression was ruthless and pointless. They did not exactly know where they want to lead that aggression to. They were just taking those fights without even knowing what the future holds for them. So in my opinion, they need to know exactly what they need to do in the future in that particular game and then try and bring in that aggression, so it's not going to be meaningless aggression.
Yeah, 100% agree with that, because of not having their approach to the end game thought out is why they were finished off, because they ran looking for a fight against MAFIAxZENIN, lost a player, and then out of nowhere got third-partied by the players of God's Reign.
Yeah, it was Destro actually who just blocked that last man's vehicle
Yeah.
and instantly eliminated him from the game. But generally speaking, MAFIAxZENIN, it was just them and their heroics in the final few moments, just racking up those elimination points. And for them, it was like a treat. It was a feast in front of them. They pretty much took down the remaining 2 players of Team Tamilas, and they also took down the remaining players of Hyderabad Hydras. So the final 3 squads were completely eliminated by MAFIAxZENIN.
Yeah, and it was very impressive as well, because they didn't really have to push for a fight against Hyderabad Hydras towards the end. It was just the nades that Bunty had one after the other that made sure that Hyderabad Hydras weren't going to be there to challenge them in any way, shape or form for that end game chicken dinner. Very impressive. And of course, being able to save so much utility towards the end game just for that last few moments, that itself is like, where do you find that utility?
I mean, look, for MAFIAxZENIN, one thing was also quite lucky that, unfortunately for Hyderabad Hydras, their meds management wasn't that great. The players were extremely hurt, and since they were constantly tossing in the nades as well, MAFIAxZENIN was constantly keeping themselves on a major advantage. And Hyderabad Hydras knew they did not have any sort of meds to go up against a fight against a team that is already doing really good. It's going to be impossible. And also props to MAFIAxZENIN in managing those utilities till the end. The players still had 2 nades available in their hands.
I mean, when the game ended, I think he still had 1 nade left.
Yeah, exactly. So the utilization of the utilities, it's great. Even the inventory management's looking great.
And apart from that, I think Hyderabad Hydras, the only way they could have stolen this chicken dinner away from MAFIAxZENIN was not stopping on the slope of that hill and just go out on an all-out assault against MAFIAxZENIN. That was the only option they had left.
Or they could have hoped that at least Team Tamilas would have done some sort of damage to the players. But unfortunately for Team Tamilas, both the players, the only priority was to squeeze in that second spot. They did not want to go for the fight. And that's been the main concern for Team Tamilas even since the BGS itself. Team Tamilas' survival instincts are great. But the main problem is they always end up avoiding those firefights.
Exactly. I mean, this time we can't really blame them, to be honest, because if you lose
they
2
had to do it.
players, if you lose 2 players at the start of the game, you have to avoid those fights. But at least still,
in the end, they should have still taken those shots, maybe.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think it was Manti who got knocked out and Rico was left all alone.
Yeah.
So Manti being out there in the open like that was a big question mark, because after that Rico was just I think, let loose, like go YOLO, do whatever you want. There is no point in living anymore. But had Manti stayed alive, maybe they could have put up a little bit more pressure against the players of Team Tamilas, or maybe towards the side of MAFIAxZENIN. But all of that and more, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be discussed after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025, and of course we are very happy to have Realme as our official smartphone partner for the BMPS 2025. Introduce the powerhouse of the Realme GT7, which we did unbox just a few moments ago. Comes with the iSense graphene rear cover, and of course the processor itself is amazing, the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. But while I've introduced you guys to the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen, also an introduction for Icy. Baby, who's back again with us. Icy, how are you doing, buddy?
Feeling good. It's great to be back once more and get to see one of the best teams from all around India competing on the Pro Series this time. This is going to be very, very interesting as well. And obviously, when we talk about the previous champion coming from Realme BGIS, I would say I wouldn't call it previous year, considering last year BMPS it was won by Rivalry Exports. But now, when we talk about the oncoming one coming from BGIS, I feel like Versatile is in a shaky spot just because of the fact that, you know, Gamla Boy has to fill in very, very big shoes, known as S-Power, obviously. There has been a heated debate among the community as well.
Yeah.
What happened? Why is S-Power not playing here? Why is S-Power playing in another team now? I'm just like, there has been a lot of confusions, but what matters now is that let's move on from that. Teams are done. Now we've got a new team.
Yeah.
New player. Gamla Boy feeling his shoes. He's got like 4 or 5 finishes in the starting here. I feel like Versatile, they're okay, but it's got a long way to go.
Hey,
There's
man,
a lot of improvements they have to do.
On the note of S-Power, I think he just loves the community too much. Every fan base wants to see him play for their team, and that's what he has been doing. Just goes around, joins every team once, and plays with everyone. Enjoys the game to the max. I think just has been a player who has enjoyed the true essence of the competitive circuit since he's been basically part of all of the top tier teams. But coming back to Gamla Boy, as you said, big shoes to fill, and I think in that game one, he did kind of get the job done, getting those 4 eliminations all by himself.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, it feels like they're a little bit shaky in the shot calling as well. Like, their formations looks good. They're doing the micro things a little bit better. But it feels like comms-wise, it's a little bit shaky in terms of their overall rotation. But all is well, you know, considering that they have 6 matches to go. Obviously, they have a lot more matches to go. And I think Necro brought a very, very good point, is that there are teams that are going to be eliminated. There's going to be 8 teams and a bottom out of every single group. So I would say maintaining top 5 pretty much guarantees your spot into his next round. So I feel like Versatile is in a situation where they're not that out of shape yet. They're still okay as long as you're consistently in that top 5, top 5, top 5. You're not going to be eliminated. It's okay. But ideally, you want to be in the top 8 because you can skip everything.
Exactly. I mean, you want to try and look at the overall leaderboard and make sure that you are in that top 8 bracket. And in order to do that, I think just make sure you're getting an average of, what, like 11 to 12 points per game. As long as that is happening, towards the end, maybe a little bit more extra push-off is going to be required based on where you are. But best thing you can do right now, avoid staying in the bottom. You cannot end a game with 0 points. Anything less than 5 points per game, it's just going to make sure that you're going to be left with a question mark on your head if you survive in this tournament or not.
Sorry, it's bottom 16 that gets eliminated
yeah, bottom 16
here. But
get eliminated.
Moving on, let's talk a little bit more on the previous winner here, Mafia. This is a team that we kind of saw moments during their round stages during BGIS. They looked pretty okay. They were just a little bit unfortunate to actually qualify for the main event, which, again, it's understandable, right? Sometimes life happens. Some days there are good days, some days are the bad days. But today, in this game number 1, getting the chicken dinner means that they are already having a pretty decent safety net from getting eliminated out of all the other groups here, 16 at the bottom. I would say it's a very good safety net. But is it possible for them to actually make it to the top 8 based on their performances now?
I mean, I have no idea, man. But as you said, MAFIAxZENIN, the last time we saw them, it was okay, their performance. Like, it wasn't great. It wasn't the worst. It was somewhere in the absolute middle. This wasn't it, man. That was incredible, what we just witnessed. And it seems like all of the flaws that were made clear during BGIS have been worked upon. The communication, the level of communication this team was able to bring in, especially during that God's Reign fight, I think that is where it was clearly visible, is just absolutely incredible. And first thing in a competitive tournament like this, when you're seeing teams play at this level, is going to be how clearly can you communicate and how quickly can you bring those actions into play within everyone else. So huge shout out to MAFIAxZENIN, but only thing is, I hope they keep this going. I hope they do not disappoint us in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, it feels like the teams are getting a little bit more tactical here in the Pro Series, right? Like, we know for a fact that when it comes to BMPS, every single team is playing at a decent level. I wouldn't say the bad or what. It's just that they do have a certain status that they have to kind of maintain to actually compete here. And it feels really weird, especially after watching Game 1. It feels like I'm watching a very, very high-level competition right from the get-go. And I think it's also because of a specific reason, because after the LAN, there is going to be something that happens. I'm just going to put it in there here. You know, for you guys, you know, not a lot of people watch on the English broadcast. It's fine. This is me giving you guys a little bit of a hint. The champion will get something.
Spam his DMs asking him what is going to happen. I see exactly in that word. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to the next map of the day. It is going to be the map of Miramar. Again, it's going to be the teams from Group A that are going to be competing in it. And of course, the Sanok afterwards as well. But let's see how things are going to turn out. Aishi, do you have any predictions for this game number 2?
Personally, I am a big fan of Genesis Esports, but at the same time, seeing how they were playing, it feels like they're a little bit shaky as well, because there were a lot of questions when they actually brought in an international coach during their run in BGIS. And now I'm not exactly sure if they're still maintaining it, but as of yet, I know for a fact that they're trying new things. They've got a little bit of roster shuffle here. Just now, they played pretty okay, but at the same time, my biggest question was, why are they out in the open in the first place? So there was a little bit of a divide between how they're playing as a team in general. But again, these little things can be fixed over time. And again, being in the bottom 16 is not that hard. Sorry, getting out of the bottom 16 is not that hard. Being in the bottom 16 is very simple. Just not play the game. Do nothing, don't play the game, and you'll be in the bottom 16.
Match starts, dive in water, and just stay there until you get taken out. But anyways, I think Genesis, decent start. I think 6 points in the first game. As long as they can do 7 to 8 points in the upcoming matches, Genesis should be able to stay out of that bottom 16 bracket. And as you said, right now, that is going to be the goal for everyone. Avoid staying in the bottom 16. As long as you're out and away of the bottom 16, you can try and work on yourself and improve in the upcoming rounds, round 2, round 3, and then try to qualify for the grand finals that way. And Genesis Esports, I think it has to be one of those names that we hope to see moving further into this tournament. But let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 for Group A is on our screens.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one as well, because when we head into Miramar, it's all about tactics, it's all about rotations, it's all about playing the long game. And so far, I'm curious to see how versatile it's going to be making this approach. But at the same time, I do want to bring out a couple of names on the board as well. Rivalry is also a team that no one kind of expected them to do well during BGIS, which unfortunately in the LAN, they kind of fumbled a little too hard, considering that how they qualified was an amazing journey.
Yeah, I mean, but at least they were able to make it to the LAN. That is all I'm going to say, because making it to the finals as well, it is very difficult in Rivalry. And I think, as you said, with how the rest of the journey was in the Realme BGIS 2025, it gave us a lot of hope to see this team shine. But this is going to be their story of redemption, I guess. Although with the flight path and how it's laid out from Impala to the trailer park, I think Destro once again is going to be a happy man. Game 1, he gets a flight path right on top of that military base. Game number 2, gets it right on top of Impala.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a scuffle here, because when we talk about drop clashes, usually we kind of see it a lot right from the start of the tournament itself, right? But when it comes to BMPS, most of these teams, they already have played each other over the years. They've played each other for a long duration of time. They have a lot of information to work with on how these teams are going to be rotating in. But if there are potential drop clashes, let's say a team that's going to be in prioritized Picado a little bit more, which we do see a lot coming from Hyderabad Hydras and also TEAM from back then. It might be an issue, but again, it comes down to an ego battle. Sometimes it's all about ego, sometimes it's pride, sometimes it's also a little bit of skill. Do they want to take the risk? It's solely dependent on what kind of prep work they have done behind the scenes, especially here in the first week itself.
Exactly, and considering, as we talked about it, me and Necro during the opening segment, that Pro Series is a sprint after sprint, short little sprints every single round. So you have to be on point. You can't really afford to lose points in a single game due to a drop clash being taken. But this time around, I think the only drop clash we see is going to be Tribe Herdsmen in Los Leones, and they have the side of Team Tamilas right next to them. Another one, I'm going to call it a soft drop clash, is going to be towards Cruz del Valle, where there's Jaguar Official and MAFIAxZENIN quite close to each other.
I'm curious to see how Team Tamilas is going to be performing this time in BMPS, because in BGIS, there was a lot of expectations coming from them as well. I think Manti wasn't really playing at the time. It was Rico, Fox, IGL, and someone else. But at that time, it felt like Team Tamilas was doing okay, but for some reason, when it mattered the most, we saw nothing out of them, which is weird. We saw a lot of moments coming from Fox. We saw a lot of moments coming from Rico on their journey to try and get there. But when it mattered the most, there was just absolute silence coming from them.
That is true. But at least this time around, with what felt like it could have been a horrible start to their journey of the Realme BMPS 2025, Team Tamilas were able to recover something in that opening match on Orangle. And hopefully, with the circle also favoring them in the early stages of this match of Miramar, Team Tamilas can improve upon it. First step for them is going to be try and survive, or maybe try and take out the players of Tribe Herdsmen. Although, as we were talking about it, towards the northern edge of the circle, Jaguar Official, we do not see it happen on the radar yet, but towards their east is MAFIAxZENIN, and towards their south, it is Autobotz.
I'm curious to see how Jaguar Officials actually takes their approach this game. Like, just now, we saw a lot of moments coming from them. They were a little bit passive overall in general. But when it comes to execution-wise, do they play the long game? But look at this, Genesis. They're going for a tactical play to try and take the high grounds or the highest points of the world. But surprise, surprise, there's already someone up here, and he got caught off guard, and he's going to get taken out.
Awkward start for Genesis, by the way. They went for a 2-2 split, 2 players in Graveyard, 2 players towards Minas Generales. And then it was just one man trying to close in towards that high ground, as you said. But it is going to be the team that was eliminated by Genesis in Erangel that ends up handing them their first player loss in Miramar. Someone's making sure that Genesis is going to be dreaming about them.
No, I really like how they have kind of done their homework, right? We saw how Rider Esports during the entire journey in BGIs, when they play Miramar, on how they prioritize the highest point of these mountains. And we saw moments from this guy called Punisher back in the day. It was like, this is 4 minutes in the game. How is this guy earlier than me? So for me, from Genesis' perspective, what went wrong? Did something go wrong here? It's going to be a big question mark for them. But personally, I feel like that's a team that has done their homework.
Yeah, and I think Genesis a little bit more need to be done, because I'm still questioning that split approach, man. They are almost 1,000, 1,200 meters away right at the start of the game. That takes away so much firepower away from your team. If you run into an awkward situation like that, had Zap been a little bit closer, maybe there could have been a little bit of suppressing fire. They could have closed in. A lot of options would have opened up. But there was no option left for the lads from Genesis. But ladies and gentlemen, you have a new option left for yourself. And it is going to be launching on the 27th. It's the Realme GT7. Go on to Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you could stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And of course, it is an amazing device. 120 FPS for 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery. Man, you can game for so long.
Hey man, most phones out there, when you game for an hour or two, it overheats and the FPS fluctuates, and you kind of get picked off in game itself. And with the GT7, no problem, 6 hours straight, no problemo. Time to check it out because it is going to be out on 27th. But all things considered, we caught a moment of glimpse on towards God's Reign in particular, right? Like this is a team that there were a lot of expectations of them qualifying towards the LAN, but this didn't really work out. And I'm genuinely curious if Robin is going to be playing at all because he's been given a position on the sub for, this time, but he's not part of the playing 4.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that he's been itching to play for quite a very, very long time. So is that going to work out for them? Not exactly sure, but what I do know is that Neo, as an addition coming from GLITCHxREBORN, is going to help them out a little bit more because he's mechanically wise is great. As a Clutchmeister, he's an amazing player as well. So when the moment calls for it, I want to see if God's Reign is going to be able to come on top.
It can be, but my concern in that whole Neo swap-in situation is the fact that Neo was sticking around with his old roster for like almost 2.5 years. And
wow, that's a very, very long time.
It is a very long time. And the problem that arises from that is the fact that both God's Reign and GLITCHxREBORN have completely different playstyle. GLITCHxREBORN are extremely quick, extremely aggressive right off the bat in the early stages. God's Reign, they like to take their sweet time building things up to the epic conclusion of the chicken dinner. So for Neo, it is going to be about just readjusting his pace of play along, or maybe just slow it down a bit to the level of God's Reign performance style. He's going to need that fast-paced action again towards the very end, but Destra is not going to force him into fights right off the bat within the first 5 minutes.
Now, I'm curious to see how Lobster is going to be able to perform as well, because his journey in BGIS was a very, very tragic journey, considering that he's been doing so well for a team. I think he was in Third World Mafia?
Yeah.
It was TWM. And when he was playing there, he was the only guy that was scoring points the entire journey. And now, coming into this team here, is he going to be able to replicate it? It's going to be a completely different one.
Hey,
he's
man,
been playing for quite some time as well, Lobster.
I mean, with what you said, he would definitely not want to replicate it, not want to be the only guy.
Okay, fair enough. The one-man army.
Yeah, do not want to be the one-man army again for the second time. But I think Autobots give him a little bit of hope. There is a lot of experience within this team, so they can try and speed things up a little bit with that extra bit of firepower coming in from Lobster. But on our screens right now are going to be the players of God's Reign. And of course, with the circle favoring them in the early stages and now moving away towards San Martin Truck Stop. God's Reign, they're going to be forced towards that southeastern edge of the zone. Team Tamilas closing in from the rear. This is going to be a big fight brewing up.
This is interesting, considering that it is stage 3. If we were to base off the trends coming from BGIS, a lot of teams do kind of get center as quickly as they can after the second zone itself, because of the hard shift on the new zone meta based off the last season itself, right? So a lot of teams do have that kind of experience now. I think majority of the teams that's playing this lobby has already somewhat of experience. But I'm genuinely surprised that Rivalry, despite the amount of experience that they had, that somewhat got them to his land into his BGIS, now decides to play late this time. Like, it's stage 3. They're still outside the zone. They're so far away from center. And the majority of center's good spots in San Martin is pretty much been occupied. What's going through their thought process right now? It's so weird.
Maybe it could have been a miscalculation expecting VXTs to stick around towards El Pozo longer, because Rivalry started their game from Ruins and Trailer Park towards that northwestern quadrant. But surprise, surprise, look at where VXT is. Smack center of the circle. They got there super early. They have concrete cover to work with as well in the form of those buildings, and that wave moving in from the northern side is going to give the players of VXT an opportunity to secure those early finishes now.
I'm curious to see how Versatile is going to play their position based on this, right? Like, S-Power has been known to be the dragon right from the get-go, but wait, hold that thought for now. Right now on screen, we do see a takedown coming in from Genesis. Zap, they were able to get one pick off right from the get-go. That's going to be no confirmations yet, as Zap Habit is going to be looking to return fire to try and salvage the fight. Mayang It's going to be picked up very, very shortly. As Genesis, they are about to lose Zap here. Down to his last pixel. The pick off comes through and Clutch takes him down. That's going to be Genesis that may have gotten the start of the fight. A great jump. Unfortunately, gets taken out and gets absolutely nothing out of this engagement.
That's the second player lost by Genesis. And between that first loss and that second loss, there were a good 10 minutes that that went by. So quite an unfortunate game of Miramar for Genesis Esports, I believe. It's just down to Sam and Shadow OG, and it's going to be a difficult recovery, especially considering they're pushed all the way towards that northeastern edge of the circle. There's no way to close in from the center. So just going to keep on moving towards the north further.
Now, I've got a big question towards Genesis as well. What exactly happened to Cyrex? Because he's not in part of Genesis Esports now.
Yeah, I
Like,
think they just let him go.
It's really weird, considering that both Cyrex and Apollo was the guys that were fragging really, really hard during the BGIS run. But this time, going for this roster shuffle and this performance coming in game number 2, I'm genuinely worried on what's going on between this team. Even though I'm a fan, but that's only so much a fan can do, you know? I can only see what I see, and right now they look kind of lost.
They do, I think. We just can pray for a swift recovery, but Jaguar official against INTxFURIOUS. Rajput, he has been cornered against 3 lads from the side of Jaguar official that are trying to pin him down. And INTxFURIOUS, I think they were trying to push for the circle, so this is an unfortunate rotation clash, and the third party comes in from the players of VXT as well. As Rajput is going to get knocked out by Aquanox, but Jaguar officials, they run up towards that balcony, secure that finish in the bag and take away the point. INTxFURIOUS down to 2 players left in a fighting position as one more man in the backlines was knocked out.
Oh, Jaguar now looking to play a little bit aggressive here. It's rather early in the game, stage 3 so far. Hard commitments, no third parties anywhere in sight, but there has been heavy utilities being used by both sides here to try and get out. INT looking to try and regroup and get out of the safety, and the pressure continues as Jaguar continues with their push. Looking to go for those kind of pickoffs, and Dib, look at this, he's got no remorse, no hesitation, he's just pushing every single angle. Not sure if it's gain sense or what, but it seems like they know for a fact their opponents are weak and they are going to push the pressure. As the flank comes through, Reflex going to be hiding in the barn, waiting for an opportunity to go in for the jump. He's got a shot, he's with the DBS. He needs those 2 pumps, but they get overwhelmed. But oh, what a opener! Gets the first knock, but the trade immediately comes through and Jaguar takes him out.
Yeah, quite unfortunate over there. And as we were talking about it, I think the players from Jaguar official might have seen Radiator move towards the edge of the circle. They know they finished one. They saw one get knocked out. That means, and they saw one moved out. That means only one man was left in that barn house. But on our screens, we have Sour Esports going up against New Version. The New Version can be quite deadly when they want to be, or when they're just completely locked in, but not an easy fight for either of these 2 sides. But Wiru finds the opener, as Kiro is going to be the man dropped out from the side of Sour Esports.
Well, sorry Esports, they have lose Kira. Well, the question here is, will they be able to salvage a fight? Because New Version, they're here to take space. They know for a fact they do fight an entry point from the south side. It is an absolute maze down from the south terrain here. Especially these compounds, you need those vehicles. They have to flush everything before they actually push through, because look at the far horizon itself. It's just no man's lands after no man's lands after finishing up this fight. So they have to wrap it up very, very quickly before the zone closes in. And it's about to close in 3 seconds as well, but shots being shot from afar. Sorry Esports not having a great time. Same can be said for New Version as well.
I mean, same can be said for New Version, but again, it's my faith in those 2 men that gives me a lot of hope. But as they go for the burst, one gets knocked out, the trade comes through, and Sour Esports getting beaten away like that. Who could have thought? Still waiting to see when the first squad wipe happens in this game, though, Icy, because we are at stage 4, still 16 teams left, 53 players still alive.
Well, from Versatile, they're going to be pushing it from the north. They've lost Gamla Boy, but Samraj has other plans installed. And guess what? They will take a couple of jabs onto his Jago officials. They get the confirmation. They stole it away. But the third parties from afar gave the indicator for Versatile. Says, you know what? Let's back off. There's too many people around. They are going to reposition. They got the Gamla Boy out. And Samraj is going to lead with the next rotation. Meanwhile, Jaguar, They're pretty much stuck out in open. There's no way out. Smoke, only one smoke on did. He's got to get out, and he's going to try and make a run for his wall. UAZ comes through, but it doesn't matter. Samraj was there holding down the fort, and he gets taken out.
And then last man was basically turned into a Ghost Rider because he stepped into the molly, he was on fire, and then tried to run away in that UAS. So, yeah, you're not going to go anywhere away like that. But versatile, VXT, 3 finishes on the board. On the other side of things, new version, we go back to new versions versus Sour Esports, SLE.
Oh, it's not over yet. This fight is taking a little bit too long. Well, as soon as I say it, Mikey gets a very, very cheeky pixel shot from under the stairs.
That was the most deadly ankle breaker you could ever see off a basketball court.
Yep. And I would say a replication of the story of Achilles' heels was a very, very good example of that. I really like that, but new version, they did really well. They've got 4 finishes. They are able to find some space from the south, but they have to continue their journey with only 2 players. And the team that has heard all the commotion here is going to be God's Reign. And look at Neo. He knows for the fact that he has a very, very dirty angle. And look at this, the vehicle's pretty much exposed. As soon as they try to get in and try to retreat, Neo is going to get easy sprays after easy sprays. Meanwhile, Sin, still on top of the mountain after that initial takedown against one of the players from Genesis, still sitting on top. It looks like, I don't think he has enough mats. Okay, never mind. He's, you know, popping a couple of mats himself to try to restock himself. But right now, they're in prime position in terms of their position inside the current zone. Yeah, they've gone for a split play. The players from the side of someone's dream, they have all 4 players intact. So you see 2 players here. If you look at the radar, there's 1 more player down south. And then Sin is all the way towards that northeastern edge along with the players from MAFIAxZENIN. But VXT, as they try to make a move out into the open, they're going to be spotted out and taken down one by one. Well, at least just 1 player knocked out. Hopefully they can recover. It's not going to be easy, though, with Sin from someone's dream and MAFIAxZENIN watching them like vultures. Samraj spotted out. Shots fired. Is there going to be a knock? The answer is no. This is not good coming from Sin. He's done his job really, really well, but based on his zone position, he doesn't have a lot to work with. The moment the zone shifts in, he needs to get down. He's down towards like, what, 10 bullets on his Scar L. Not exactly the greatest. If he swaps for the AK, it's okay, it's manageable. But the recoil kickback for long distance to mid distance is going to be a pain to actually work with. Yeah, I think right now what he wants to do is just to get the players of VXT to fight against the players of MAFIAxZENIN, because that distraction does allow him to come down from that hill from the southern side. Oh boy, he needs to get down. There's no way out as well. Where's his teammates? Well, on the other end of Graveyard, seems like Kandu from someone's dream is on those warehouse facilities inside Graveyard. It's a great position to hold in, but it's only 2 players there. So, Sin, you're all by yourself. Good luck, man. Good luck. He's just praying that VXT, they show up to the foot of the hill and fight the players of MAFIAxZENIN. But hey, look at him. Look at Sin. He moves down the hill, and he has a plan of action that he has thought of. Wait. If he actually moves out like that, he might actually be able to regroup with the rest of the squad. Wow, lucky him. Let's see how it works down as well. Because in terms of ammunition, spraying with the AK, not exactly easy. Red dot's great, but not exactly easy. But hold that thought for now. And on screen, we do see 7 happens going into the drive-by Rivalry. And Rivalry was first here. And I would say first come, first serve. Yeah. And the second one pretty much got completely shut down. And 7 habits got sent to the lobby. Quite an awkward approach from the players of 7 Habit. They just ran for those trenches, and Rivalry just thanking them for the points that they've gotten, but Rivalry lose out on 2 players in that conflict. Hey, thanks for the loot too. Yeah, thanks for the loot too. Replenishments gained. But on the other side of things, VXT, Aquanox knocked out as they take the fight against the players of MAFIAxZENIN, and from the backlines, Autobotz show up out of nowhere. MAFIAxZENIN eliminated from the game. A great start to their day, but on Miramar, they get absolutely nothing. Yeah, Versatile, they're really scrambling for some sort of space. Every single space they've taken so far has always met with some sort of a injury. And this time, they are able to pick up Equinox, but most of the vehicles are pretty much shut down. And Samraj, my goodness, how is this man still alive out in open? Toxic has been pinning him for the longest time. Unfortunately, could not find those confirmations, so Samraj is able to hold down the fort for Versatile as they try to reset and push, make another push in about a minute. Let's see how this is going to turn out. There's a lot of players, a big cluster of bodies present towards that
northern half. So VXT, they need to clean space, clean house before they make a move and look to gain some control of the circle. Long distance shots fired by Lobster as he tries to put some pressure on the players of VOLCANO Esports.
This is my first time seeing Lobster playing on a DMR rather than the shorties, based on the meta that has been happening between all the BGMI players from BGIS itself. So running the bring in mini 14 right from this position and able to do some chip damage, there's so much economical value in terms of overall ammunition. But against Versatile on this angle, not exactly the greatest to help him right now.
Definitely not the greatest, and I think it might just cause a lot of trouble for them. But oh, as soon as he goes for the peak, Sin takes a nasty amount of damage on his head. His helmet has almost gone armor down to 50%.
How is this guy doing this? Like, how was he able to get out from the mountain, somehow makes it into the compound, sneaks past Versatile, narrowly gets taken down, regroups with the team, and guess what, guys? Guys, I'm back with the team, give me ammunition. And he somehow finds like 40 bullets for 5.56.
I think they just had a few crates left in that factory that might have been shared with him, but causing trouble for VXT constantly for the last 5 minutes. Sin. I think once Samraj goes back and watches this WOD, he is definitely coming after these lads tomorrow.
I think Genesis too. They were the first one. 4 minutes in the game, you know, guess what? Oh, I'm pretty early up on the mountain. Guess what? I'm even earlier. And they say sometimes the early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, the second one just watches and stares like the players of Genesis as they watch their player get taken out. But VXT, I think they've had enough. They want to make a move. They go for the push. And it's just a 3-man roster from someone's dreams that's waiting for them. It's 3v4 in the favor of the players of VXT. Raiden is going to be the first man looking to make the bounce. And Kandu is going to be the man drop. Sin. This could be the moment he was waiting for. The players of VXT extremely low and right in front of him. But they're looking to take out someone's dream. And one after the other. SD, they're losing players. VXT, they get those finishes in the bag. 8 finishes in total.
That mistake from Kandu pretty much opened the entire defense open to Versatile. Oh my god, mistakes were made, but confidence coming from Versatile to take the spot was just phenomenal. Understanding that this is a spot we need to push right now. No fear, no retreat. They were able to take space. And Lobster, being the pain in their butt for the longest of time, wasn't able to find a pickoff, but were forced to back out. Autobotz actually not getting any value out of this. They've got 2 finishes. They're trying their best. And I like what Lobster is doing in all these movements, but they're just not getting any conversions at all. And this is frustrating to me as I watch Autobotz trying some really, really good tactics, but just no conversions.
Let's see what's happening here. Rivalry against God's Reign. Oh, and I think it should be an easy fight for the players of God's Reign to win. But even before I finish my sentence, Destro gets knocked out, a wonderful nade, and the second one finds contact as well. It is going to be Chandan doing all of these miracles, pulling off these amazing moves. God's Reign, they're down 2 players. It's down to Justin and Delta to be the saving grace.
Hey man, that's Chandan we're talking about. One of the top fraggers from realme BGIS.
Oh yeah.
This is insane. But all things considered, they're doing a fantastic job. Zone is in their favor. The trenches is a great defense, but a casual nade from Delta pretty much opens the defense for them. And Destro looking to try and push up as well, not giving them the time to reset this as they try to lob even more nades. They want to take it down, but Rivalry still continuing those barrages of nades to try and push them back. And this stalemate is slowly but surely will eventually hurt God's Reign as teams slowly sneak by in towards the zone. So they have to wrap things up. But based on how we see the minimap so far, it looks good, but they don't know that. We know that, but that's it. Rivalry NRI hoping for a Hail Mary, hoping for somebody to save them out of this awkward situation. But as the zone shifts through, God's Reign has no choice but to push through them. And this is going to be a very, very important hold here from Rivalry if they want to survive this.
Yeah, for God's Reign, they have to beat this last line of defense and get inside of the zone. My problem with the trenches is your movement space is restricted. So utility, very easy for God's Reign to actually take out Rivalry, but they have run out of throwables. That's going to be a big sign of concern. Although a lot of space available towards the southern edge of the circle as well. In the distance, it was the player from the side of Tribe Herdsman that's been spotted out. That's the opposite edge of the circle, by the way. It's outside the circle right now.
That's really unfortunate that Delta didn't spot a player just because of how it's kind of blended in with the trees from afar. Ugh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. But all things considered, not taking a shot might be a little bit of a smart move as well. Not giving away too much information to your opponents on the other side of the map to potentially try and third-party you. But as of yet, they're taking things slow. It's great, but they need to find a way to push in. Meanwhile, in Rivalry, they're pretty much stuck just because of the fact that all their vehicles are stuck inside. And once you go in the trenches, once you go in, it's not coming out.
Yeah.
There's no way out.
I mean, at least luck is in their favor, so they don't have to move out for the next few seconds. But in about 50 seconds, we're going to have the next circle. And then Rivalry is going to be in a world of trouble. Unless they have a lot of smokes left, but VXT on the other side, they're going to smoke the competition itself as Team Tamilas make the bounce, or at least try to, and they end up losing bodies to the players of VXT. A little bit of a helping hand lent by the players of Rivalry, as well as the damage was dished out onto the side of Team Tamilas. But VXT, how many finishes that can they accumulate in this matchup? But look at this, God's Reign, they're looking to make the move. Rivalry Monster, he is prepared. He sees two of them, goes for the jump shot, finds a little bit of contact, no knock through, and now the pressure is going to be real. Rivalry eliminated at the hands of God's Reign.
Nicely done coming from God's Reign. The moment they weren't focusing, they go in for the push, and they are able to flush them out. Unfortunately to say, that push, was it tactical? Not exactly. It was desperation as the zone comes through. But because of this, the stalemate between this showdown from Rivalry and also the teams on the warehouses, which is where Versatile and also Someone's Dream on top of those warehouses, has put in a very, very awkward spot because of the fact that teams in this position, which is God's Reign, can see the guys at the top, and also the teams at the bottom. But the bottom can also focus on them.
Yeah.
But if they're looking at each other, everybody else, what are they looking at? At them, obviously.
You're the center of attention at that
Exactly.
time. But talking about the center of attention, it seems like our center of attention, IC, that was VXT, has been eliminated from this match on the 6th position. They lost too many players. And all thanks to the players of Autobotz, but Autobotz, it's their time to take on the players of VOLCANO Esports. iQOO is knocked out, but the other lads, they continue to move along the northern edge of the circle, but Autobotz, they have the high ground advantage to work with, and no one sees him hiding in the backlines. An unpleasant surprise as he goes on to find a knock lobster. An absolute mad lad.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. He's doing the right things, but not having a shotgun in the hand in this kind of scenarios has pretty much hurt Lobster as well. The Minute 4 team has pretty much set him up macroly. And guess what? He may have lost his life, but he got his team into his top 4 right now. The entire roster is still alive without him, but can they close the chicken is going to be a completely different matter. A separate issue at hand. But Hyderabad Hydras looking for a bounce back. Same can be said for God's Reign as well, as they are going to try and get even more finishes. Hyderabad Hydras with 3 decent amount of finish points, paired along with the placement points.
Yeah.
But again, getting as many chickens as possible is where you want to be to directly qualify in the semifinals. Who wants to play round 2, 3, and 4? I don't.
Yeah, I don't think Hyderabad Hydras would either, but they're going to need a big performance, as you said. But what we can be grateful for from the side of Hyderabad Hydras right now, at least in the first 2 matches, is consistency. They were 2nd in that opening match and already into the top 4 in this game number 2. But Autobotz and God's Reign, 2 teams that are playing the edge of the circle. Hyderabad Hydras are still in the center with some concrete cover, and it is stage 9, so it's going to be the collapse of the blue, an all-out assault on everyone. And Autobotz, they make the first move. That's Toxic is going to find some cover behind that rock.
This is great coming from Autobotz. Like, Lobster's got no finishes, but guess what? Areeb's got 5 in the hand. And right now, the spray comes through. God's Reign sees a little bit of pixel, but the circle keeps pressuring them to move on, as they need to continue, but they don't have a lot of utilities. The spray from Autobotz continuing through the smoke as well. It's just absolute free-for-all right now for all these teams. And any random stray bullets is going to pick them apart. Meanwhile, Volcano is slowly being picked apart by Hyderabad Hydras as they lose members after members. But Hyderabad Hydras, through the smoke, they were able to find another pick. And it's just not just Volcano. It's going to be Autobotz. It's also going to be dropping bodies now.
Oh man, I was really hoping Hyderabad Hydras could walk away with a win in this game, but turns out that's not going to happen. And it's an all-out chaos in the midst of it all. God's Reign doing a wonderful job. 2 players still left 8 finishes on the board, and all they have to do is just pick off Hyderabad Hydras, but Hyderabad Hydras have the numbers advantage. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Delta and Neo, can you pull off a miracle? I guess they can as the numbers get equalized. And then, oh, it's going to be the man advantage swinging in the favor of God's Reign, and not just that, they steal the chicken from the Hydras themselves. An incredible way to recover for God's Reign. An impressive winner chicken dinner on Miramar.
Patience paid off for God's Reign with that chicken dinner. Patience definitely paid off. And of course, the angstiness, the nervousness of the other teams is what allowed them to secure. Keeping calm, keeping cool, God's Reign takes the second chicken dinner of the day from this group itself. So what a way to see a lot of tactical movements here, Johnny, because I wasn't expecting a game like that at all.
Yeah, me neither, but I have to say, I mean, patience, as you said, paid off for God's Reign, but patience, too much patience from the side of Hyderabad Hydras costed them this win. This should have been their win. There are 3 players with a man advantage, and one man's position was not even known to the players of God's Reign. I don't know why did not all 3 of them decide to commit together. They could have just run in towards the players of God's Reign, and as soon as they if they could have found those trades to begin with, they could have won this matchup.
Yeah, I kind of agree on, like, there was a lot of what ifs. Like what I'm hearing right now is like, oh, it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been that. But it feels like a lot of these teams, they understood that they had to do a lot of macro plays. But I feel like the biggest macro decision that has been built out from the north side in general is actually done a lot by Lobster in general. Just because, yes, he's not got no finishes, but his positioning has put teams like Versatile in a very, very awkward position. He's put Hyderabad Hydras in very, very awkward positions. Despite all that, it came down to just mechanical firepower. Arif, obviously, you know, he's got 5. But I feel like Hyderabad Hydras, the moment they saw a lot of smoke and it was down towards like a hoo-hara situation in the final top 2, was like, there's a lot of smokes, there's not a lot of space, we're out of position. You know what? Let's take a gamble. Straight through the smoke. And they were able to get a couple of picks here, which was insane, to be honest.
Yeah, but, I mean, I think they ended with, what, like 4 or 5 elimination Hyderabad Hydras. I'm just saying, they could have walked away with the chicken man. And
True.
Not even talking about the macro of the game, just that last 3v2 situation.
Oh, yeah. Why were they proning, right?
Yeah, why are you proning in a spot like that? The zone belongs to no one right now. The blue zone is closing in. Everyone's coming close together. Just get up and take that fight. 3 versus 2. Mathematically, if you get the trades, the numbers work out in your favor.
I think it comes down to shot calling and decision making.
Yeah,
in general,
exactly.
Right? Like, I think God's Reign was the perfect example. Yes, they have gotten the chicken dinner. Did they play the macro best? Not exactly. But when given a very, very difficult situation and how you handle it, and when push comes to shove, if you gotta do what you gotta do, just do it. God's Reign did it really well.
Yeah.
Circle came through. Oh no, we're stuck. What do we have to do? Crap. Rivalry has got great position. We don't really have a choice. Just push. Guess what? They just pushed. They somehow won the fight. Went for the 50-50 coin flip, and they came out on top, which was great.
Exactly.
And then in the final moment as well, oh no, we're out of position. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Should we push? Oh wait, they're taking each other out. Guess what? Let's do that now.
Exactly. God's Reign was able to capitalize, just making sure they kept things simple, as simple as possible for them. And on the other side of things, VXT, I think that push towards the factory just ended up complicating things when the circle moved away from them. And as you said, Autobotz was there to pressure them further. But we have the highlights of this match on our screens. In Genesis, quite an unfortunate ending to Genesis. I mean, they are just, it seems like just playing on the back foot in Game 1 and in Game 2 itself as well.
To be honest, I want to give an honorary mention to Sin, man. Like, that guy, all by himself, he got an easy pick, he's got a couple himself. He has no business surviving that mountain terrain. Somehow sneaks past Versatile, regroups his team, but kind of dropped the ball with his team, you know. His team wasn't able to hold the assault coming from Versatile, which we will see very, very shortly in this highlights here. But we do see a lot of moments coming from New Version. We saw a lot of moments coming from Rivalry as well. We saw moments coming from God's Reign a little bit here. But it was just very, very awkward here. But Versatile was really well. Like, this was a better performance coming from Game 1 from them, strategically and formation-wise.
Yeah, they were getting those finishes. The 4v4s looked a little bit cleaner. And especially, as you mentioned, the fight against someone's dreams inside of that factory. I think it was a big mistake for someone's dreams to let Versatile in that easy. And VXT definitely is a team that's not going to let an opportunity like that slip by. But then when you move further into the game, I think they were just stuck, and that was too much pressure, could not take an exit, were taken out. And this is the final few moments of the match where God's Reign just went ham and prioritize the fact that everyone else was fighting amongst themselves. No one was focused on them, and they just took full advantage of all of that chaos.
Yeah, I really like how they're taking advantage of that one-way peak coming from those smokes as well. I wouldn't call it a one-way smoke, but it was a one-way peak that allowed them. Normally, you kind of want to spray through the edges of the smoke, knowing that some of these people would abuse it. Maybe in this final moment for Godsgiven to get away with that is just insane, to be honest. Like, Delta held the ground really well. Great comms coming from them. The moment Hyderabad Hydras weak, it's like, guys, we can do this. I've dropped him down low. We've got the health advantage. Let's do this. Jiggle their way through, take the win. And I was like, okay, nicely done.
Yeah, man.
Micro-wise, they're pretty solid.
And I think consistent as well, because Godsgiven got a lot of eliminations in that opening match as well, which helped keep them inside of the top 5 in terms of where they were on the leaderboard. And now with this chicken dinner, I think they are definitely going to be in a position where we can see, even when the overall leaderboard comes up at the end of the group stages, if Sanok goes well for Godsgiven, that is if they finish top 3 in the Sanok, that they might be one of those teams that is going to be holding a safety cushion in the top 8 or the top 16.
You know what? Shout out to my friend Robin, coming in from Godsgiven. Sorry, man, you're not playing anytime soon, man. You're not playing anytime soon because Godsgiven is doing really well in this game. I feel like Hyderabad Hydras, they are kind of consistent, but they have always been that team that has been somewhat consistent in every single tournament they ever played, right?
Yeah, true.
But just could not make it into the finals. Even if they do, they haven't been able to just dominate the lobby, making top 8, top 6 positions for the longest of time.
I mean, you know, all of this comes down to that confidence, which I think Hyderabad Hydras, for some reason, they're lacking. I have no idea why, because this is a good team.
Yep.
And they are not quite confident in running into those fights. But we have stars of the match on our screens. Ari walking away with the title of going all out, getting those 6 eliminations and 933 damage. Then you have the best companion as Gamla Boy from VXT 8-bit, 2 rescues, 3 assists for his team. And then the finisher of the game, it is going to be the new man inside of the Godsgiven lineup, Neo.
Wow, this is not a familiar face, obviously. You know, Neo, who is this guy, man? Like, obviously, you don't know him. You know, he was from BMPS. This is the Mr. Reliable of the team. But let's talk about the MVP of the match. Reap, definitely with 6 finishes here coming from Autobotz Esports. They did really, really well on offside in terms of macro position. Lobster did a phenomenal job in scouting and pressuring with those mini 4 teams to set up for the late game. Unfortunately, his element of surprise may have gotten a knock, but unfortunately could not translate even more. But I would say Arip was able to do his part really well as part of the backlines coming in from Autobotz as well in terms of their overall formation. So I like where Autobotz's direction in terms of their positioning right now, but consistent is going to be key right now.
I mean, it definitely will be, and especially considering that Group A, in a few moments, will play their last match of the day, at least for the first half of round 1, and it's going to be an interesting one as well. But we are seeing clear trends in this group. Hyderabad Hydras, Godsgiven, VXT focused on all of those finishes. The only inconsistency that I've found, at least in the top 4 performing teams, is MAFIAxZENIN.
Okay.
Fingers crossed, they recover on Sanok.
Hey, look on the bright side. Mafia, they've got the first chicken dinner. Out of 6 games, are you going to get eliminated? I highly doubt so, being in the bottom 16. So chicken dinner gives you a decent amount of points. 10 points is pretty good. All you need is just like 2, 3, 4 points per game. From then on, maybe just you could be at the borderline on passing the top 16.
Yeah.
Bottom 16.
I would say as long as you have 40+ points, you will be away from the bottom 16, right?
100%.
You will be in a safe position.
That's somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Exactly, middle pack. And I don't think a team like MAFIAxZENIN would mind finishing in the middle pack right now. As long as you survive, move to the next round, who cares?
Think about this, right? In Group A as well, we've got 3 LAN finalists coming from BGIs in the same lobby.
True.
The only one that is not performing in this lobby is pretty much from that stage is Genesis, unfortunately.
That is true. And even in this game, Genesis didn't do quite well. But Godsgiven, look at that, 21 points secured in the second match of the day. Autobotz is going to be there with 16. Hyderabad Hydras 13. VXT 8-bit with 12. You have VOLCANO Esports 7. Someone's Dream finishing with 6. Rivalry with 4. And TEAM TAMILAS with 4 points as well. That's going to be the first 8 teams. And these are just the rankings of this game. I am waiting for the overall rankings.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes as well. But let's take a look. Well, they're not going to be seeing it here very, very soon. But all things considered, I think our Rivalry was a little bit shaky in game number 2 themselves. They had a great hold. They had a great idea as well. I'm not a big fan of it. But because of the stalemate between them and also Versatile and Someone's Dream and those warehouses peak itself has caused them in a very awkward position where they want to capitalize on finishes from people who's rotating there, which again, Versatile was one of those victims from them and also Autobotz shooting at them. But while they're doing this, there's someone behind them sneaking up on them. Yes, they got 2 knocks onto his God's range.
Yeah.
Which was amazing, right, from Chandan. But they just couldn't push out because once you're in, you can't get out.
I mean, it was basically a trap that was laid out, and you just walked right in it, smile on your faces. But at least I love the fact that they have the confidence to actually make a move like that. They know there's going to be a big risky play, but there's opportunity for also them to walk away with a decent amount of finishes and capitalize that way. If you do not mind not getting a chicken dinner and do not mind not finishing in the top 3 of a match, but trade it out for like 7 or 8 eliminations in the game, I think you can make it work, and especially if you are okay with not directly moving to the semifinals.
No, fair enough, fair enough. I would say that's also a game plan as well here.
Could be.
But if you think about Rivalry's position itself, it's just very, very awkward. But I would say, only time will tell. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and we will be back with game number 3 for you guys here for the BMPS 2025.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025, and this is going to be game 3 very, very shortly, day 1 of the group stages of round 1 itself. My name is ICBaby12, joining me on the desk once more. I wouldn't say this is a desk, this is I would say a very, very chill session with us on the English broadcast. We have Necro, my man. How are you feeling?
Of course, I'm feeling great, and also pretty happy for Hyderabad Hydras. Back-to-back 2 consistent games, ending things off in the second spot. Even VXT looking quite consistent in that run.
Well, I agree. I was genuinely concerned whether or not Gamla Boy is going to be a good fix or replacement to S-Power here. But I feel like he may not be as mechanically gifted as S-Power, but he does his role really, really well as a team player because, even though it was knocked, his team was able to pick himself up. Aquanox was knocked multiple times. He was able to reset, to make sure that the formation was solid, but they just couldn't close out the game. So a lot of work needs to be done, but I would say a consistent performance is more important than sometimes just taking chicken dinner. And
exactly. Another important point is that Gamla Boy has been apart with Somraj for such a long time. Just recently they broke up, but still, I mean, Somraj and Gamla Boy, these guys have been together for such a long time. By broke up, I mean their team that they had, right? Before moving towards VXT, these guys were playing together, but then we did see that separation of Pakar and Gamla Boy. Now Gamla Boy once again back towards Somraj, so it's definitely bringing back the old memories as well. And even the synergy does seem pretty top-notch, and that's one of the main reasons why they're doing pretty good for themselves.
Agreed. But all things considered here, let's talk a little bit more of our amazing sponsors here. Realme, who is going to be coming up right now. It is going to be brand new Realme GT7, which is going to be launching on the 27th, which is about 5 days time. You guys can check it out on Amazon and search it up, Realme GT7, and you might stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs of prizes in general. So be sure to check it out. It is, after all, the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E that's going to be out in the picture for this phone when it launches in 5 days time. We got a glimpse on our launching. I would say not really launching, our first review at the start of the day, which again, I wasn't able to touch it so much yet.
I mean, look, I had my hands on that
device. It looks
good.
Like, how does it feel?
It feels great. And the best part is, even when you're going to be gaming on that device, even the grip seems quite comfy. It's not like you're going to be sweating too much. Your palms are going to be sweaty on that device. It's pretty good. The grip was comfy. And once again, another important factor about this device is also that stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours. That's going to be another selling point too. And the best part about this is also the 7,000 mAh battery that this device offers you, and that 120 watts of charger. That's going to give you the fast charging as well, pretty quick. So I would recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs. But once again, back towards the real deal, right? Hyderabad Hydras, VXT doing so good for themselves. Godsgiven as well, back in their main form, even though they lost out in Ninja Jod, which was of course a bit of a bummer for them. But Neo is doing a great job so far.
I think Neo fits in really, really well based on coming from Legita Esports. He was already playing at that level compared to them. Like, what I mean by level is it like tier 1, tier 2 team standard levels here. I wouldn't say like, I would say the greatest debate is that is every single team equal? As much as we try to put that everyone has a given chance, but based on overall skill level, there is an obvious disparity between tier 1 and tier 2 teams, right? And I feel like Neo fits in really, really well with the team so far. Yes, they've gotten a chicken dinner, but my biggest question has always been this: consistency.
Exactly. And Neo is someone who has proven time and time as well, especially in Legita Esports too. If you try and look at the players past, right, he's always been the consistent one. And generally speaking for Neo, in my opinion, adjusting towards Godsgiven is not going to be a problem at all. And he's already showcasing great signs. Another important factor that we just noticed from that previous game was also VOLCANO Esports. Now, it's quite the newer foes on the block. It's quite the newer players on the block. And still, they're doing pretty decent.
I think VOLCANO Esports is by far one of the underrated undergods, in my opinion here. Because VOLCANO Esports, when we first saw them in their appearance in realme BGIS in the later stage half, and they somewhat made it what? I think it was the quarterfinal stages. I had no clue how these guys were getting points and somewhat still getting a decent amount of points. Yes, they couldn't qualify, but they still did it at that stage. Now it's for round 1. Obviously, it's a little bit easier just because there is a mix between teams at the lower half of the table. But we do see improvements coming from a lot of other teams as well.
The only main concern about VOLCANO Esports is the experience they have, which is not a lot. And that's why they're not able to perform at the top of the top. But they're still there in the middle pack in the overall standings, and that's more than good enough since it's just the day 1. You've still got so many more games to go. 72 total games will be played in the round 1 itself, and that's a lot of games too. So you're going to have enough amount of chances for yourself to prove.
I agreed, but at the same time, 6 games pretty much decide their fate very, very soon. You have to play 3 in this respective group, and they are going to be having a shuffle another day. So after this game, so this is going to be their final game with this respective group before the shuffle comes through tomorrow. So this is going to be very, very important for them as well. Can they rack enough points? And in the map of Sandhawk, it is the map of unpredictability, and I would say absolute pandemonium, because this is Johnny's favorite map. Unfortunately, he will not be casting, and Necro, you will be taking the liberty to cast this with me.
Hey, look, it's my favorite map too. Who doesn't like Sandhawk? Absolute chaos, absolute mayhem, and action's going to be off the rip as well.
I hate Sandhawk.
One more big question is going to be, are we going to see a lot of drop clashes? Usually on the map of Sandhawk, there's a lot of drop clashes happening.
You know why I hate Sandhawk?
Why?
Because I can't see. That's why I need glasses.
I didn't get it.
Dude, you know how many bushes is there in Sandhawk? There's how many grass, how many
spotting players
potential
is not your
snakes.
concern.
That is your concern. You have to spot them in order to shoot them. But if you can't see, how can you shoot them?
Oh, you're talking about in playing point of view, it's not your favorite map. I thought in casting point of view.
Oh.
Aren't we casting though?
Yeah, we're casting. You know, I enjoy casting, but I don't enjoy playing it.
I love Sandhawk. Even when I'm playing it, I love Sandhawk since I'm like the, Gen Z guy.
You know what we need? We need a sponsor from a glasses brand to actually sponsor us. New really, really good glasses to actually look and play a game.
I would love that, honestly. But you know what? Moving on the conversation towards Sandhawk and all that main deal, right? As I mentioned, there's probably going to be a lot of these drop clashes too. And you know what? Without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to jump inside of the map of Sandhawk, as the plane's going to be starting all the way from down south towards Cow. Now, this plane flat path, once again, does seem pretty balanced. No one's going to be having any sort of problems approaching their drop location in the first half.
Well, speaking of a drop clash, will we see it happen in Paradise? Will we see it happen in Boot Camp? Sorry, not Pochinki, Boot Camp. It's going to be very, very important as well, considering the fact that it is going to be the hotspots for a lot of usual teams. But seems like VOLCANO will claim Boot Camp, and we will see Godsgiven heading towards Paradise. Are they going for Paradise? I think they've got Paradise, right?
Yeah, they definitely do. It's also a bit of that split around the Paradise Resort for the small compounds. So for Godsgiven, since there's no one really challenging them in that area, it's all good in the hood and all smooth sailing. You also do see down south towards Samhi, there's one of those teams going for the loot, even Hyderabad Hydras all the way down south towards Camp Charlie. Now let's speak about the map itself. And especially inside of the new zone settings, in the map of Sandhawk, you need to be extra proactive. You need to be quick to make it inside of the circle. The moment you're late, you're done.
I like that they actually brought up quicker, right? Like, quick is a very, very important one. Sandhawk, obviously, smaller means faster, closer when the rest of the world is good as well. But let's see how the circle is going to be like right now, because the circle is going to kind of shift on towards a very, very awkward spot here. For these guys, be patient. We will be seeing a circle very, very soon. But as of yet, on screen, I want to see how the teams are going to be reacting to this, because Genesis Esports is going to be coming from Harton. They are inside the zone, I believe. And as of yet, Genesis Esports, they do not have a great game from Game 1 and Game number 2. This was a team that was a lot of experience. They kind of crumbled under pressure during their LAN performance. There was a lot of ups and downs coming from them. And now, with their roster shuffle coming in through, it seems like they haven't been adapting as well. Yeah. Like, you brought it up on Game number 1. What is with the split coming from them, from their initial drop? Same happened for them in Game number 2. Didn't exactly work out for them. And now, Game 3, this is my first time seeing them group up together right from the get-go, which is a good thing.
The coordination definitely seems like an issue for Genesis Esports, and as you mentioned, we've also seen a clear picture of that in the BGS 2025 Grand Finals. Genesis Esports, they were not having any sort of ups in that Grand Finals. Instead, we saw the performance slowly and steadily dwindle down, slip away from their hands. And hopefully this time around, with the addition of Zamp, things might just be a little bit different.
And at the same time, Genesis Esports, as of yet, looks like they are taking a very early rotation despite being in zone right now. It's been 30 seconds before the first zone actually starts to shift. They are actually making a departure right now towards Alpha.
They indeed are. Jaguar officials too on the screen. It's one of those teams, we have seen them in the past. I'm speaking of the realme BGS 2025, but they haven't really created a lot of those memories that's going to make them outstand the competition. Jaguar officials still need to make their own mark. They have had some glorious moments, don't get me wrong, but it's not something extremely flashy that's in our mind. So Jaguar officials, this is another chance for them to make a name for themselves, and if they fail to do so, it's not going to be that great.
And at the same time, Jaguar official, as of yet, they're going for very, very early rotations here, as they're going to be playing from the west side of the zone itself. Camp Alpha pretty much going to be avoided right from the get-go. Seems like everybody's taking a long rotation here. I think the zone is going to be coming in on towards Alpha itself.
Yeah. We wanted to show you guys the circle, but the circle is actually forming on top of the Camp Alpha Island. And I'm pretty sure if Seoul was playing in this lobby, they would have been extremely happy. They usually tend to control all the Camp Alpha circle, and pretty much majority of the times they also do come out on top. But since they're not over here this time around, Genesis Esports has decided to move on towards Temple and go for that proactive control. Shadow taking those shots. Triversion spotted. Fork returning a bit of those shots as well, but no proper connections found. Hirdmen in a big world of trouble. They do not even have the high ground to play with, so the problems are constantly there for both these teams, and also a bit of that annoying factor that they cannot exactly deal with each other properly. Both of them looking for that initial knockout, looking for that starter. And Genesis Esports starting to fall back. Both the players next to each other towards that temple area. Genesis Esports doesn't exactly know what they want to do. And Hirdmen still around that similar vicinity. It's a bit of that factor that really does come into play, that both the teams know each other's presence, but still they don't have enough guts to push up against each other.
Yep, and as of yet, Zone's going to be coming in here as well. We do see teams coming in towards play. Genesis going to be in a very, very awkward position. We know for a fact, based on past historic map data. Whichever teams on top of this mountains will be able to have a good time. And Hirdmen holding down the fort. They get scouted out, but Apollo first to fall here coming from Genesis. As Hirdmen gets the first knock. Can they get even more? And Genesis will lose Shadow in the process. Well, just like that, Genesis, they get completely overwhelmed and zapped. Last man standing, a great flush coming from Hirdmen. And just like that, they lost their entire roster in game number 3 as Genesis Esports completely fumbles once again in game number 3. What happened to them? What's going on?
Genesis Esports absolutely destroyed on the day one. First game was down the drain. The second game as well, performance not up to the mark. In the third game, they get eliminated off the rip with 0 points accumulated. That's going to be a tough recovery for Genesis Esports in the upcoming moments. Hopefully, they're not going to be there in the bottom 16. I would love to see a bit more of that Genesis Esports. Before now, 3 games are done and dusted. We're not going to see Genesis Esports today at least. Hyderabad Hydras on the screen now. And Hyderabad Hydras, they found themselves a decent bit of that cover to play with. Those houses accumulated by the boys, looking pretty decent.
Well, speaking of a decent right now, Hyderabad Hydras, Sarvit, seems to be in a very, very weird spot. They've heard gunshots on top of the mountain. Seems like they are playing a little bit safe. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see Autobotz having a very nice run in with 7 habits. They were able to take him down. Arif, the star player coming from game number 2 from Autobotz. Seems like they will be able to get the reset. They are still outside the zone, though. Seems like they are in Camp Bravo. Outside the zone. They have to make their way into its Alpha Island itself. That's one of the furthest points from this team. And as of yet, there are at least, what, 3 to 4, maybe 5 teams that are still outside the zone in stage number 2. And with Alpha slowly shifting away as well now, stage 2. Circle going to be shifting a little bit more towards the eastern side of Alpha Island itself.
Indeed. Circle shifting towards Camp Alpha, starting to isolate the other islands. And all the other teams on the main island as well, and even on the island bottom, they need to start moving up. Not a lot of choices, not a lot of chances will be granted. Time's taken away. Autobotz Esports, one of the late comers inside of the circle. Still all the way back in the blue, looking to pull off that rotation. And speaking of Autobotz Esports and their past performance, it was quite great, but hold on to that thought. Right now, SC taking shots against the players of NV. A new version already backing away from that spot.
Well, for the first time, we've finally seen the map on the zone right now. It seems like it is going to be shifting onto Alpha Island. Autobotz pretty much one of the furthest coming from the eastern side of the zone. And we did see moments of inventory check coming from Autobotz as well. They don't really have a lot of mats to work with, so they have to be very, very quick about this. We do see Versatile finally making an entry coming from the south side. We do see someone's dream coming from the southwest corner. They have to cross the bridge, so that's going to be a very awkward spot here on how do they want to take this next approach. Do they cross the bridge from the west side, entering towards Alpha Island, or do they go towards the tri-intersection here in the middle, in between boot camp as well as the Alpha Island here, those 3 islands connecting where Versatile is. So Versatile is going to be making their move there to try and wait things out and try and figure out where the rest of the world are right now. But a majority of teams, we have like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams already inside Alpha Island itself.
Yeah, at this point, swimming's going to be a bad option. The moment you drop inside of water, there's a big chance you will be spotted by the players on the shorelines and taken out. So that's not going to be a good option at all. But look at the teams towards boot camp as well. 3 teams stacked next to each other. Even that's going to be a big concern. VXT, so far, they've had quite a consistent run. First game doing decent. Second game as well. They found themselves on the top of the charts. But I'm just really happy for Autobotz Esports. That second game on the second spot, Autobotz Esports desperately needed a performance like that.
Yeah, they definitely do. Like, I've seen Lobster play for a very long time, and for him to get a chance like this, you know what? I don't want to jinx it. I'm just going to put it there. I'm just going to leave it there. You know, it's not over yet until he actually makes it. But, all things considered, let's talk about someone's dream. Because Sin, this was a guy that I gave him an honorary mention coming from game number 2 because he had no business surviving as a solo warrior. At this time, they're playing a very, very late rotation. And I do see 28 bandages on Sin. What are you up to with that? Are you going to go for drive-bys after drive-bys? And personally, I feel like driving by with bandages is a very interesting take, but it is very awkward as well. Would you rather get shot while going for drive-by? But on screen, God's Reign, Neo, first to get knocked.
Yeah, exactly. For GLITCHxREBORN is probably the worst possible thing that just came back to life. And Rivalry Esports constantly taking those shots and making the players even feel unsettled. The final two players remaining for GLITCHxREBORN all the way back on the hilltop, and I'm not exactly sure what sort of split this was. Two of the players all the way in the front towards the warehouses, while the two remaining players on the top in the back lines. I do understand the thinking, but still executing such a play is having a lot of risk on the back, and that's exactly what just happened. Nightmare coming to life, Rivalry Esports dismantling them, and GLITCHxREBORN now left with just two players standing.
Well, speaking of players standing so far, I would say GLITCHxREBORN. They had a great run from the previous round, but this round, complete disaster from them. Distro not going to be able to lead the charge here. It's up to Justin and also Delta to try and make things work as they try to cross from the east side. They're still not in zone yet. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be a very, very quick rotations to zone as well. It's stage 3. It's not going to be the slow one in the later stage game.
Without a doubt.
But on screen here, Hyderabad Hydras, they get picked from Team Tamilas.
Yeah, but still, going for the confirmation is going to be impossible, right? Since the man inside of the house, so it's all good. Still out of harm's way, but VXD's out in the open, and that's a bit of a concern. And there's also a man knocked out from VXD, so I'm not sure how the recovery's going to follow up since the players are too exposed. But for Hyderabad Hydras, it's all good in the hood. They've got a nice house to play with. The compound's pretty secure as well, unless if the zone's going to move away from that area, and Hyderabad Hydras needs to move away as well.
Yeah, but based on what we're seeing so far, Hirdmen has a lot of control on top of the mountains, right? Despite the initial engagement with Genesis, we've seen how Seoul kind of dominated every single time Alpha Circle kind of appears during their run in BGIS itself. So this is going to be very, very good information to kind of work off as well. Hirdmen, they've got a very decent split. We've seen a lot of teams kind of pull this off. But the question here is, can they execute it well? Can they hold down the fort? Because any of these teams, if they get picked off, means that it is going to force another team who's holding those 4 points on this mountains to come in and pick them up. And that means there's space given for the rest of the world to try and rotate around them when the circle forces those teams to shift into the next phase.
And at this point, Hirdmen, since they control so much of the terrain, they've also got a lot of intel to play with. Constantly looking down, knows exactly where the teams are positioned as well, create that virtual heat map in their head, and know what spots to avoid. New version, even they found themselves a bit of that shelter. And inside of the elimination feed, you do see 7 Habits go off against the foes. 7 Habits, unfortunately for them, they're losing out the number, and they also lose out that fight in the end. It's Autobotz Esports who put an end to 7 Habits' life.
Oh, 7 Habits. Not exactly having a great time at all. Previous game, they could completely flush, but Rivalry bit a drive-by. Wasn't expecting that, and now for them to actually get taken out rather early, just hurts them a little bit more in their run to try and qualify for the next round, or maybe even try to make it a top 8. But all things considered, Versatile, one of those teams that's in the running right now. Same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras. New version, I was expecting a little bit more coming from Gil, knowing that he's known to be the marksman for long range, and so far we haven't seen that long range snipes coming from him for the 2 games so far. And this is not a long-range map. But fortunately for this terrain, it is kind of mid to long.
Yeah, it's okay. It's decent. It's something they can work with. And the zone as well taking a shift a little bit towards the bridge side. As I mentioned, if the zone moves away from Hyderabad Hydras, then they're going to be real uncomfortable and unsettled. And that's what exactly happens. They're going to be the big problem. For new version, they've got things pretty decent. But unfortunately for them, they're outside of the circle. Rivalry Esports, Sarvar goes down. And that's the main playmaker not in the game anymore. Even the confirmation is going to follow up too. Sarvar down and dusted. That's got to blow.
That's so unfortunate of Sarvar as well. He did not know where the shots were coming from as well. Hirdmen definitely hold down the fort really well. But the rest of the world coming from Hirdmen, guess what? They may have got a very, very good geographical location, but based on how the zone shift, guess what? You guys all have to get down from the high horse rather early without capitalizing on anything. But Versatile, look at this, Pork. Sees a very nice angle, but decides not to take the shot. But guess what? Confirmation comes true. Aquanox getting knocked, and now here he comes. He's going to get another one. Patience pays off for Pork, and Somraj will be the next to fall.
Yeah.
Great patience coming from Pork.
They decide to stop out in the opening. Because of that, VXT now gets picked off before Hirdmen. The problems are not avoided yet. It's MAFIAxZENIN on the back. They need to be extra cautious. They've already lost out in Blitz Pew, so Tribe Hirdmen do not even have the man advantage to go up against the Blitz MAFIAxZENIN, but a massive mistake from the foe, and he gets caught instantly. Ajit down. He's not dusted yet, though. Still, the man's alive, but he's knocked out. He can convey the information, convey the valuable intel, but Tribe Hirdmen constantly dismantling the players of MAFIAxZENIN as even the second man falls down. The Coolest gets caught as well. Tribe Hirdmen down to a two-man squad, and the same thing goes for MAFIAxZENIN, but Pork comes out on top in that duel as he shuts down Atlantis. One last man alive for MAFIAxZENIN, and that's going to be Beast himself, and the man is a snake currently, making sure that his position is going to be unspotted by the players, and Pork just spamming at random shots, and he eventually finds the connection as well as Beast gets taken down, and that's going to be it for MAFIAxZENIN in this game.
What am I watching? Tribe Hirdmen, masterclass performance here in Alpha Mountains. But all things considered, they may have gotten 11 finishes, but the circle closing in. Even Pork, the savior for the team, to keep things alive, to reset it for Kudalis as they're trying to continue their journey here. It is stage 4. It is still a long way to go, and they are going to be A-okay.
For a journey like this, you would need to get your hands on the Kia Cyros, and let's not forget, with the cutting-edge technology and seamless connectivity, you've also got Trinity panoramic display, dual panel, panoramic sunroof as well. It comes in with a lot of features, so I'd recommend you guys to move on and check it out.
Well, speaking of features, as we had Hyderabad Hydras, they are under the trenches, and the zone does not favor them at all. They need to get out from those valley itself. Same can be said for Tribe Hirdmen. And I don't think Tribe Hirdmen has got vehicles, so it's going to be very difficult for them to actually get down. So they either have to lick their way all the way to the west side of the mountain, or they go for a hard drop with those vehicles and hope that when it drops completely down, the car doesn't get smashed up or flipped over. So that's going to be a very risky play. Meanwhile, teams on the northwest corner, we do see a huge influx in teams onto Hatin. We've had 3 teams so far. We've got Xtreme, we've got Sour Esports, we've got New Version pretty much stuck trying to find a way to get out. Meanwhile, under the bridge, we've got Autobotz.
Oh, that nade.
Ooh, okay. Looks good, looks good.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I like the thinking on the back of that nade. Rebound it. But luckily enough for INT, still alive and cooking inside of the game. Another nade tossed out. It's not going to be even close. Autobotz Esports, they know exactly what's going on, but still they cannot really get rid of this pest. Tossing those nades. A lot of shots as well around the area. And Autobotz Esports trapped in towards this bridge. But let's hope for Autobotz Esports they can find a way out of this spot. But hold on to that thought. Hyderabad Hydras, they jump in a fight against JAGUAR Official. 3 players still standing for JAGUAR Official, and somehow Hyderabad Hydras, they evaporate into thin air. JAGUAR Officials, what a way to shut down a major team like Hyderabad Hydras.
Wow. That is going to be a bummer here coming from Hyderabad Hydras. They have been doing well, but it's not at the end of the world. They did pretty okay. But JAGUAR Officials, this is a big morale booster coming from them as well. 8 finishes in total. That's a lot of points coming in, but they have not made it in the top 8 here for placement points. Meanwhile, the teams on Hatin, a 3-way showdown, fighting down towards a 2-1. And Newer Version is able to hold out a forward. Sensboy gets completely destroyed and dismantled, and everybody's just scrambling to get out of Hatin. They leave Mikey behind, while Xtreme is going to be next to look at them, and Lassie gets picked off. And guess what? New Version says, we cannot do anything about this. And Gil even forced to the zone.
Yeah, he cannot even go for the proper met strat in that scenario. And eventually, the entirety of New Version, they come crashing down. The blue zone and its wrath is going to be unbearable at this point. But SD, someone's dream, they've still got a lot of dreams in front of their eyes that they want to accomplish and make true. Autobotz Esports still towards the bridge. INT constantly being a possible threat. JAGUAR Officials on the hilltop, they've got so much intel to play with, and they can stop any team they want. But there's a team right underneath them, and that's going to be a major concern. Rivalry Esports as well can be the full stopper.
Yep, teams coming from the southwest corner gets completely eliminated here, especially in the mountain terrain, right? Tribe Hirdmen did really well, but they were also eliminated in this phase. Same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras. JAGUAR Official survives. Someone's dream somehow able to rotate this, but guess what? Autobotz on top of the bridge, they're still holding strong. They've got 10 finishes. They've lost Survey, but this time Lobster and Toxic really popping up big time here from Autobotz.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Looking clean for themselves for now. Autobotz Esports, they have been playing pretty good. First game, not exactly so, but the second game performance was nice. And Autobotz Esports at this point, they just want to get rid of the players in the front, and that's going to be INT. A Reap drops down, but instantly meets the Makers, gets knocked out. Still 2 more players standing for the players of Autobotz Esports, but it's the duel of the shotgun, and you never know what's going to come out on top, but eventually, Radiator gets shot from the back, and that's going to be it for INT.
Yep, Autobotz, they do have a safety net here. VOLCANO and Autobotz going for this tag team, and as soon as they got the knockdown bottom, you can see a Reap's hesitation, no hesitation at all, just jumps down, hopes to get a pick, but unfortunately to say, he gets picked off instead, but the savior of Team Lobster somehow clutches things out, holds down the fort, as VOLCANO saves their lives, allowing them to regroup from this fight. Not the end of the world, but they do make it into the top 5. Right now, they just got the reset, and Jaguar pretty much on top of the mountain. They still have a vantage point from Rage, overseeing everyone around in this next phase of the zone. And guess what? Rage, he's got so much safety net. And zero recall with this bonus. Well, here he comes. Shandan first to get knocked, looking for the second Soham. Needs to dodge through the trees. Somehow makes it through, but the zone is going to force him out very, very quickly. As Rage continues on, gets the confirmation. It looks like Soham. Oh, what a pick from Soham. Take him down.
JAGUAR officials unfortunately fourth him. The man on the hilltop gets knocked out and confirmed. Now the man down needs to do everything. Hercules, with his massive muscles, he needs to try and carry his team on the back, and that's what he's exactly doing. Final 3 teams alive. JAGUAR official is one of them. You've also got VRV in the making, and even someone screaming right there around the corner. Hercules taking those shots. Connection's not enough to get the knock, but still has done some serious damage. Flash gets knocked out eventually, though. That little pixel's going to be more than enough for him to find the knock. And even the man is tapping away for the confirmation. Now needs to patch himself up. The zone's going to be doing too much damage. And Hercules realizes exactly that. Steps out in the open, gets eliminated in the end. And what a game it's been so far for VRV. A way to convert that game and secure the chicken dinner. VOLCANO Esports, they desperately needed a performance like this, and they've finally gotten it.
Hey, when we talk about Caster's Curse, seems like we are going to be overseers of this game, because when we were talking about VOLCANO at the start as well, this was a under-god team, an underrated team, and now for them to get their chicken dinner, sets a pretty big tone for them to actually qualify into the round 2 stages from this match.
I know, right? I mean, for VOLCANO Esports, it's something they were looking for, too. First game, decent performance. Second game, really good performance. And now the third game, they get the chicken dinner. They're probably going to be in the top 3 without a doubt.
I feel so, definitely, for sure, but consistency is going to be the key, and VOLCANO is going to be one of those teams. Versatile, unfortunately, kind of dropped the ball a little bit in this game, but still, they do have a decent amount of points to work with for the next for the journey continuing on in round 1 itself. So obviously there is a lot of teams fighting for the top 8 to actually qualify directly in semifinals, but ideally, let's be realistic. There's so many people. Obviously, you know, may the best men win, or in this case, the best 8 teams win. But ideally, you don't want to be in the bottom 16. Think about this, right? We had a long break from BGIS. A lot of teams did not exactly qualify to the LAN event, so that means it's like a 2-month break. And if they drop the ball and get eliminated here, that's another 2 months of not being able to play on official.
Exactly, and that's something that the teams need to try and avoid, right? Pretty much just be there in the LAN finals, give it everything you've got, perform your best, but at the end of the day, as we all know, eliminations are going to be happening in every single round, so that's something you can never avoid. But for a team like VOLCANO Esports, the rookies on the block starting to perform so well, that's exactly what they need to do. But I'm a little concerned about Rivalry Esports, though, I see, because it's one of those teams in BJAS that were performing so well, but now that transition towards the BMPS hasn't been that smooth.
I think I still saw moments of brilliance coming from Chandan, but it felt like they just could not find a very good strategic position to actually capitalize on it as well. So I think out of all 3 games they've played so far from Rivalry, in terms of micro-wise, they're okay, but in terms of taking an advantage of the positions they were given, they weren't given a lot of good terrains at all, to be honest.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even their main playmaker, Servar, was taken down by the players of Tribe Hirdmen. But generally speaking, JAGUAR officials, what a performance it's been so far. JAGUAR official, even though there was constantly Tribe Hirdmen from the top, peppering them down, putting up a lot of pressure against them, but they still did not crack. JAGUAR officials eliminating a lot of teams, getting those elimination points too confirmed. They were looking phenomenal. But this is how the action really kicked off in that previous game. Genesis Esports versus Tribe Hirdmen, and Tribe Hirdmen, without even breaking a sweat, eliminating the entirety of Genesis Esports in a flawless manner.
This is very underwriting coming from Genesis as well. A LAN finalist coming from BGIS gets completely shut down in the Pro Series in this first 3 games. This is very unfortunate yet, but they're not out yet. it's not over until it's really over. But these 3 games have pretty much put a hurt in their journey if they try to qualify into round number 2, especially if and only if they somehow pick themselves up in the next 3 games they are going to be playing tomorrow itself. So we leave this story at it right now, but for now, Hyderabad Hydras, one of those teams that did really well. Jaguar officials did really well, but the biggest surprise for me today has got to be Autobotz.
Without a doubt, Autobotz Esports' second game was really good. Third game as well, decent performance on the block. It's not something that you can really expect a lot, but still Autobotz Esports, given the position they had, they did pretty good. They pretty much maximized and squeezed as much performance as they could. But VOLCANO Esports, at the end of the day, they also had the circle following them consistently, and even the gods of BGMI were extremely happy with their performance today, so that's why they also had a bit of that luck backing them up. The Jaguar officials, this was the moment where Rivalry got dismantled. And unfortunately for Rivalry Esports, they had to move out in the open because the circle moved away from them.
To be honest, I feel like Jaguar officials could have gotten the chicken dinner, but that clutch play coming from Solheim, getting the knock on top of the guy on top of the mountain, is pretty much, I would say, the biggest weakness that Jaguar official had. That was their biggest advantage, but the moment that guy gets knocked, there's no way anybody's going to be able to pick him up. We saw Rage kind of drop down from the hill, hoping to try and glide around the terrain and maybe not die to fall damage, but he still died to fall damage, so nothing much to say. But the moment they lost him on top, it was over. It was over.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, because he was the man who was supposed to make the main plays, and he was supposed to provide that cover fire as well on the back line and create that space. But the moment he got taken out, right then and there, everything just went away from their hands. Even someone's stream was not doing too bad in that game, right? They were there in the final few moments. And over here, even New Version, we're seeing the glimpse of them, but New Version is not able to close things out.
Yeah, New Version has been struggling for the longest time. I think someone's dream's macro decision in terms of rotation has been very, very spot on so far. They were the winners of that 3 teams cluster on Hatin itself, and they were the last gatekeepers, so they were able to benefit a lot in terms of finishes against New Version, against another team as well. And I think this is where it comes down to a game of consistency and make the best use of amount of points you can get in a single game. So I feel like teams like Autobotz has benefited a lot, Jaguar official has benefited a lot, Tri-Tournament is one of the biggest losers in the earlier stage of the game, but they had one of the biggest winners in terms of overall finish just because they controlled Alpha Mountain right from the start of the game.
Yeah, did pretty good for themselves on the last game, right? But another important team that we need to speak of is also going to be Hyderabad Hydras. First game, second spot. Second game, second spot. Third game, just completely down the drain. They made the push against Jaguar officials and extinguished into thin air without even fighting for a second. They got taken down so quick that we saw Hyderabad Hydras and then they just disappeared from the screen. But let's have a look at the stars of the match from the previous game. It's going to be Pork from THM with 5 finishes, Lobster with 3 rescues, and Urgent being the finisher with 4 finishes.
2 of these 3 names, we pretty much seen highlights are coming from them, right? So, well, Lobster pretty much saved the day in the final moment, that fight under the bridge. We saw Pork on top of the mountain just clutching things up big time for the team, as he was the one that completely dismantled Versatile because of his patience, because the bait coming in, you know, getting the knock on Equinox, forcing Somrush to go in for a pickup, and he patiently waited and then just took a shot against Somrush. It was an insane play coming from Pork. For Arjun, I'm sorry, VOLCANO, they may have gotten chicken dinner. We didn't see too much on screen.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, for Lobster, as you mentioned, he did have his glorious plays. But as we move on towards the MVP of the match, of course, without a doubt, it's going to be Pork. The man from the top was constantly raining down hellfire, getting 5 finishes and 45% of finish contribution. Pork is going to be the MVP.
Every team that actually took a fight against them on top of that Alpha Island, the temple area, just got completely flushed. Genesis was one of them as well, and another team came through. Pork was the one that actually saved the day. Yeah, just completely shut them out. So very nicely done. Like, this is the Tri-Tournament we kind of saw coming from BGIS, but are they going to make it all the way to land? It's going to be a completely different story here. But based on this match right here, Jaguar still topping shots here with 19 points in total. VOLCANO may have gotten chicken dinner, but they do not have enough finish points.
This is beautiful from Jaguar officials, even though they did not really get the chicken dinner, but still had a lot of elimination points to compensate for that. 19 total points, and VOLCANO Esports, even though they got the chicken dinner, but did not have enough elimination points, and because of that, they only got 18 points.
Look at Hirdmen, man. I feel bad for them. No placement points, but they've got 11 finishes that puts them into its top 4. So it just says a lot in this lobby itself. Sometimes finishes is what you need to get pulled through. But unfortunately, let's talk about bottom half as well. God's Reign, they got a chicken dinner in the second game, gets 0 points this game. Genesis, 0 points. Versatile, 0 points. Wow, that's a statement here coming from game number 3 here in round 1 of BMPS.
Yeah, but the good thing is that for those teams, they're still not going to be doing too bad in the overall standings, right? For God's Reign, they got the chicken dinner, so in my opinion, still they're going to be in the top 3 without a problem. The only thing that's going to be a bit of a problem is when the other groups step in. For them, it's not going to be that big of a threshold that they want to try and breach through. So that might just be a problem for this group.
Okay, let's talk about an unrealistic goal. You know what? Let's not talk about unrealistic goal. Let's talk about a mathematical goal right now. In order to qualify for the top 8 in overall standings, 6 chicken dinners done.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, it's unrealistic.
No,
so...
it's mathematically possible.
Yeah, but you also said unrealistic before that, so it is unrealistic at the end of the day.
I've never seen it happen before. Doesn't mean it will not happen.
The most I've seen is 5. It's happened in 2023, if I'm not wrong, or 2023 or 2024. The most I've seen is 5.
So were they on the top 8 in the overall standings?
They were there in that particular round, but after that, they got eliminated.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk about realistic expectations. Realistically, it's possible to get 5 chicken dinners.
Yeah, it is realistically possible, but I would still say in a lobby like this, 3 would be more than enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Necro. We've got a lot of teams. We've got 90 over teams in the span of this 6 days. We pray for one of these teams to actually do it.
Yeah, of course, and I'm pretty sure someone who is dominating currently might just do it. God's Reign, you never know. They've already tasted one chicken dinner. In the upcoming games, they can get a lot of those chicken dinners in their hands too. VXT as well, currently missing a chicken dinner, so VXT too can do anything. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel, and I'm pretty sure, Johnny, you're sitting in the back lines looking at that game. VOLCANO Esports finally getting that chicken dinner, but Jaguar officials, what a performance that was. Even Tribe Hirdmen, not able to get a lot of placement points, actually 0 placement points out of that game, but still 11 finishes.
Exactly. I mean, we are seeing those teams make a desperate attempt to just stay out of the danger zone of being stuck in the bottom 16, but they made it happen in the very last game. It makes things in the overall leaderboard a little bit interesting, but right now the overall leaderboard only includes 16 teams. So based on your logic that you used in BGI's 2025,
the top 8 qualified.
Yep, top 8 right now already moving to the semifinals week, but right now, only right now.
All right, you know what? I've used that logic once in the past, and I got quite the scolding, so I'm not going to try to use it again. But you know what, Johnny? Back towards the real deal and the main stuff, and that is going to be around Genesis Esports. I'm really concerned for their performance this time around. Game 1, not that great. Game 2, not that great either. Game 3, nowhere to be seen.
Hey, man, Game 1 still gave us a lot of hope, actually.
I guess.
But Game 2 and Game 3, yeah, that was a complete fadeaway coming in from the side of Genesis, and you're not the only one that is going to be concerned about them. I am too. And it is going to be such a big heartbreak because Genesis actually has good players.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know why. I have no answer to the question, like, why is Genesis failing?
Veterans, man. You've got man like Apollo's been there inside of the circuit for such a long time. Zap as well, the young man comes in with so much firepower. Shadow and OGIGL.
Yeah.
What else do you want? Just these 3 players should be more than enough to conquer the lobby. But still, for some reason, Genesis Esports' performance hasn't been that great. And I guess maybe somewhere down the line, it's also the fault of their ex-coach, I guess, because since he showed up in the grand finals, the performance has been missing.
What? I mean, this was a question from IC as well. Like, he is still trying to figure out whether they have retained their coach or not. Because Genesis, I think, yeah, we did see that dip in performance day 1 of the finals of realme BGI's 2025. Genesis did quite well for themselves, and then there was the fall-off on day 2 and day 3.
Exactly.
This time, the start itself is not great. So maybe it's like a rubber band effect that they're trying to pull back and then let go. Hopefully, when they show up after the reshuffle, we're going to see them find stable footing.
Yeah, but they're already pulled too much back at this point. Hopefully, the rubber band's not going to break.
The impact has to be at max. Like, maximum impact when they show up the next time.
Yeah, Johnny, but as I mentioned, they've pulled too much back at this point. If the rubber band breaks, they won't be able to get back forward. So Genesis Esports, in my opinion, day 1 was extremely important. Before them, just the game 1 was important. They were not able to perform in game 1, game 2, and game 3. So hopefully in the future, the performance will be there. But something that's going to help you with your performance in the game is also going to be the realme GT7. And let's not forget, if you move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs of prizes. So what are you waiting for? Move on towards Amazon and search for it right now. Let's not forget, it also comes with a stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, and also 7,000 mAh battery, and also a charger that's going to be 120 watts.
Exactly. All the things that you need to make sure that your grind of BGMI never stops. And, I mean, the iSense Graphene Rare cover as well looks amazing, feels amazing in our hands. Did you actually try it out when you had your game off?
Of course I did, Johnny. And I just love the smooth effect in that game. I mean, it was so smooth. I was gaming, but at the end, I realized, okay, now it's my turn again to cast, so I had to let it go. But generally speaking, if I was not casting, I would have played it for hours.
Hey, man, think about this, right? You have the Realme GT7 that allows you to play at 120 FPS for 6 hours straight. The charging is also going to be super quick with that 120-watt fast charger. And, of course, 7,000 mAh battery that keeps you going for hours. You use it to play BGMI, go on to Discovery Island, and contribute to the prize pool of BMPS 2025.
Exactly. And all you need to do is just play the normal classic matches. That's it. You will keep on earning the exploration points, and you can use those exploration points to get in-game cosmetics. You do not have to spend a single penny. And just by doing this, you will be contributing to this tournament itself. You will be helping us increase the prize pool of this tournament.
Exactly. And also, Necro, you and I, we got to thank Realme especially for making it happen, because for the first time, we get a device that has not been launched. It's coming out on the 27th of this month, 27th of May. So mark the date in your calendars. Heist Season 3 is on with me and Necro as well. We're going to try and figure out how to get our hands on this one, and there's one we have already hid away.
And also an important fact about this device is that it's powered by MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. So that's also an important thing because the processor allows you to play that smooth game for hours, 6 hours of stable 120 FPS. So what do you want? Move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. Before now, let's move on towards the schedule. We have seen 3 games so far. That means Group A is done for the day, but now Group B is going to be stepping in the action. Johnny, what are your thoughts about Group B?
Oh man, you asked me my thoughts. I'm gonna say Godlike is there. We have been seeing an improvement from Godlike from Kochi, Kerala, where they finished 3rd to finishing 2nd in the Realme BGMI 2025. And now one can only hope that this time is going to be the charm, because Godlike is the only consistent team inside of the top 3 of the last 2 official tournaments that have happened.
And you know what, Johnny, since you've already revealed the curtains, let's move on towards Group B. We've got Hero Xtreme, Godlike Forever over here too, and let's not forget even NoNx is inside of the mix, Team Forever, GLITCHxREBORN, Godsgiven Esports, Arknight, REDCOATS. You've also got Mysterious 4 back in the mix. You've also got shadowblitz Esports. We've seen this team as well in the past. 2 OP officials. They've had their own glorious moments, but not consistent enough.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been consistent enough, as you said. But it is going to be interesting to see. I want to keep my eyes focused on Team Forever because we saw them make that move towards 8-bit, but now they're back again with Team Forever. Oasis, Ash, Thunder, Sayan, Mafia, Storm. It is an impressive lineup on paper, but is the performance going to be the same?
Johnny, JAGUAR Esports is back.
Oh,
that
yeah,
means
baby.
Amazing is also going to be there. And Amazing's performance has always been phenomenal. This man has been performing amazingly well for his team every single time we've seen this team on the screen.
And one more team that I want to talk about in particular, this is going to be a name that not a lot of people are going to be aware about, especially the newer fans, but learn from past. It is a historic name. Just like Raw Official, you know, Raw Official, a lot of credit for bringing in legends of the BGMI circuit has been given to them. Majority of the well-known players started out in Raw Official. Learn from past has the same history. This tag holds a big responsibility, and hopefully these players can live up to all of that hype, because I'm just excited seeing this name there, man.
Yeah, exactly. Even the OG names now coming back in style. So you're basically seeing all the boomers know about this, but the zoomers might not know about this.
Pretty much.
Yeah, learn from past. I would definitely love to see what sort of a performance is going to be there, because they, just like their name, they've probably learned from the past and here to dominate the grounds in the Realme BMPS 2025. And as I mentioned, we've also got JAGUAR Esports in the mix. You've got Niku, Rebu, Amazing himself, Jack, Suki, and also Vardhan in the playing for. This is going to be an interesting one for JAGUAR, because JAGUAR has tried their best to prove over and over again, but they've always consistently failed. So hopefully this time around we can see something new. And let's not forget, even Do or Die is another name that we need to speak of, right? Last time we did see Veds in the main playing for. I'm not exactly sure how the playing for is going to be looking like now, but Do or Die, even they've got a mark to prove.
I think Realme BGMI 2025 was very interesting because, as you mentioned, that swap-in that happened for Do or Die, not just for them, for Medal as well. There were a lot of these different teams that, for some reason, things happened and the coaches were required to step in for the players. To be fair, the coaches did a pretty decent job. Weds was doing quite well on day one. Even the coach of Metal Esports did quite well on an individual level, but then they just completely fell off in the later stages. I know you want to talk about giving back to the community, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did happen in the initial stages, but later on, actually, the funny part was that Amit was able to perform and outfrag his entire team. As a coach, and that was definitely quite surprising for all of us, because Amit walking inside of the main playing for, we all had our concerns. We thought maybe he's not going to be able to keep up with the pace of the players, but still Amit was able to outfrag his players.
Exactly, but what I was coming towards is all of this happened because the teams did not have enough time to look for those replacements, to look for those players that they would use to fill in the spots of their lineups. Now there was like at least a few weeks for them to go hunting, and hopefully they found the missing pieces. But let's see how things are going to turn out for Group B, ladies and gentlemen. We are going live with their first match of the day. Group B is going to kick off their journey on the map of Sanhok.
Exactly, as the plane's going to be starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards the opposite side, which is going to be Ruins. Now, this plane flat path, once again, does seem quite balanced. Teams are not going to have any sort of problem taking the approach towards their drop location, but I would love to see a few clashes. Since it's the first game for the Group B and they're kicking things off on the map of Sanhok itself, I do expect a lot of clashes.
Oh, man, and I think, Necro, your prayers have been heard, because look at the cluster that's moving towards Paradise Resort.
Godlike.
It is going to be Godlike, and they're not going to be alone over there. It seems like there has been a little bit of trouble brewing up. It is going to be against the players of Forever. And this early drop clash, Godlike, it is a make it or break it situation.
Admino might just not be in the best possible stance, but he's still got the weaponry to try and defend himself. On the top now, catches one of the players he wants to hand out the death blow as well. An instant confirmation as well will follow up. Admino is still getting charged on by the remaining players, and he will be knocked out as well. Beautiful stuff from the side of Rivalry Esports. They're not going to let it go just like that. Lucifer gets knocked out. Revival's still possible, and it's going to be quite easy as well for Rivalry Esports. But for HeroXtreme Godlike, the man's already done. 1-for-1 trade, it's something HeroXtreme Godlike can afford, and now here comes the ruthless aggression from the boys. S-Power's going to be the recent addition, and the man's also leading the pack in a beautiful manner. Targeting down the first player already. HeroXtreme Godlike having the man advantage in this standoff.
Oh man, Godlike doing phenomenal over here, and I wanted to see what Godlike is going to like to play like in the early stage, especially with S-Power being there in the mix. But look at Punk. He has to be the first line of defense, holding off the two players of Forever Esports. The nade being cooked. If he lobs it to perfection, he can find those two knocks in a single go. It's not going to be as easy as I make it sound, but his teammates are there to back him up. And Jonathan and S-Power, can they go for this early squad wipe? Can they make it happen?
On either side of the roof, and they know exactly what's going on. What do you even call this sort of a combat? Roof warfare?
Yeah. High ground warfare, I guess.
Yeah. But hold on to that thought. Punk steps outside of the comfort zone, and that's why he gets taken out instantly. Punk knocked out, but a return knock as well was there from the side of HeroXtreme Godlike, and that one shotgun pump's going to be more than enough to end the deal against the opponents. As now HeroXtreme Godlike, they prevail off the rip in the first battle that they were caught in. Beautiful stuff. Forever Esports outside of the lobby.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared. It felt like a little bit of overcommitment coming from Punk, but Jonathan there for the backup just peeks out and stays out into the open, knowing that the player was going to come in for the duel, gets those two finishes. And what I wanted to talk about was the switch of pace coming in from Godlike over here with S-Power, Admino, Jonathan. They can be a little bit quicker on the trigger. Now you have these three world-class assaulters in your mix. All you have to do is just tell them when it's go time. 4 finishes right off the bat. But there's a lot of development in this game because Necro, it seems like we have lost a few more players than we just saw on the screens. 4 from the side of Forever Esports biting the dust, but 5 more players have been, well, eliminated from this match.
Indeed. And in general, for HeroXtreme Godlike, this is also going to be a bit of that ego boost that they need.
Of course.
We all know. HeroXtreme Godlike, they love stroking their egos over and over again. And they also love fulfilling their fans' needs. So, for HeroXtreme Godlike, aggression's going to be the key. Day 1's extremely important, and they know exactly how to perform and dominate on day 1.
The only thing of concern for me is this game could have been a little bit cleaner if they had Admino still alive. But that split drop, I think Admino finding that opening pick was very important since he was isolated. Swung the fight in the favor of Godlike, but hey, finally we have the circle in front of us. And of course, it is going to be a Camp Alpha circle right off the bat in this game of Sanhok. JAGUAR Esports control of that hill area actually can be a big play right off the bat for them. All they have to do is just be patient and wait for the finishes to come in their direction.
Indeed. And at this point, even the zone is starting to pan towards the Camp Alpha Island. Once again, second Sanhok, same patterns repeating. I'm not even sure how to feel about this, but I'm pretty sure if Seoul was over here, they would have been extremely happy. But right now, they're sobbing up.
Quark, Team Ace. Would love to see when they let the Quarks loose. Although things are going to be extremely difficult for them, especially if they are going to be stuck in this low slope. There's another team waiting for them towards the northern side. And GLITCHREBORN taking control of the southern side of the hill. Can collapse on this position at any time. There's not a lot of cover on the low grounds, on the foothills. So we do usually see teams fight for that early control. And it seems like Phoenix might have an inkling of information of where the players of Quark are.
Still, it's a big might, though. NoNx in the water lines. And shadowblitz. It's not looking good for NoNx. The players are spotted too, and look at Ligger. He's still just waiting for the players to expose themselves a bit too much. Shots were taken from the man. But Liger still not able to find those proper connections. Underneath the water, they're probably going to start to suffocate soon, so they need to peek out. And you can see his teammate just leaving him and instantly backing away towards the main island that he came from.
Adonis finding that knock for himself. Liger kicking things off, but NON, not a lot of opportunity for them to actually pull off anything over here. The other three players, they're going to be stuck on that shoreline. And Rush Boy, the moment his pixels are spotted, he's going to be finished off. So, free finishes, I guess, in the back for shadowblitz. Oh, they're looking for the second knock. Look at that. Roman spotted out as well.
Yeah. And those shots are constantly doing insane amount of damage. Luckily enough for Roman, at least he was able to cross on. And so it's now going to be in safety markers. He can back away to safety. But still for NoNx, they wanted to pull out an rotation that no one expected. But unfortunately for them, there was already someone on the shorelines.
Yeah.
Keeping a tab on that. And because of that, NoNx now need to come up with a new way to try and cross on over towards the Camp Alpha Island.
But hey, if you want to cross over and become a performer, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme GT7. Long play without overheating because of how beautifully the processor and all of the cooling systems work in this device. You have the MediaTek Dimensity processor, 120 FPS of BGMI for 6 hours straight, the 7000 mAh battery, and it comes with a 120 watt charger as well.
That's the best part, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these days devices don't really come in with a charger. But over here, the device comes in with a charger itself.
And a good one as well.
Exactly, 120 watts. And I've also heard, Johnny, in 15 minutes it can charge up to 50%.
Oh, wow.
And that 50% can last up to 1 day.
Hey, man, I'm just listening to reasons how I can play longer and go to the Discovery Island. Yeah.
To pull off this heist as soon as possible.
Yeah, but we need these for the show.
I've heard they've got a lot in stock, so...
we're going to figure something out. You guys don't tell anyone.
Yeah, please do not snitch.
Yeah, that happens every year.
Yeah, it actually does. We probably get someone on X just talking about it, leaking our plans constantly, so do not do it. Stop being a snake.
Well, it's Sanok, you gotta be a snake.
True. Can't even blame them at this point.
But what are these guys up to? Look at the Fearless 4.
Just like their name, they're fearless. They don't care about anything. They just care about pulling off a good rotation. Right now, that fear, it might just be instilled in their hearts. Unfortunately for them, the boat gets blown up, and all four of the players now in the water lines, and they know they're also getting spotted by the foes on the shorelines. The moment they peek out, a lot of shots will be taken against them, but underwater, they're also going to start to suffocate.
Yeah, this is a psychological lesson as to why sometimes being afraid is okay. And Fearless 4, they're going to learn from past. Sahil OP, we've seen this man in the past as well. Absolutely incredible player, and this time puts it all on display.
They learned the difference between being fearless and being cautious. Over here, they needed to be cautious.
Yeah, for sure.
They thought being cautious means being fearsome.
That was the most YOLO rotation I could have seen this late in the game.
They were like, you know what? Let's just cross our fingers and hope for the best. All the four players in that one single boat packed up, and they wanted to move in towards Hyrdmen, but they got caught in the mid-rotation. Look at this point, they're just getting dismantled slowly and steadily, meeting their makers. And those shots are starting to do some serious damage. Light from past. Tapping away. Sahil OP. I do remember this man, Sahil PAF from WinGod Esports.
Yeah.
Quite a glorified player, genuinely speaking. He's got some insane mechanics too.
All of them do. I mean, even Dope and Yash, we have seen in the past. I think it was 2023 and 24, the first half, when these lads were still kind of in the top of the circuit, but then they faded away towards the end of 24 and 25. I think they were just like looking for an opportunity to strike. But hey, now they choose to strike. The entirety of Fearless 4 eliminated from this match. Learn from past, walking away with 4 finishes.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
Fearless 4 eliminated from learn from past, also giving them a lesson at the same time. Learn from your past mistakes.
Which was this.
Yeah.
Do not be fearless. Some fear is always going to be good. But hey, NON, by the way, they were able to turn things around. They've secured an elimination for themselves against 2 OP official.
Yeah.
2 OP officials still have the number advantage, and I think Roman is going to be under too much pressure to deal with. This is such a difficult spot for him to survive.
But you never know what's going to be coming out on top at this point. Roman suppressed behind this house. He does reposition instantly. And now they trade positions. But for 2 OP officials, there is one of the man in the back lines too, Liability. This time around, hopefully he's not going to be Liability. Shots taken against the player. Luckily enough, he's not really going for the peaks just yet. Pulls out the shotgun. And once again for Roman, he's waiting for someone to peek out. But everyone from the side of 2 OP official just seems too disciplined. And Roman is just constantly getting baited. He thinks that the peak is going to be this moment, but the peak just never comes through. Roman now starting to run thin on patience. And since you've already realized that Liability's been taken out, that's going to be the advantageous spot for the players. And he's going to try to prioritize on eliminating that player from the game itself.
Yeah, good communication coming in from the players of NON. They are able to equalize the numbers in this fight, and now it's down to Room, and he has to handle this pressure without Levi. But utility, 2 OP official, they're running out of util. And it is going to be a big sign of concern if they can't find replenishment. Room, and he finds the angle, goes for the peak, shots connect, but not enough damage dished out. It is going to be AIM who finds the knock for his team, and now NON, I believe they are running out of juice. Necro, Levi is going to be the last man surviving. And he's going to have to 1v2 this fight.
Without a doubt, he has to. Levi in the back lines at this point. And I don't think so he's going to be leaving the position as well. A proper 2v2 in the makings, and both the teams outside of the blue. Which also means that they're going to be exhausting a lot of meds. Burning through them constantly. 2 OP officials, it's better for them to just back away since they have to leave it to back away actually. But for NoNx, it just blows that one of the players knocked out as well. Levi gets baited into thinking that both the players left on that bike.
Yeah.
And that's why he stepped out in the open, because he wanted to go for the revival as well. The man was extremely desperate. But he meets his maker indeed. Jux, they found themselves on the luckiest spot possible on the hilltop as well towards the temple. And what an 8 that was from Niku, catching the first knock itself. But still learn from past. They've got vengeance. They've got revenge in their eyes. And all they want to do is just eliminate the foes that stand against them. The hatred, it's helping them fuel their egos.
Yeah, Learn from Past is doing quite well for themselves. They went ahead and took the fight against the players of Jux, were able to secure the opening finish. And now that one was the second that they have against the players of Jux. So they already hold the numbers advantage. I think they're looking for the last 2 survivors. And Jax is like quite close to Honey. So he can't really move an inch. He gives away his spot, and then Learn from Past will have an opportunity to just pin him down and finish him off. That high ground advantage, Necro, it's been stolen away, man.
Yeah, the zone actually shifts down south all the way. But luckily enough for Team Forever, they found themselves in the prime position. The only compound available inside of the circle itself. So they've definitely got the stars aligned. Even DOD is going to try to make it inside of the circle. At this point, you can see Balu leading the pack. The remaining players in the back lines. But still on the hilltop, learn from past. They've got a few foes they want to take care of first. Then maybe look for the future grounds. With the way the zone's panning out, one thing is for sure, it's going to end out in the open.
Yeah, for sure. And the open position, right center of the circle. No one wants to take it early. We are going to see a lot of conflict towards the edge. There's a big cluster forming, especially towards the northern side. And as you said, Team Forever, I agree. Prime spot to break into the top 4 of this particular game. Mysterious 4 on our screens, 2 finishes secured, but the man who got those finishes has been shut down already. You have Snow Dart, Sketch, and Hero still alive. Look at this. Jax and Senko right next to each other, both of them just crawling, and I think the one thing they're afraid of is getting spotted out by the players of Learn from Past.
Indeed. It's just funny how many teams are right next to each other, and they don't even know each other's number. Learn from Past, maybe spotting out the man. And Nexus, realizing that maybe it's time to back away as well. ESG, Exotic, Signature. That name just sounds premium, doesn't it?
It does. Very premium, just like the realme GT7.
I know, right? ESG, Exotic, Signature.
Ooh, by the way, our signature device is the Realme GT7 for the Realme BMPS 2025. It's our official smartphone partner.
Exactly. And the features are amazing too at this price point.
I mean, if you have a device that's co-tested by both Realme and Crafton, built for BGMI, you're gonna have the peak performance, just like the peak performance we are seeing from Learn From Past. Dope strikes a blow, and Nexus is about to explode, I guess.
Yeah. His name is Honey, but he is not honey. The man packs a lot of spice. That is currently sprinkling on top of the foes. GLITCHxREBORN on the hilltop. Position of the opponents too, but don't exactly know how to get rid of him. 5 nades available though, and those can definitely be in handy. 1 nade tossed right inside of the shack as well, and maybe that might just be the one to catch the player too. And yes, it will. Zeus knocked out. Arc, unfortunately, now they're starting to get dismantled. Even Honey closes on up with all that spice. And he wants to take down the last players, just rub on top of his wounds. Arc red. Swan now needs to make his way towards Honey to try and stop the man in tracks, but Honey's just better as he takes away the last man too. And Learn From Past, they're starting to rack up eliminations after eliminations.
That was a scramble to see who got those finishes. Was it going to be the lads from Glitch, or is it going to be the side of Learn From Past? And Learn From Past definitely capitalizing. Honey, as you said, absolutely incredible. But Necro, look at what is happening here. Godlike in their first game in the Realme BMPS 2025 have lost 2 players. The 4 finishes that they have are the ones they were able to secure in the first fight of this game against Forever. And now S-Power, he chooses to strike. A little bit of pressure built on the players of Mysterious 4. Are the numbers equalized? Is Godlike finally going to pull the trigger and get those frags?
Yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike in a big world of trouble. 5 finishes acquired, but unfortunately for them, they've only got 2 players standing. And 4 in the front, Mysterious 4, Sketch and Hero next to each other. Hero Xtreme Godlike has power. This nade has to be it. It's got to be on the money. Jonathan's knocked out in the back lines, and S-Power finds that connection. The man is always known for his good nade placement, and once again, stand true to his name. S-Power now needs to unveil and reveal his true superpower as he's trapped against the foe just in the front. Needs to pop out a first aid too, needs to keep himself on top and have the advantage in the hand, but instead it's Hero with a heroic play to shut down the superpower.
Yeah, perfect timing on that jump peak, and S-Power, he tried to spam him down, but couldn't catch the timing just right. But GLITCHREBORN, ouch, well, they glitch out of existence as do or die. Just make that bounce, and the finishes are going to be claimed by DOD. 4 finishes in the bag.
That's got to blow.
Yeah.
Palu was the only casualty in that fight, but DOD.
And Glitch was doing quite well, by the way, before DOD made that bounce. I believe they had like 7 eliminations secured.
Yeah, they also had the control of the compound available. So for GLITCHxREBORN, the only thing that really went against them was they needed to leave that compound and move inside of the circle. The moment they were exposed, that's when they were pounced and eliminated from this game. And do or die, we're waiting for the exact same opportunity. Look at what's happening over here. ESG, exotic signature, eliminating the foe underneath them.
Well, I mean, Synax and Jux, they were sharing the hill for a long time, and I think Jux just got confused. Where did the sound come from? And Synax hid behind the rock for a few extra seconds and made the peak with the perfect timing to get that frag. But we're finally down to the top 8 teams, 17 players still alive in this game. And Mysterious 4 Hero is the last survivor. Has to be cautious. Knows where the shots are coming from the flank, knows where Phoenix is, spots him, out goes for the spray, but Phoenix, my goodness, that was the first shot, headshot connection, and the rest of the spray on his body as the last man, Hero, gets eliminated. I think Phoenix is going to be next.
Team Forever, all the 4 players still standing. Now it's time to step outside of the comfort zone and be a little bit proactive. Prioritize the grounds, get as much control as possible, try and stop the players of DOD in their tracks. Oasis taking those shots against him. And DOD constantly getting hit. Taken down extremely low. Problems are going to be there continuously for the players of DOD. And even Learn From Past. But Learn From Past, they've got the ball in their court. They've got a lot of momentum as well, and also the high ground to work with. But DOD is the only team that can put the spanner in the works.
Oh, but the circle, Necro, it decides something else. It completely shifts in the favor of Learn From Past. And all of a sudden trouble is going to be there for Team Forever and Duoda. And also, as we saw, Waste lost. He had very little ammunition left on that M4. I hope he found some crates and the replenishments, because Team Forever right now are going to be asked to take this fight head on against the players of DOD before they can charge towards the side of Learn From Past. ESG, Cinco eliminated from the game. We're down to the top 3 teams, 10 players still alive. Team Forever with 4, Learn From Past with 3, and DOD with 3, but Learn From Past. Here comes the bounce and the knock onto Reaper.
Omega as well taken out, but unfortunately for DOD, the man number is just not enough for them to actually take the fight home, and that's why they get eliminated. It was a massive pinch between Team Forever and Learn From Past. And Learn From Past, look at the amount of eliminations they've managed to secure. 15 elimination points so far. Learn From Past on the verge of dropping a nuclear performance in the game one itself off the realme BMPS 2025. And one day, that's going to deal with all the players, and that's it. Learn From Past, a mega performance from the boys, dropping a nuclear performance off the rip.
Yeah, man, I don't know how much they've learned from their past, but I would like to have the same lesson, please, because, yeah, what is that, like 18 or 19 eliminations in that opening match of theirs? Absolutely incredible. What a moment for this team, and as I said, this tag itself within the community in the BGMI clans holds a lot of responsibility. There is a lot of history behind them, and even the players themselves at an individual level. We have seen these lads in the past. I think Honey is one of those new names, but everyone else we have seen in past. You talk about Yash, you talk about Dope. I think it is the same guy who used to be known as Dope got no chill, and he definitely had no chill back then, and he has no chill right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dope is extremely doing good for himself, and let's not forget even Honey constantly pushing up close and personal against the teams, going for that fight, and honestly winning those fights as well into proper duels. So yes, for Learn From Past, they've got a pretty solid lineup here, and hopefully the consistency is going to be continued even in the upcoming game of Miramar, because we usually do see the consistency fade away for a while.
That's the one thing we are going to be concerned about. If they can be consistent in the next round, because I think with this game they pretty much already move on to round 2, even if they secure no points moving on from here on out. Because this is going to be around
25 to 27.
28 to 29 points, because they got, the only thing that's confusing is whether they got 3 finishes from
the last team.
From the last team, Team Forever, or they got all 4. Because they had 15 eliminations before they took the fight against Team Forever. So that's the addition, 28 to 29 points. And that is incredible. Moving on from here on out, 3 to 4 points per game in the rest of the matches. And this team is going to be good to go for round 2, at least bare minimum.
So let's just say they've got more than 25 points. So 25
plus.
And incredible standings, too, from the side of Learn From Past. Because we're seeing this team for the first time, and still the performance. I mean, these 4 players put together, who would have thought in such less time they're going to perform on such a level? Everyone's talking about the new roster shuffles that happen in the no-names, but what about these teams?
Exactly, and that's the most interesting thing about this particular lobby. Because if you notice, the top 3, who were they? Do or Die, Team Forever, and Learn From Past. And then there's a new team in the form of ESG, but all 3 of these names are the names that everyone thinks are always going to be middle pack, but they're all off to a great start. Even Team Forever was able to rack up decent number of finishes, and same goes for Do or Die.
I know, right? For Do or Die, once again, they're trying to rely on their consistency. They're trying to rely on their survival instincts. Hopefully it's going to get them to the upcoming stages, but for Do or Die, they also need to amp up the aggression, and they need to rely a lot more on the firepower as well. This is how the action really kicked off. Here, Xtreme, Godlike, they were trying to take down the players of Rivalry Esports, but trades were going back and forth constantly. But in the end, Hero Xtreme Godlike did end up winning this fight. They had still 3 players standing, but unfortunately losing out on Admino, that really kept him on the edge.
I mean, it was a difficult situation, but over here, NON versus 2 OP officials. That was a very interesting fight as well. The 2v2 extended for quite a long time between the 2 sides, but this is where Learn From Past, I think, just decided, all right, let's just go ham on everyone, because first fight they took, it was basically a free frag they got from the shoreline, picking off a team that was making a boat rotation, and then after they picked off Jux, they just kept pushing for anyone they saw.
Yeah, I mean, Learn From Past, even that hilltop is something that really helped them quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Jux Esports, rightfully this was supposed to be their game. Since they had the hill control, since they had everything planned up pretty well for themselves, but then Learn From Past came through like absolute maniacs, destroyed them, took their spot over, and they just started to rule the entire map of Sandhawk.
Yeah, and then Team Forever. I'm very happy seeing Team Forever play like this. I mean, this was a decent start to the day. And all right, they got all 4.
Look, for Team Forever, in my opinion, they got extremely lucky since the zone was constantly favoring them over and over again. And they were just sitting in that same compound. Yes, they were getting those scrappy elimination points here and there, but I'm pretty sure they don't even have more than 5 elimination points in the end.
That's 7.
They had 7?
Yeah, they had 7 eliminations. And with the top 2 finish, I think if they can be consistent, get 6 to 7 eliminations, or maybe just 5 eliminations and finish in the top 3 consistently, I think this is going to be a decent outing for Team Forever at the end of round 1.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if they've managed to close in on the second spot with 7 eliminations, then that's more than enough, right? That's a decent amount of points for them to try and make that first game statement. So Team Forever is going to be on a decent spot, probably on the second spot in the overall board as well, in this particular group I'm speaking of. And, of course, without a doubt, Learn From Past is going to be out the top. I really wanted to see a lot more from JAGUAR Esports, but since the way things really unfolded for them, it was not looking that great. And how did we forget Fearless 4?
Oh, yeah, Fearless 4. I mean, they're going to learn their lesson, right? Be a little afraid in certain situations, especially if you're completely exposed making a board rotation. But we have the stars of the match on our screens. And, of course, as I said it, the man has no chill. It's going to be Dope going all out. We have Mafia from Team Forever, who becomes the best companion. And Dope, again, becomes the finisher of the game with 6 eliminations. Wait, just 6,300 distance traveled.
Yeah,
They didn't move a lot, did they?
Yeah, of course they did not. Learn From Past, they dropped towards Camp Alpha, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And from there, they started moving around the shorelines, taking down Fearless. And then they went on top of the hill, got a few more elimination points secured right there. And right then and there, in that same scenario, in that same area, they were able to rack up a lot of elimination points. MVP of the match is going to be Dope himself with 6 finishes and 32% finish contribution.
Well, an incredible performance coming in right off the bat. And if you start your day on a note like this, you gotta make sure you keep this going. That's the only request I have from the side of Learn From Past. They have an incredible start. If they can keep the momentum going, or if they can get anywhere close to this on the next map itself, that should be enough. On Erangel, you can just take a backseat, take a chill pill. Do not need to overexert yourself. You can have a 20 bomber again on Miramar. That is it. That's all you need.
And since Group A as well was not able to have a lot of big games, that's also going to help them, this group specifically, to move on and topple over the players of Group A. So that should not be that tough, and especially if you've got a team playing like this in the Game 1 itself, then I'm pretty sure for Group A, that first spot might be stolen away from you in the Game 2 itself.
Ooh, I think that can actually happen.
Yeah.
Now, all we got to do is just pray that they actually pull it off, because I think this has gotten both of us quite excited. This was unpredictable.
Who would have thought? Other than Hero Xtreme Godlike, there would be someone to dominate this lobby, and that's Learn From Past, right? But still, we've got some big names. JAGUAR Esports, too. Since it's just the first game, we're going to let that go. JAGUAR Esports can come out on top. We know their potential. We've also got so many new names in this one. You've also got Arc Knights. We saw this team in the past in the BGMI itself, and their performance wasn't really something that put them ahead, but still it was decent to sustain them for a long time.
And can't count out a team like Forever Esports as well. They were previously known as Forever Hydras, if you remember. And again, not the greatest of starts, but still, R2, he's one of those players that we have seen can actually be an incredible individual player and can make sure that his team walks away with a decent number of points. But hey, there we have it. The match rankings, 29 for Learn From Past to sit on the first position. And then you have Forever on the 13th position with, on the second with just 13 points.
That is insane. 19 finishes from the Game 1 itself. Usually, the rookies struggle in the Game 1. But this time around, Learn From Past, they definitely have learned quite a bit from the past. They've probably watched a lot of YouTube broadcasts as well, and now they're over here to try and showcase what they've learned from the past, and now they're just dominating the lobby. 29 points in total.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't think you can call these lads rookie at this point, because as you said, this is a boomer name, right? They have been there for the longest time. It's just that I think now they finally decided that, all right, let's just like showcase what we're made of once again for the second time. People have stopped respecting us. It's time to gain the respect back.
But I'm not going to lie, I love ESG's name. Signature, exotic. I mean, it's one of the most premium names that you can see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's quite a nice name. We just got to hope that they make it to the late stages.
Yeah, hopefully that premium nature actually lasts them for a long time, because it would be quite disheartening to see them get eliminated in the round 1 itself. I would love to see them move on for a long time. And the same thing can be said for teams like Do or Die and 2OP Officials. Now, let's speak about them. What a big blunder that was towards the top right.
I think, again, I don't want to say it, but liability in the early stages does end up being a liability. Even the last time in realme BGS 25, I think it was the last few matches where he actually played very well on an individual level.
Yeah.
All the other games were not so great, and I think it is going to be the same thing this time around. Although one of the names that I think we might have forgotten a little bit is GLITCHREBORN.
Oh, yeah.
Glitch is kind of a known name. Ever since that incredible run in BGI's 2023, they were absolutely incredible. We'll still hope for more, but are they going to deliver in the upcoming matches? We'll find that out after this very short break.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025, where we have begun our journey of forging champions. The Super Johnny joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, what a surprising start to the journey of Group B, where we have teams like Godlike, we have teams like GLITCHREBORN, Forever Esports, and yet it is a team learned from past that ends up dominating everyone.
Well, all things considered here, let's talk a little bit more on the facts based on history itself, right? I feel like Versatile did a pretty okay start in their respective group in the first half, but Godlike, starting things off with S-Power here, it looked kind of shaky here, especially when we have both Jonathan and Admino, one of the MVPs in the contention during their run into the LAN Finals Realme BGIS, to come in here in BMPS to give a very, very shaky performance. I think Admino was one of the first players to get finished off and sent to the lobby in that game itself. So that was a kind of a surprise for me, to be honest.
All right, this is since you show up every few months and then you go back home for, I'm not blaming you for going back home. I mean, we love you. We'd love to keep you forever. But so there's a lesson. There was like a tournament like a few years back. And at the end of that tournament, it's a viral screenshot that goes around every few months. And I think most of the people are going to know what I'm talking about. There was a MVP ranking screenshot that went viral. It had S-Power, Punk, Jonathan, and Admino. All four of them used to play for different teams back then. And someone went on social media and said, what would happen if we put all four of them together? Took Godlike 2 years to make it happen, but man, they made it happen. And now it's time for these lads to actually deliver, because this has been a build-up 2 years in the making.
Hey, now's the time to actually show, to ask the next catchphrase here was what? MVP or what?
Yeah, I mean, all four of them were there in the top finish leaderboard back then. So, guys, go ahead and do your thing again.
Okay, I'm curious to see whether things are going to be working out for them here, especially now it's just one game for them. They have more to go, and this next upcoming game is going to be very, very important for them.
Exactly, but one more thing that is important for you guys is to check out the Realme GT7. Go ahead on Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you could stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. It is an amazing device, comes with a lot of power pack features, like the battery that we talk about, 7000 mAh, 120 watt charger that it comes with, but For the players that like to play BGMI, the device was co-tested by Realme and Crafton for BGMI. So you can play 120 20 FPS BGMI for 6 hours non-stop. That is there for you guys. So go ahead and check out the Realme GT7. It is going to be launching on the 27th of this month, on 27th of May. And of course, thank you to Realme for giving us early access to these devices, because, yeah, we are definitely... Are you in on the heist this time?
I already have one.
Oh.
Yeah, I actually took one of it. That's why there's only one phone here instead of two.
All right.
If you get it, you get it. If you know, if you know, you know. Anyways.
Don't tell anyone if you know, though.
Yeah, moving on. Let's talk a little bit more on how things are going to be shifting so far here, because we saw a lot of surprises coming from the first 3 matches here. But this next upcoming one, I feel like in terms of history, let's bring back a little bit of history lessons coming in from last year's BMPS. The 2 star players coming from that time was none other than Joker and Sim, which is this actually happened in Kochi itself at the LAN finals. But it feels like when they came into its BGIS, both these 2 players were kind of shaky. Even Sim, during the run with Hero Stream, got like coming in from Rui BGIS 2025, which is 2 months ago. It was kind of shaky. But it was just just popping off after popping off. And now with Sim being subbed out, what actually went wrong?
I think they're just trying to bring in a little bit more aggression. Of course, if you have S-Power, Admino, and Jonathan, then as an IGL, Punk doesn't really have to worry about micromanaging the player and telling him exactly what he needs to do. He knows all 3 of these individuals play with the same mindset. You tell them to go somewhere, they're going to go there, then they're going to start looking for people to take down. In case of Simp, might be that extra little step of, all right, just watch here, be a little careful. If something happens, let me know. With these 3 lads, you don't need to communicate that much. You just tell them when it's go time, and it's go time at that time. Maybe it is an experiment in process that we are seeing from Godlike, but this is just a theory right now. This is just like my personal thoughts on what is going on and how we are going to see it develop. I think just we give them round 1 to experiment, and if things don't work out, always bring in your super sub Simp to step in.
Enough. But all things considered here, Forever Ross has had a trend coming from BGIS as well. They've always hard commit into his paradise regardless. It is their home ground. They've been playing there like almost forever. That's why hence the name Forever Esports. But for them to actually go head-to-head against Godlike was a little bit of a questionable play, but all things considered, here is going to be today's match schedule up on screen for you guys. We've had 4 matches for Group A, as well as 1 match coming from Group B. Sorry, 3 for Group A, 1 for Group B, and now we're going to be going into game number 5 of today, which is game 2 for Group B.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out for Group B, because learn from past, man, they've set the bar quite high for the other teams of Group B. And knowing it is Miramar, I think my expectations are going to be the highest for a squad like Godlike, because this is the map where we saw them sort of make all of the bounce backs inside of the Realme BGIS 2025. This was the map where they performed the best. So even this time around, especially with S-Power being there in the mix, I'm going to hope that Godlike actually finish in the top 3 with a decent number of eliminations. Other than that, I think GLITCHREBORN is one of those names that I want to see perform, because, again, this is what I was saying before we went on the break. They made a big impact in 2023 in Mumbai. You were there. We saw how we were hyped about this team, man, and this organization in general. Amazing people. And then there was a little bit of a fade away in 2024, which left us disappointed. But 2025, they're making a comeback. They had a decent run in the Realme BGIS 2025, although weren't really able to make it all the way towards the finals. But now in BMPS, hopefully things work out.
Well, this is my biggest question. Why is Akshat not playing?
Oh, I think he just took a step back again.
Like, he is the guy that everybody has a lot of expectations to, just because of his experience, his achievement, his accomplishments. Even in his previous round in BGIS itself, yes, they did not qualify, but he was the guy that we were always looking out for.
Yeah.
And for him to take a backseat this time,
I mean,
honest opinion, thoughts?
Honest opinion, I don't think I'll be a little too worried, because they added Dark Lord and Skips, and these 2 lads also have a lot of experience. Avi is there as well. He's one of the oldest players, not in terms of age, but in terms of how long he's been part of the circuit as well. So they have options, and the mix seems right on paper. It's just about, can they make it work? Especially Avi, he's an amazing human being, right? One of the purest-hearted creatures I've met. I would be happy to see him actually make it work. He's the IGL, always under a lot of pressure for the longest time. And hopefully just things work out. But GLITCHREBORN, they need to bring in that aggression. Let's see how this game number 2 is going to turn out. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move towards the map of Miramar. And here we go.
Well, without further ado, we are going to be coming into its match 5 for day number 1 of the realme BMPS 2025. And we are heading in towards the deserty plain mountain terrains of Miramar itself. And now the flight path is going to be starting from the north side of La Cabrera and then ending towards the outskirts of Puerto Paraiso. So a pretty, I would say, balanced flight path towards majority of teams, except for teams heading towards Ladrela, Chumacera. It is going to be a far stretch here. We are going to be expecting contentions of vehicles along those roadsides. But for now, I'm genuinely curious here. Is anybody going to be having drop clashes so far? Because just now we did see Godlike and Forever Esports this time. No more Forever Red Ross.
Yeah, no more Red Ross in the name. Too many name changes with this team in this year itself, man. First, the lineup was playing under WSB, then they became Red Ross, then they became Forever Red Ross, and now they're just Forever Esports. And this is within the last 3 tournaments they played, by the way.
Hey, sometimes in life, you know, if things don't work out, you gotta make changes.
Every tournament?
Why not?
I mean, sure. All right, but hey, we get a little bit of a drop clash, I guess. Forever and 2OP look towards LSR.
Well, speaking of the flight as well, seems like it's a very balanced one, so it's not super out of the world.
Yeah.
I would say for teams who are already inside the zone, like teams like Mysterious Force is already in Hacienda, they will have a little bit more time to actually loot up, to stock up those vehicles as well, which is very interesting because we don't get a lot of opportunity to see the inventories of those vehicles and what they are stocking up. Majority of the time is going to be nades, smokes, or even meds, but we don't really see it too often. But all things considered, I feel like Mysterious 4 has been a name that has been mysterious for the longest time, right? Like 1 minute they're at top of the roll, 1 minute, where did they go?
It's a hit or a miss every single game that they play. And hopefully this time it is going to be a hit because the last game was a complete miss. But talk about miss, it seems like Godlike as well missed an opportunity to strike a convincing blow in that first match, the map of Sanok, and hopefully they are going to try and recover to the best of their abilities in this game of Miramar. Although decent amount of map control given to them towards the southwestern edge of the circle, there's no one towards their relative northeast, so they have a lot of map area to work with. How do they turn things with this much of map control? The opportunity is going to be there to move towards Los Leones and pick off the teams exiting the city, but will Godlike take that in the early stages?
I'm curious to see how Godlike is going to take this approach, right? Like first game, blunder, obviously. You know, drop clashes, it is always going to be a 50-50 coin flip here. You got good loot, great. You've got a Uzi, great. You've got a shotgun, great. You've got a DMR or a Car 98K as a starting weapon, not great. But all things considered, now that they have a comparatively better start, I want to see how their mid-rotation and is going to work out for them. Because obviously losing out their admin rather early from the first game itself may affect them morally. So why I specifically mentioned this? Because that is insider information that I was given by Robin when he was coaching Hero Extreme Godlike during their LAN finals in Kolkata itself.
I mean, it can happen, but let's see how things turn out for Godlike. I believe in Punk, man. He's just been asking his fans to be patient, and things are going to work out. And to be fair, we have seen improvement, because in Kochi, Kerala, they finished 3rd. In Kolkata, they ended up finishing 2nd. So if you see the trajectory of Godlike's performance, technically it looks like they are going to finish 1st in realme BMPS 25.
They did mention it, you know. They signaled it when during their prize ceremony. During their podium finish, even though they weren't able to give a speech in Kolkata itself, they said next year. But on screen right now, we do see a drop clash happening right now. Mysterious 4 going head-to-head against GLITCHREBORN. Wow.
It's going to be an interesting fight. Fraga, he has the high ground, but runs out of utility down to the last nade. His teammates need to provide some cover fire, deny the entry to the players of Glitch. But hey, they make the pounce. Fragger finds the opening. He's looking for the second. Gets traded out instantly. But from the distance, Sketch, right in the nick of time, was able to find another man from the side of Glitch. And it is Avi and Skips that have been knocked out. Harsh and Dark Lord still left in a fighting stance. But they have to make the healing utility come in play right now. Dark Lord going for a revive onto Avi, and Harsh is going to look to relieve some pressure and make sure the players of Mysterious 4 just stay in the back lines.
Great return fire coming from Sketch, but they need to regroup because GLITCHxREBORN, they're taking all the time in the world to actually go in for a reset. Skips, they actually let go of the resurrection. And that's going to be 3-man standing for now as Harsh continues to try and get those confirmation. And because of this, it is going to buy enough time for Mysterious 4 to kind of creep up. And guess what? They've got a 2-2 split right now, surrounding GLITCHx, hoping to go for those frags. And Fragger, he's going to get tapped up pretty low. He's looking the wrong direction as Harsh picks him off.
But in the back lines, what has happened is Mysterious 4, they brought one of their fallen players back. So again, M4 is there with the 3-man lineup. And Snowjawed who went on that rescue mission, but GLITCHREBORN, they reset themselves quite well. All 4 players now alive and standing. They've gotten one finish, but that was a very scrappy fight, I see. It could have taken turn for the worse for the side of Glitch, had only M4 committed. Because for a moment, it was a 2v2.
No, for a moment, GLITCHxREBORN might have just been wiped out, but the mistakes coming from Mysterious 4 might be the jitters, might be just Game 2 itself. But this play pretty much gave that opportunity for GLITCHxREBORN to actually bounce back. But for Mysterious 4, great call as well to just completely say, you know what, this is just not worth it. Just back off, live to fight on another day. In this case, that day is going to be in a couple of minutes. Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30, maybe a different team. But for now, Mysterious 4, they have to calm themselves. They have regrouped, they have reset it. But they have to continue the journey without Fragger. And as of yet, with that fight itself, this is not looking good for Mysterious 4.
Yeah, it's not looking good. One player lost, stuck out into the open. They're close to the center of the circle as well, which means there's a very high probability that a lot of teams are going to just show up knocking on that door. On the other side of things, I think on the finish we saw it, I see Forever Esports, they showed up looking for revenge against the players of Godlike, and they were able to pick off Admino. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you guys need to pick out and check out for yourself, it is going to be the new Kia Syros. Comes with a lot of incredible features evolved by the future. Has the Trinity panoramic display, the dual pane panoramic sunroof, the Kia Connect 2.0 with 80 plus Kia Connect features, and over-the-air software updates as well. Car from the future, movement that inspires for sure.
Well, when you want a great car, you got to check it out for sure. But all things considered, let's talk a little bit more on Quark Team Ace, because this is a team that I believe is formerly known as Ace Official, I think? No, actually it's not. This is interesting to see them actually make an appearance here. And I want to see whether or not can they actually make a comeback, or maybe a surprise factor here, because that game in Sandhawk was a little bit of a big question mark for me, to be honest.
Oh no, look at the shift of the zone. It's a hard shift towards the east. Truck stop now, smack center. And Oasis is definitely going to be made happy for the second time. First on Sanhok, the early read of the zone is perfect. And now on Miramar as well. Because Team Forever, that control from Elazar to truck stop, that's a lot of map control they have for themselves. The question is, can they convert it into finishes?
They have to, right? And based on this zone itself, truck stops terrain in general, it's very difficult to play just because there is a lot of mountain terrain surrounding those vicinities. So yes, having high ground is great and all, but because of how the topography is pretty much designed to, there is just so many nooks and cracks that people can potentially come out of. And I would say the element of surprise is going to be a very, very key factor. But again, because of those elements of surprise, it's so hard to move out because you're constantly in fear, in paranoia mode that you might get picked off. But Hero Extreme Godlike, look at this, S-Power, he finds a random straight out and open, he's proned up, and he's not taking his chances at all, which is kind of surprising because it feels like it might have been a free shot for him.
Yeah, but there's another team on the flank, so Godlike could not risk it for that particular biscuit, but this time, Jux against the players of TOP Official. And it is going to be 2OP stuck in a corner. Bot fire. Oh, he was not spotted out for a second, but he did not get a second opportunity to strike. The knock is going to be secured by the players of Jux, and they just keep putting the pressure on the players of 2OP official. Last two men left alive, and it is going to be Shoot Puglu and Liability. 2OP official not really having a fun time in their opening day.
That was so unfortunate, but Shubagalu now has to make a push, but no, he gets pumped instead by Nico with those shotties as Jux gets 3 very, very easy finishes instantly with the rush, but from afar, Forever Esports pretty much spots them out, tries to take a couple of jabs, but because of this, Jux Esports, they are ready to run out of this fight from the get-go, just because of the potential third parties if they hard commit and get picked off or get knocked.
This is gonna be so intense, and Liability. Oh no, he's gonna walk into a trap and die, right?
Are we gonna see the potential Liability again here? But guess what? Do or die. They actually heard him. Offnish gonna go for those nades. Liability knows he's been scouted out, and once he's committed to this, there's no way for him to get out as well. It's so difficult. And it seems like he's going to try and hard commit to this. He's all by himself. Nobody to back him up and do or die. They know he's alone. And they are going to try and flush him. But just for a safety check, they are going to play it a little bit safe. Expecting that maybe Liability has some backup. But he gets spotted out. He's stuck. And nope, here he comes. No, the pickup animation! Almost messed things up. He's got the shotgun. He's got the 3 bullets. He's looking for the off angle. But he somehow survives. Sees a pixel, but he somehow finds a pick. How are you doing it? Is Liability
in the smoke? He makes it work, but still has to secure the finish. He's the last man left alive for 2OP. Oh! Gets the second. Down to 2 players they go. Do or die.
Third one.
Liability looking for the third, and he gets it, but the last man finishes him off. What was that? Could have been a big blunder from the players of Do or Die. And Liability could have had the biggest play of his life. That was a clip it and ship it moment if he made it happen.
Oh my goodness, Do or Die. They've got to be scratching their brains. They almost got completely wiped out by one player. But as we call it as it is, props to them, they survived. But unfortunately for Liability, he wasn't able to convert any of those points. So reality is, even though it was a good play, there's absolutely no value on that play.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Hey man, it was one of those all-in moments, right? Either you go for glory or you just get completely annihilated. But or it could have been just like absolutely hilarious from the perspective of Do or Die.
I swear to God, auto loot is by far one of the most effective systems in the game to allow you to, conveniently loot up as quickly as possible, efficiently loot up. But in terms of clutch situations like this, his animation right there actually almost cost him the fight. Well, he still lost, but still, he could have gone down in the most unfortunate way.
Yeah. Whoa, everyone is just left lacking, right? Everyone's just hoping, man, it would have been so impressive if he got all 4. But you know what's even more impressive? It's the realme GT7. Long play without any overheating, ladies and gentlemen. Because you can play BGMI at 120 FPS for 6 hours non-stop. That is how good this device is. And of course, that is because it was co-tested by Realme and Crafton. The GT7, it launches on the 27th of May, so do make sure you go onto Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
Well, speaking of prizes right now on screen on esports, they do find Jux so far. They've got one very, very nice pick, but unfortunately the conversion is not in their hands because Jux, they're getting a couple of shots from afar. Unfortunately, they're all out in the open, and they don't really have a lot of good position so far, as they are going to be on the northern side of the zone, and they've got a very, very far rotation they have to make here. As NoNx, they want to continue their journey. They want to try and flush things out. And Lavish is deciding if he wants to go for it, but seems like hesitation is in play. But Levi finds a nice angle instead. And they get the knock, and Jux, they are going to be scrambling to run for it as well. Almost finds the last connection for Levi. But unfortunately, they won't be able to get out. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Another guy picks him off instead. And they will lose Amarang.
Yeah, small miscalculation from the players of Jux. Amazing, and Niku has been shut down. left with the last two players, but nowhere left to go. I think Jux, their journey in this map of Miramar might just come to an end, but when Esports poured out from the northern side, it is going to be the side of SB that is taking those shots upon the players of NON.
Well, feels bad coming from Jux. That's going to be them getting taken out. Final player Jux finished off by Forever Esports. Two teams getting them completely shut down as they went on a panic mode. And based on the terrain right here, I think they actually got finished off in between Forever Hydras, SB, and also NON. So you can see the panic mode setting in their rotations, and because of that, they got completely shut down by three of these teams. How ironic it is, but all things considered, that's the nature of the game. Expected and unexpected.
But look towards the western edge. You have learned from past, I think, finally stepping up into the action, and they have an opportunity to strike a blow towards Mysterious 4 and GLITCHREBORN, but we'll come back to that fight in a bit. Right now, we're going to focus towards the southern edge. In fact, this is a fight happening outside of the circle's edge. Quark Esports taking on the players of ARC. And Quark off to a decent start, one finish secured, but only two players left alive in this game. And they have their prey surrounded, because look at the radar, it's just one man that's trying to get away from the players of QE. And Godlike is closing in from the eastern side as well. If Godlike, they time this right, they can wipe out two teams in a single blow.
Well, speaking of which here, this is a little bit different from what I was expecting of them. I was expecting Hero Extreme Godlike to actually go for those 1-1-1-1 push, which they have done before.
Same.
But it seems like they are grouped up in Miramar. And based on how they've been rotating from edge zone so far, I don't think they have had any opportunity so far to get center control. So it seems like grouping up is going to be the strategy they are going to be making through here. They are going to be making the call to actually push into his truck stop to try and reset and get their bearings. They will have a decent amount of smokes here, but it looks like based on this angles, they are going to try and make a little bit more of an exit here as they try and stock up a couple more utilities before going for another push. But it seems like S-Power, he was able to find a little bit more, but they want to play and lay low a little bit. They did hear a couple of gunshots in the far north of this vicinity, so hoping to find an opportunity while engaging against Quark Ace, who's going to be on the far west side from this vicinity of truck stop.
Well, let's see how things turn out. But moving again back to the players of Godlike, it was an interesting position they were in, but here they come, the players from Learn From Past. Blow struck towards GLITCHREBORN, but it came from a third party from ESG. And Learn From Past have an opportunity to capitalize. They are looking for those finishes. They've lost one player, ESG Nexus. Look at him, Dark Lord knocked out in front of him. And Harsh is going to be forced into a different direction. The finish is going to be secured by ESG as they move up to 4 finishes secured in this game already.
I'm curious to see how ESG is going to be performing as well. This time, they have a little bit of a better preparation coming to BMPS. With this game itself, they got themselves 6 finishes. That's a big game coming from ESG. Meanwhile, on the circle itself, it is going to continue to shift into the mountain terrains as ESG being forced to rotate in from the southwest corner. And right in front of them, they did catch moments of shadows coming from Glitch, with Harsh being the last man standing coming from GLITCHX. We've got Arc as well, it's going to be pretty much gatekeeping them very, very soon. But they did see remnants coming from Harsh, and I think they actually spotted his leg. So that's going to be the flush coming through from ESG as they continue to hunt for those finish points.
Oh, man. But this player from the side of Glitch, oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see what's going to happen to Harsh, but he just gets gunned down out into the open. That was brutal to watch, but 7 eliminations. So ESG doing already a lot better than what they were able to pull off on that previous map of Sanok.
Hey, all things considered, what just happened? Well, that's points in the pocket for ESG. But as the circle continues here, ESG doing their due diligence, checking every single corner from the southwest corner. And it seems like they do have a very decent amount of control. They're very happy about this positioning. Meanwhile, on the south side for Truck Stop, Hero Extreme Godlike, they know that the teams are coming from the south side, and guess what? They dodged the engagements coming from the south side. They are going to push into ESG.
But they have no entry point. Exactly. ESG is blocking that southwestern entry, and towards the west, you have Learned From Past. I think Godlike, this game has just taken a very, very dark turn for them. On the other side of things, NON still just running around hoping that they can find someone, but this time they run into the players of shadowblitz. Fight happening towards the northern edge of the zone, and NON do not really have enough to commit. They find a knock, but Lavish and Rush Boy, both of them get taken out, and it's the last man, Roman, left alive to secure, at least try his level best to secure these eliminations. shadowblitz up front, Forever Esports on his flank, and Learn from Past has his position as well. NON Esports can't really do anything from there on out.
Wow, Learn from Past, just absolute masterclass here. They know they've got advantage, and they went in for the push, and they got themselves a very, very nice pick off as well. Sahil OP, known to be the Clutchmeister for himself. But I'm looking forward to see even more. But here, Extreme Godlike, they finally collapse, and this is going to be the entry point coming in. They find the opening knock on Skyline, and guess what? Another knock comes through, and that's going to be Signal taken out as Godlike finds the crack in those defense as they go in for the flush. They go in for those finishes, and Aim got legs to fall potentially as he gets surrounded. He's laying low in those vehicles as Punk circles his way through, but Asmund, wait, they don't see him.
Oh, not for now, but it is going to be a very unpleasant surprise waiting for them. But Godlike, Espower, he's taking some nasty shots from the distance, and he has to be careful as well, because even the players from the side of GG are showing up towards his flank. It's not going to be an easy position for him to drag himself out of.
Did they not see Aim God at all? Like,
Nope.
ESG, they just kept completely still, and he's still there. Oh my goodness, Hero Extreme Godlike, they might have fumbled a little bit here. As Aim God, if he waits for the right moment to strike, this is going to put a dent to them. And fortunately for them, Circle is going to come through, and guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to drive by an S-Power. They are going to walk exactly by him as well. They don't see him at all. Aim God is going to find it come up, and here comes the pump. He gets what he's looking for too, but no, he misses the shot. S-Power, insane reactions, goes in for the flick and takes him out before he goes down. Oh my goodness, that could have been a disastrous moment for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Man, I thought he was for a second. He almost lined both of them up and was able to take them down, but luckily they still survive with 3 players. But let's see how things turn out. Punk, he's keeping the players of Learn from Past at base, trying to see if he can keep them at some distance. But Yashi has closed in quite a lot, and Godlike, they're struggling on the edge of the circle as well, which is going to be a big sign of concern in the next 2 seconds.
Oh boy. But speaking of signs of concern, it is stage 6, a very, very slow circle rotation. So it's going to be fine. They have all the time in the world to actually do it up and wait for it. But Learn from Past, they've been having a lot of fun. 3 finishes so far, but they have been taking a lot of shots from afar, trying to make life miserable for any team rotating into this defensive zone.
I mean, they have been doing that since the previous game, and this time I think their next target is going to be shadowblitz. And a helping hand being lent by the players of Forever Esports as well, but Sahil OP repays the favor in kind. Gets the knock into the gas station, and the finish is going to be secured, I believe, by the players from Learn from Past. But Forever Esports, there's nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. Either take the fight against shadowblitz and secure the points and then get taken out by Learn from Past, or LFP just finish both of them off.
Oh boy, Lucifer down to his last HP. He's got a pick, so he needs to connect, but he misses the drop shot, dodges the first bullet, but the second does not as Lucifer cleans him out. 6 finishes for Forever. The reset needs to come through, but guess what? Low ground, putting him in an awkward position. Learn from Past. They want to try and punish this, but they cannot do so. They don't want to give away control just to get those finish points. They are looking for this chicken right now. But guess what? Sahil finds Phoenix, goes for the bob and weave, but it doesn't matter because it's out in the open. Free pickoffs for Sahil OP. But with all things considered, he's only got 17 bullets left.
Yeah, running out of ammunition. He was an absolute menace on the players of Forever Esports from the top of that hill. But with no ammo, you can't really do a lot over there. On the other side of things, Godlike against the players of Godsgiven. Well, if the God giveth, he can take it away as well. And we're going to see if Godlike actually takes the lives of the players of Godgiven away from them, at least for this game, because Devil is quite low. Archit and Reflex still there. But Jonathan S-Power, you can see how eager these two are to just make that pounce and go for the fight.
Hey man, S-Power's got 4 finishes. He's looking for more, but Learn from Past pretty much gets taken off from themselves as Forever climbs out, gets a confirmation, gets a finish point here. As Forever Esports continues to push up the high ground from northwest corner. They are going to try to clean things out, but guess what? Beast gets knocked off with the nades as they have to go in for the regroup. And fortunately for them, they do have some decent cover, and the only team that can actually mess them up is going to be Arc Knight. But Learn from Brass says, you know what, it's time to claim those points. Lucifer going to be shot through the smoke, and that is it for Forever Esports.
Man, this team is just incredible. They had 29 points in the previous game, and in this game already, they have broken into the top 5 with 6 finishes. Only problem is just 2 players left, so they're going to hope that by the time the game comes to an end, all the other teams are going to be lacking those bodies. And talking about other teams, Team Forever, all 4 players intact, and they break into the top 5. Always once again putting on display as to why he's called one of the best IGLs in the circuit. Has been consistent for years, man, at this point.
Agreed, but Xtreme Godlike, they're still somewhat surviving this, and we talked about what happened to Godsgiven. My biggest question is, what happened to them? Because you blink it and you miss it.
Oh, yeah.
It was on the screen, but they were pretty much taken out. And TF, they survived Team Forever. Pretty much in the picture. They will be able to out-rotate Xtreme Godlike, and they will be the gatekeeping them from the south side. As Xtreme Godlike slowly running out of meds as well as utilities. Absolutely no nades, no smokes on Punk and Jonathan. And S-Power, not exactly sure on his inventory, but they need to get the heck out of there because they're getting shot from do or die as well from those compounds on the west side.
And I think I have to mention this. Team Forever, do or die and learn from past. Consistent in the first 2 games of their day. Because all 3 of these teams were there in the top 5 of the previous match, and they are in the top 5 of this game as well. The question is, can they break into the top 3 again? Owace, I think the vehicles have been heard on the other side of the ridge, and now his attention has been pulled towards the players of Godlike. Cheyenne is there as well, closing in the distance. It's the next shift of the circle that's going to decide the pace of play and where these teams are going to go.
Well, Team Forever, Cheyenne, Mafia, Thunder, and Owace. My biggest question here is this the Thunder from Medal, from BGIS? Because Thunder just played really, really well at that stage. Or is this a different Thunder?
I think it's the same one. Because they have Ash sitting out of the playing 4. And Ash is someone I think Owace would actually prefer, would like to play with Ash just because they have a history together, long time sticking with each other. And it's 2 masterminds together, man. What could go wrong? I mean, a lot did eventually in the last few tournaments that they played, but they still have kind of those moments of genius, and more often than not. This time, though, Team Forever, the firepower in the mix looks good, and I think if they survive this push from the players of Godlike, it is going to be decent, but Owace seems like has been spotted out by S-Power.
Well, is he going to go for the push, though? He's feeling himself. He's got 4 finishes, but problem here for Xtreme Godlike right now is that number 1, they don't have meds. Number 2, they don't have smokes. Number 3, zone is not in their favor, so they've got to make a angle that can work with. S-Power is trying to find some sort of space. He's checking every single corner, hoping to get a punish out of this. But so far, Team Forever, they're not making any moves at all. Punk somehow finds a little bit of off angle here to try and potentially punish Do or Die. Because as of yet, Do or Die, they are inside those compounds, and they are inside the zone. So they don't really need to get out. So Punk is hoping to pick off a couple of stragglers, hopefully. But based on his terrain, it's not going to give him a lot of room. So it's all about being patient right now coming from Xtreme Godlike.
Man, there was a time when I used to hate the early game stages of Miramar. Now I hate this end game. Everyone's just waiting for that stage 9 blue collapse to fight it out. But Do or Die, they've been spotted out by Punk. As you mentioned, he was ever so patient, just waiting for them to have a false sense of comfort and move out. But Dope, this could be a chance for him to strike. Balu was extremely low, but now he has healed up. So the reset comes through for Do or Die, and now Dope is going to be forced to fall back. Needs to be careful about the flanks, needs to be careful about the back lines being compromised as well. In terms of utility, he only has 3 nades and a Molotov to work with.
Oh, actually connects here, Dope. With a Dope nade coming in. Do or Die getting completely pinned right now. Learn from pass. Going to be attacking from the north side. And Xtreme Godlike from the south side. And another nade. What is this nade? Dope, hello?
He got 2 knocks from that nade indoors, and now they're looking for the last player. Omega from Do or Die has been spotted out as well. There's gonna be a 1v4 coming from Dope, because Omega has taken a lot of damage from those shots and the blue zone as well. But the footsteps in the back lines prove a big distraction, and Learn from Past now are gonna be forced to take the fight against Team Forever, and they might not have enough finishes as they finally get finished off. Team Forever, 9 eliminations secured. I think this is a guaranteed chicken dinner for Team Forever. They've knocked out 2 from the side of Godlike. S-Power is going to be the last man left alive, and he tries to get a few extra points before getting taken out. But 12 finishes for Team Forever, and now the game comes to an end. Did they get those last 2 finishes as well is the question, but they have their chicken dinner for sure.
They've got everything. They took everything and capitalized on this as well. And guess what? A game of patience paid off for them, because the one that actually pulled the trigger was none other than Team Forever. And that is going to be a big win coming from them. As Forever Esports, I don't know, it's such an awkward situation to be with, but do or die, they just got completely shut down in those compounds despite having Circle in their advantage. Yeah,
I mean, it was quite an unpleasant surprise, and I think it was all because of that one-man dope.
Yep.
Lobs out 2 grenades, takes down 3 players, and he almost finished off Omega as well. Had the players of Team Forever not showed up at the right nick of time, being a big distraction for the players of Learn From Past, I'm pretty sure Do or Die was done right then and there. But kudos to Team Forever. They finished second on Sanhok, and they got a big chicken dinner for themselves in Miramar. Incredible, incredible. I don't even want to call it a recovery, because they did quite well on Sanhok as well.
Exactly. This is a big statement coming from them as well. But Xtreme Godlike, it's a little bit of a bounce back coming from them here. They were able to finish on 3rd place here as Power. Tried to make it into 2nd. Do or Die was one of the biggest instigators. But I like the mental that Xtreme Godlike was actually thinking, right? I think S-Power was trying to... Sorry, it was Punk that tried to start the fight against Do or Die, which was smart. And they were able to pin Do or Die in that situation, allowing that sneak coming from Dope and actually connecting the dot. And I feel like the only reason why Xtreme Godlike could not capitalize even more was that they did not realize that Do or Die was weak. Because the only thing that was pretty much a shutdown towards Xtreme Godlike's position was pretty much the angles coming from Do or Die. But if they knew that Do or Die was really weak and shut them down, there's so much space coming from that side, and then they were able to push it forward. But when they choose to take the fight against Forever and then lost the fight, I think it was just weighing out your options, right? Oh, this is a death trap. There's no way we can fight this against Do or Die. Choose this, and then they kind of fumble from there. Yeah, and I think I agree with you on that 100%, because I think that was the safer approach. You deny the line of fire to the team up top, and only just lack of information, man. You can't even do anything about it. But still, I'm just happy with the bounce back that they have made happen, Godlike, in this game. The only thing is, man, come on, we want to see like a big debut performance from this edition of Godlike, because of course it's Jonathan and Mino Punk and S-Power now. You gotta give us a 20 bomber for sure. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to the fans here, but I have to say here, I will say it as it is so far. And Mino, so far 2 games in a row, the first guy to get taken out right from the get-go. This is not a good sign. Hey, man, he's a diesel engine. Takes time to get warmed up. True. We've seen moments of brilliance coming from God, Mino, the entire journey from realme BGIS, but for today itself, this is not what I was expecting coming from him. True, but I mean, hopefully we are going to see him bounce back in the last game either, or maybe after the reshuffle, because he was the man who had to shoulder the responsibility for the team's performance earlier on last year, and this time around he has a lot of backup available. But we have the highlights of this match on our screens, and this was the Mysterious 4 GLITCHREBORN fight. A lot of the early fights in this game were absolutely chaotic. No explanation to what happened. I would say a lot of jitters was coming from Mysterious 4 in particular here, but liability, this clutch moment, I feel bad. Like, he did all he could. He 1v3'd as much as good. Got those palms, and one thing about FPP mode inside smoke is that you have a little bit of advantage of visibility over TPP, just because you have that extra, I would say, screen zoomed up in your face, which gives you that small little visibility to see those pixels. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely true, but that was absolutely hilarious, man. I think I'm going to see that and laugh every single time I see that clip. But we move towards the closing stage of the game, Learn From Past. I think the shutdown on Forever Esports was quite impressive. They could have gotten away with a lot more eliminations from there. But then overcommitment resulted in Sahil OP not having any ammunition, and then he took a fall, and then Learn From Past was just left with 2 players. But I'm loving what this team is actually pulling off in this tournament, like at the very start at least, because Yeah,
29 points in the previous game, and this game as well, 6 finishes, top 4, not too shabby.
Yeah, agreed. And like I said as well, if HeroXtreme Godlike knew that learn from past to actually shut down Do or Die rather early, they would have just continued to shut down Do or Die before pushing out.
True.
But based on how they circle terrain and the final zone as well, it makes a lot of sense why they actually made that option to actually, you know what, let's take a fight against Team Forever. We have no really choice, you know. This is a safer option. This is a fight that it's manageable because it's closer to them, rather than towards a team who's inside the compound. Even if you get the knock, it's just absolutely no value at all. That doesn't give you any sort of value from converting into its getting better position.
Yeah, because after the blue zone collapse, even Do or Die was forced to move out.
Agreed.
But one more thing, Godlike in this game, yeah, it was a hit and a miss game, but they made it a little too difficult for themselves, because majority of the times, if you remember, especially till stage 4, stage 5, we saw them rotate on the outer edges of the circle where there was a blockade set to stop them at every point. So they were forced into a lot of those fights, but still making it work. So impressive as always. Hopefully can do better in the last game of the day. But for now, stars of the match on our screens.
Well, Cheyenne going to be the top here so far with one of the team player with the highest amount of finishes in the game. We've got Omega with the best, I would say the medic of the team for sure. And let's talk about the MVP of the match. It's going to be Cheyenne coming from Team Forever with 6 finishes in total, map impact of 10%. But all things considered, Team Forever, they definitely deserve that win because they were conquering from all the way from the northeast corner until into the center zone, where they were just waiting very, very patiently, held out the ground, won their fight against HeroXtreme Godlike, and then cleaned out the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very impressive from Team Forever. And of course, I think the only thing that's going to be even more impressive is what do their overall rankings look like. For now, the match rankings, 24 points from this match. Learn from past, getting 12 points. Godlike is going to be there with 10 points. Forever Esports, 9. Do or Die, 7. ESG, 7 as well. shadowblitz, a surprising name, into the top 8 with 6 points. And then you have RCred with 5 points to their name.
I think the two teams that really stood out in terms of deciding the macro outcome of every single team so far in terms of position was none other by Learn from Past as well as ESG, right?
Yeah.
They were controlling a majority of the entry points in that zone from the northwest corner and the southwest corner, which allowed them to dictate the fights. But I would say ESG lost the fight against Godlike, which is very, very unfortunate. They weren't expecting Godlike to come in rather late and flanking from there, because they have been holding down southwest corner for the longest time. They checked everything, they cleared everything. There's nobody's going to be coming in here, but HeroXtreme Godlike comes in from the last moment, strikes them, hits them so hard, and they even dropped the ball when ESG... I don't know, man. Like, it feels bad for AimGod, considering that he got the drop on both S-Power and Jonathan. They did not see that. S-Power went for a 180 flick, pumped him in it, and just take him out. It was just so unfortunate. Like, I don't know if it's RNG or is it luck or what, but S-Power just this small little health, man.
I mean, it was extremely low. And as you were talking about ESG, I think it 100% agree to it. That western edge control actually denied entry to the players of Learn from Past as well, because of which they were forced up north. And of course, we saw the shutdown on the players of GLITCHREBORN, and after that, Godlike made the pounce on them. But Group B, man, getting very competitive, because the teams at the top are proving to be like a class above everyone else, especially two.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree as well. Like, there are a lot of, I would say, very, very good strategic macro plays that has been made by them, which gave them those advantage. And this is by far one of the sweatier lobbies coming in from Group B itself. But let's take a look at the overall standings so far. Looking from past, currently top of the charts here with 41 total points.
Yeah, 41 points on the board. And of course, these are the overall rankings. It is going to be very impressive to see. They still have one more match left, by the way. Team Forever on the second, because they are also quite consistent. 37 points secured. Then you have God's Reign with 33. You have Autobotz with 33. VOLCANO Esports, thanks to that chicken dinner in their last game of Sanok, they do end up finishing with 30 points in the top 5 still. JAGUAR, official 29 points on the 6th. You have MAFIAxZENIN on the 7th position with 24 points. And Hyderabad Hydras is going to be the team in the 8th position with 23 points. So right now, being in the top 8, you have to be 23 plus. And to be in the top 16, you have to be 12 plus points.
And this is currently the overall standings out of all the groups so far, like, that has been playing here. And like you said, you know, this is also other groups that is also playing off the screen as well. We do see a lot of points here and there. But, no, sorry, not happening. I mean, just today itself.
Yeah, 2 groups.
But seeing this coming in from Learn from Past, it feels like Learn from Past has set a milestone that is so high that a lot of people are going to be chasing them to take them down from that top 8, because in just 2 matches, they are #1 right now.
True. I mean, very impressive performance. And again, even Team Forever sitting on that second position with just 2 matches played. So these 2 teams showcasing their class, showcasing their best, and putting their best foot forward right off the bat. But that leaves a question for everyone else, like, what do you do to catch up to them? Because let's not forget, top 8 direct qualifier to semifinals week 1, 9 to 16 get a spot in round 3 directly. Everyone else, apart from the bottom 16, goes to round 2.
Exactly.
So you have to either stay in the safe zone, or if you're doing what Learn from Past is doing, like, keep at it. Go for the semifinal spot as quickly as possible. And Oasis as well, I think they're going to try and qualify within the first 4 matches.
To be honest, I really like how Learn from Past is playing as well, because macroly, they're making a lot of very good plays. And the next team that actually did well just today itself was Autobotz, actually. Coming from Lobster Edition, they were doing a lot of very good plays. Just unfortunate they were not part of it as well. I think they are somewhere there.
In the top 8.
Yeah, they were still in the top 8, but they still need to maintain those leads here. Because, again, day 1, anything can happen. And there is still so many more teams. So pulling the lead is very important. So being very consistent is important. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, unfortunately to say, not being part in the top page is just very unfortunate.
Exactly. It is quite unfortunate. But hey, this particular group still has 1 more match remaining, but that is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 day #1. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Necro as we take you through the final game of day 1 itself. And it seems to me it has been a lot of upsets and unexpected outcomes coming in from today itself here. Necro, what do you think?
Look, Life from Past, the way they have been doing so far, I'm loving it, man. And of course, just like their name, learning from the past. Every single game, it feels like these guys are just getting better. And let's not forget, they've only played 2 games so far, and they've already surpassed all the teams from the Group A itself. So even that's quite impressive.
So the only thing that can actually solidify them as of yet is going to be them doing well in the 3rd game as well. Because so far, the closest that any other team that has gotten so far to actually have 2 good games was none other than, I think, Autobotz as well as Godsgiven, who's also in the top 3 position. But that is, they've already played 3 matches. So I feel like based on this performance, if they are able to maintain this consistency from game 1 and game 2, which is 4 and 5 for you guys watching as well. So this game 6 itself, if they do well again, they pretty much solidify their spots as the top contender in day 1 itself.
And you know what? Speaking of doing well, something that's going to help you do well in your game is also going to be the Realme GT7. Let's not forget, if you move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs. That's quite an insane deal. And not just that, let's talk about the features of this device. 7,000 mAh battery, and also comes with a 120 watts fast charger. And not just that, also we talk about the processor, Dimensity 9400E. What else do you want for stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours? This device is it.
Exactly, and of course, you know, biggest problems with all, I would say BGMI gamers, or even mobile gamers in general, has always been overheating issues here as well. FPS fluctuate as well.
Yeah.
But for me, 6 hours, it's a very, very long time. You can play a total of 6 matches in the realme BMPS with the GT7 and just get completely shut down the competition. That's exactly what they need, and they will be playing it on it very, very soon when the LAN happens.
Of course, they are going to be playing on it. And let's not forget, it's also tested by Krafton and the realme guys themselves. So yeah, that stable 120 FPS, it's going to be providing you the smoothest gameplay possible. But let's move on towards the schedule once again and find out what's exactly is lined up in the future. We all know the upcoming map is going to be the last map of the day, which is of course going to be Wrangle itself. A final chance for these teams to make a mark and just make sure they're getting as many points as possible and setting the benchmark as high as possible.
Yeah, looking from past, learn from past is pretty much the top contenders as of yet here. I think the closest coming from the
Team Forever
was Team Forever, who's also trying to make a comeback as well for them in this situation. So game number 3 is going to be a situation where these two teams are going to be fighting to pull the lead even more before the shuffle comes through. Because if you get yourself a shuffle that normally, if you're paired up with a team like Extreme Godlike, you won't be shaking your pants. But in this situation, Extreme Godlike is not doing well. This is the perfect chance to steal all those points away from the rest of the world.
But generally speaking, Team Forever performing so well, I never saw this coming, even in my dreams, because Team Forever's past performance was quite shaky. It's not the same Team Forever we're seeing over here, of course, with those tweaks. Things working out much more better for them, but the upcoming game is going to be even more important. I do understand they're doing pretty good in the overall standings, but at the end of the day, consistency matters. We still have a lot more groups to come in the upcoming days, so anything can happen.
But as of yet, if you were to ask me for predictions, I say I completely dropped the ball. But without further ado, let's jump into the final game of day 1 itself of the realme BMPS 2025. Match 6 is going to be the map of Erangel. As we jump into this map, the flight path is going to be coming in from the west side of Hospital and then ending towards the outskirts of Kamishki. So from the west side to the northeast corner, a very, very northern flight path for some of these teams. And of course, teams heading towards military base, Novo, Milta, is going to be a long, far fetch for some of these teams.
Exactly. I mean, since we're looking at the plane flight path, as you mentioned, just completely tilted towards the northern side. If you want to move down south, it's going to be a tough stretch for you. You would need to go for the pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then maybe move down south towards the extremities. Here at Extreme Godlike, they usually like to drop in towards school. Sometimes they even go towards Yasna Poliana. And even the worst of the days, we've seen them go towards Lipovka. So they've got so many drop locations that they can adapt onto it anytime.
To be honest, when we talk about this kind of rotations, right, it is going to be very, very risky. If the zone heads into its military base, everybody's going to be panicking here. So this entire first phase zone is going to decide on what they're going to be doing the first 2 minutes. And fortunately for them, it is not going to be there. I was about to bring up another historical data. We have the most amount of circle being played on towards Mount Everest itself. But seems like we are going to be potentially seeing a Godcar, maybe even a bridge circle this time, because we did see a bridge fight earlier on today in day number 1. Game number 1 itself in day 1. And this is going to be something that I'm curious to see on how they're going to be taking this approach from this respective group if the circle shifts towards the western bridge.
Without a doubt. And looking at the Smack Center too, you've got SP right next to one more team. There's actually a lot of teams around that vicinity, and they found themselves in a bit of that pickle. Hero Extreme Godlike dropping towards school and the school apartments. It's one of those places that they usually do not really go to, but since the plane flat path wasn't really favoring where they want to go, they've dropped in towards this area. As I mentioned, they're quite versatile when it comes to going for those drop locations. Sometimes they even like to move in towards Kamishki.
Really?
Yeah.
Based on this zone, would they actually go to Kamishki?
I mean, when the plane fly path was there, they did not know if the zone's going to go down south, right? So.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered, no drop clashes, no major ones, I would say, yet. We do see a couple of potential scrambles later on as they try to loot up a couple of vehicles here and there. But what I do know is that SB has one of the earliest rotations so far to actually head down south. So I guess they're hoping to go to his military base, but didn't really actually do well for them. But for Team Forever, this is the team that we have to watch out for because they've got a dominating performance coming from the previous game. And they're currently on the top of the chart. So this is something that I think Weiss is going to be very, very happy about as well. Cheyenne, Mafia, and Thunder.
Everyone on this team does pack a lot of punch. We've seen Cheyenne too in some nice lineups in the past. And this man's performance has always been at the top of the charts. And at this point in time, Team Forever spotting out the players of JAGUAR Esports, make that rotation right in front of them, but going for the shots might just be a rookie mistake. And that's why Team Forever, they let them pass by. But still, Reboot was known off the fact that there is someone around the corner. And that's why the man took a pit stop, did go for the shots, but unfortunately for JAGUAR Esports, they've lost out on iQOO.
Well, Thunder gets a very, very nice opening on JAGUAR Esports. Just like that now, he's going to get spotted out, but Reboot doesn't have a lot to work with. He does find Cheyenne from Jax instead, so that's going to be JAGUAR Esports looking for a pick from the sides. And just like that, they were able to get the knock, but no confirmation as they are going to be backing out. Jax running low on meds and health. He's going to say, you know what, it's not worth it. We need to get the heck out. As JAGUAR Esports says, we are going to be out right now. But seems like Jax has other plans here. They actually want to try and commit to this. What is going through the thought process of JAGUAR Esports? Such
a scrappy fight. Unorganized, scrappy, uncommunicated, call it whatever you want to call it, but this is just a messy fight. JAGUAR Esports, they did not even know what to do in that scenario. They went for the commitment, but then realized that maybe it's a bad idea to go for a full commit. That's why now they're starting to back away from it. But Team Forever, they've got a clear-cut advantage. Haven't even lost a single player in that duel, so that's a great thing as well. Just adds on to the tally. But for JAGUAR Esports, losing out on 2 crucial men, that's going to be a massive stinger.
Yeah, it's so weird for them to actually take that fight like that. They had a very, very nice angle, but you have to give credit to this Thunder, man. Like, Team Forever, they aren't in the top for a reason. They've just pretty much shown themselves like why they are the top contenders right now. Cheyenne pretty much picked up. I would say it's a very awkward situation to be in, but they are going to be repositioning here, expecting the circle to be in the Godgas here. So this is going to be a predicting game coming from them. They do have a very, very nice compound to work with here. One of the best compounds in the middle of the zone right now, where you can punish people for mid-rotations from afar as well. Not exactly the greatest in terms of loots, but based on what I'm seeing from Weiss' position, this is a very early rotation that does not give them any ammunition or a lot of utilities to work with. So they're hoping to try and capitalize and punish someone and then rob them of their utilities.
True that. Forever, too, it's one of those teams that's not doing too bad in the overall board. Even Forever was right there in the first page. So they're doing pretty decent. Consistency is the name of the game for them. Arto, Phoenix, Lucifer, Beast sticking together. We haven't seen any change in the playing forward, too, so that's a good thing. That means they're really working hard on the synergy.
Like, Forever Esports has been doing really well based on the track record as well. Like, every single stages of the tournament as well. Round 1, Round 2, Round 3, even for BGIS, they've always been consistent in finding points to actually qualify the top 8. They've always find consistent placement points in general. But against qualifying into his land, that's going to be a completely different beast. And of course, even qualifying and winning the trophy is also a completely different beast.
But hey, something that's a different beast too. It's also the realme GT7. Long play without overheating. Let's not forget, it comes in with beautiful specs as well for this device. But I'm going to hold on to that thought for now because we've got an action brewing up on the screen. Team Forever might just be in a big world of trouble. Sean knocked out. Even the confirmation's going to follow up. Beautiful utility utilization from the side of 2 OP officials. OS, Mafia, Thunder in the back lines, the final 3 players standing. And 2 OP officials, they haven't even lost on a single man. So, of course, they want to press on the charges. They want to constantly move on and chase the foes down. But luckily enough for them, they have already moved away. Team Forever still, they're taking a lot of those fadeaway shots upon themselves, and that's going to do a lot of that chip damage. Unfortunately for the man, he just has a PP Bison to work with.
That is so unfortunate. If that was an AR, I think he would have gotten even more as well. Bison just, unfortunately, does not have the best damage output here compared to the rifle. But guess what? The flush comes through. Thunder, he's got to hold down the fort as well. He's pretty much surrounded. He's got the Thunder to work with. He's going to be punished from the off angle as 2 OP official blindly goes in for the rush. They lose the fight and it's up to Liability to clutch things out. But nope, they actually get the flush. 2 OP official. They shut down the lead that Team Forever is trying to pull through.
Yeah, and 2 OP officials successfully eliminating a major target in this lobby. But luckily enough for Team Forever, they've already got a decent amount of points in the first 2 games itself. So this is not going to be hurting them too much in their standing in the overall. So they're still going to be there in the top 3 without any pain.
Yeah. But of course, there are still other groups looking to play as well. But 2OV seems like they are making a little bit of a bounce back, a liability, no longer a liability for the team here. Alongside with Barfire, he's got 2 finishes in the bag. This is a great start for them. Let's take a look at the zone. How will this play out? Is this going to shift towards the Western Breach, or is this going to be a Godcar circle, or will we see Everest? Looks like it's not going to be happening here. It is going to shift towards Pochinki instead. So we are going to be expecting open fields outside on the western side of Pochinki, or maybe even a Pochinki circle.
Yeah. I mean, this zone is still keeping us guessing. Probably there's a big chance might just end on towards the high grounds around Pochinki. So there's a lot of potential possibilities that might just come to life. But hold on to that thought. I did see Hero Xtreme Godlike take a few shots against NoNx. But I don't think those shots are going to find any sort of confirmation yet. But yeah, I was talking to you guys about the realme GT7. It comes in with the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E, also 7000 mAh battery, and let's not forget, also comes in with a charger, which is 120 watts, so that fast charging is going to help you pretty much stay connected to the game every single time.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to get myself one. And guess what? It's going to be out in 5 days.
Yeah, on the 27th. So move on towards Amazon and search it right now. And you might just stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs. But hold on to that thought. ESG making a bounce against the players of HP. And Phoenix has already started to destroy the opponents. But even for them, they've lost out on Adonis, which is not going to be good news at all. But Phoenix hands out the death blow. Now wants to back away towards his remaining comrades. Shadowblitz Esports, they've got their own problems, and that's too many problems as well at the same time. Phoenix, unfortunately for him, he's surrounded from both the sides as he gets taken down in the end. For Shadowblitz, it's not a good position.
Oh boy, Shadowblitz, they have to run. Look at this. This is no place to hide at all. He's got to get out. He's got to mid-run for safety net. But fortunately for them, they are able to pick up Adonis, so he's going to try to skedaddle out of there. As he's going to try to get out. He's going to be fine. He actually disengaged from the fight. Arknight not going to be continuing with those pushes. Arknight continues to rotate to get center control and get them. Guess what? They do find themselves a very nice compound. It's not the greatest on towards Potato Hills, on towards the south side of Pochinki, but it is a decent compound to punish anyone, or in this case, potential snakes towards the wheat fields on the south side.
Arknight, they've gotten a decent spot to play with. Since they're in the smack center as well, it's looking all good and dandy for now. Surrounding lines not cleared yet, but still, even if you look pretty far away, you hardly see anyone around them. Which is, of course, a good thing and a bad thing as well. Bad thing in a way that's really going to be stopping their flow of the eliminations. That means limited points in the end.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that in Stage 2, we did not see a lot of head-to-head conditions right from the get-go. The only one we've seen closest was actually Jux, where they actually lost 2 players. But aside from that, only 1 team has been eliminated so far. So there's actually a lot of space here in Stage number 2.
And that one team was quite a big team, too. Team Forever. And the funny part is, whenever we both are on the desk, and if we're glazing a team, that team just gets eliminated in the next moment.
Yeah, Caster's Curse. Call it what it is. But let's see, the hard shift comes through. This is going to be Stage 3 zone. And guess what? It's going to shift towards the south side of Pochinki. Ooh, boy. Silver's unoccupied. Not exactly a great spot to be in for Stage number 3. But all things considered, everything from the 12 houses on the south side is completely open. Forever Red Ross pretty much very happy because from start to end, this is their comfort spot. Forever Esports, they are known to drop in those 6 houses down the south side.
Indeed they are.
They've got so much control.
They indeed do. Forever looking pretty comfy as well in that area. ESG now starting to move in from the southern side. Even Shadowblitz is going to try to follow that same trail. And you look at the smack center too. You've got Glitch next to NoNx. There's also Learn From Past on the way. Jux Esports too around that similar vicinity. Arknight as well. They're going to get jealous real soon. And even they would want to move on towards that same terrain. So that's going to be a massive scramble of teams around that vicinity. But hold on to that thought. Learn From Past. What just happened?
Oh,
the top teams are getting eliminated such early.
That's a good sign for the other groups. That's a good sign for this group as well, because them getting taken out means that the lead has pretty much stopped. The bleeding has stopped. And everybody has a chance to try and snatch the top 8 right now. And as if yet, Glitch, as well as NoNx Esports, gonna be side by side, sharing the compounds on the south side in the smack middle of the circle. But this does not give them any value at all. NoNx Esports, there's not enough teams yet. They need to find stragglers, but there a lot of teams are just completely staying out of the sights right now. That means the next head-to-head is going to be down towards the potential stage 5, stage 6 zone.
Yeah.
They do have time in their favor. They've got a decent amount of utilities as well. Non-esports, pretty much all they have to do is just wait things out unless somebody goes for a hard crash onto them.
And NoNx currently. Levi, a part of this lineup as well. Has been in the pro circuit for a decent amount of time, but for Levi, he's always gone unlucky when it comes to qualifying to the LAN finals. Maybe this time is going to be the charm. Hero Xtreme Godlike tossing out the utilities around them. The smoke to get them that cover. What are your thoughts about this position? I am not a big fan about it. If they do get flanked from the back, then that's done.
Who? Godlike?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's happening, but they're trying to pull their 1-1-1 strat right now. They're all so far apart. They're taking so much space. They're trying to pick off potential stragglers of third parties here. So I guess that's the idea coming from Godlike. They're going to try and steal finish points away.
Yeah, but hopefully the players don't get isolated in that process. But ESG, the man's definitely isolated. All by himself against the players of Forever. And Beast, he's up close and personal, finds the shot connection as well. The man gets taken down real low. ESG exotic signature. He's the only man keeping them alive. Sinko. For how long, though? That's the real question.
Oh, no.
He's got his hands on the S12K. He's also patched himself up. What blows is that he does not have any meds.
For a second, I thought he was going to try to, set up a jerry can explosion for someone who walks up. But guess what? He's afraid himself. He's going to pick himself up. He doesn't want to get blown up in his face in that corner.
Makes sense.
Oh, boy.
At that man, his goal is to just secure those placement points. And Forever at this point, they've got a really good position. Hero Xtreme Godlike, a questionable decision might be because the way they're split out, I'm not exactly sure if it's going to be good enough for them to provide cavalry to each other as soon as possible.
Hey, man. As, what's it called? Johnny said, not Jonathan Gaming, but our Johnny. Sometimes in life, MVPs, they got to do what they got to do. They're one of the best in the business. Let them do their own thing. Trust the process.
Okay.
But for now, I share the same concern because Punk almost got taken out.
Exactly my point. And let's keep this thing in mind. Hero Xtreme Godlike's performance today has been quite mediocre. It's not like we're seeing some insane pop-off plays from them just the way they did in the past in BGS. But hold on to that thought. Hero Xtreme Godlike now getting chased. And unfortunately for them, Jonathan's out in the open. The man's taken down real low as well. He does find the return knock, but that's not going to be enough. Hero Xtreme Godlike starting to get dismantled in this spot. Even Mysterious 4 in the back lines. They're doing some serious damage. And Hero Xtreme Godlike on the verge of being completely eliminated from this game. But no, instead, the drive-by comes through. The remaining two players are there to save the day. But they've already lost out on two crucial men in that duel.
That is so unlucky coming from them. Like, they had the perfect opportunity to shut them down, but Hero Xtreme got like, wait, we were caught mid-rotation. What was this guy's thinking rushing into us? They took down Jonathan, they took down Minnow. But at the same time, Hero Xtreme Godlike just wasn't expecting them to hard commit to this fight.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? We pretty much speculated this. We talked about this as well. What about the cavalry? And exactly that's what happened. The cavalry arrived a little too late, but Arc Knight in a big world of trouble. DOD, they've got themselves a bit of that nice piece in their hands. And since the last man is going to be swan around that vicinity, even he gets ran over. And even the final man does not even stand a chance. You blink it and you miss it. DOD wiping out the existence of Arc Knights.
Oh my goodness, do or die. They're not too happy with their performance in Miramar. They could have gotten better results, but this time they're bearing fangs. Despite bearing their fangs, they've lost 2. They've got 4 finish points. They have to continue the journey with 2 players. Meanwhile, the rest of the world still somewhat... Actually, do or die has more players now. Apologies for that. They do have a lot, but can they make it work? They've got 3 players, sorry. Ryzen, pretty much down for the count. But I want to see how they're going to be approaching this. But the hovercraft pretty much down. Not going to be able to utilize that as well. We did see a lot of utilization coming from BGIS, but this time, not a lot, apparently. At this stage of the game tournament, I guess.
Yeah. Autobotz Esports, 3-man squad. A lot is doable. And they've also got a pretty good spot. It all really comes down to them how they want to play this one out. Just wait for the upcoming circle to pop up, and it's going to center on up once again. GLITCHX, they find themselves in the best possible spot. They've got the high ground to play with in the smack center as well. Now they just need to play their cards right, play the defense right. It's just going to be about tower defense for them.
Yeah, it is going to be tower defense indeed. Like you said, Glitch, they have center control. All they have to do is just hold down the force terrain on top. And right now, it's great spots to hold, but it's not a great spot to hold every single direction because of the topography. Meanwhile, guess what? The cars, they plays. Guess what? They find someone. Quark. They weren't expecting someone close. They do take him out, but they have to go in for the reset because the hard crash comes through. A 2 OP official comes to save the day. Liability looking for the push. Shady goes down. Bonfire also goes down. What's going on? This is absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, they've got revenge in their eyes, and they want to try and avenge their brothers. But still, they're just losing too many men in the process. 2 OP officials still going for full commitment towards this push, and they're actually somewhat doing some serious damage. But getting third party from the back, and that's the advantage of having the prime spot in your hands. Glitch just making things worse for anyone that's going to be out in the open. But still, luckily enough for the team that was there in the garage, they're going to be safe with all the men recovered. JAGUAR Esports making the pounds on the players of shadowblitz, and both the players actually getting knocked out and confirmed. Even Adonis falls down. shadowblitz, their journey in this game is done.
Yep, but Jux, they have to go in for the reset, but Jax, he actually gets knocked as well. Amazing. Last man standing as Glitch continues to pounce on them. Will they actually go in for the flush? But it seems like Harsh says, you know what, it's not worth it. They have control, but he's heavily debating about this as well. Whether or not can they get those freebies in the bag. Meanwhile, they do scout remnants of Do or Die from the other side of the mountain, so this hard commitment might be the downfall, so they are very hesitant for this. And this is actually good for Jugs because it gives them time to reset now.
Yeah, amazing going for the revival on that fallen player. Jax will be back upon his feet. It's not a question. GLITCHREBORN on the hilltop. Looking in the front. DOD still alive with 3 players. And let's not forget, even Quark is going to be a big pain. If they completely ignore Quark, they can sneak up from the back. GLITCHX at this point in time, they've just got one target in their mind, and that's going to be the team right underneath, which is JAGUAR Esports. And the longer JAGUAR Esports stays alive, the more problems they can create.
Yeah, but GLITCHREBORN says, you know what, it's just not worth it. They've got bigger fishes to fry. That's going to be Do or Die on the other side of the mountain. And guess what? They are not in the highest point of the vantage point as well, because if NoNx creeps up and push from the north, they are going to be in a lot of pain because this angle and position that GLITCHREBORN has is great against west corners and south corners. But if anyone comes from the east or the north, they are going to be having their backs completely exposed. And it all comes down to patience. GLITCHREBORN shifting their focus on the west side. They've heard a lot of gunshots and they have to shut them down. But it's only stage 5. You can see the jitters coming from the players themselves. They're all waiting for this next hard shift. 10 seconds, the zone will decide on how they're going to play this. Hiroshima Godlike still somewhat alive this from the east side. And Punk looking to get a couple finishes himself.
And those bursts, they might just be deadly. Firing blindly inside of that smoke. The next zone's going to pop up, and still the sword's in the hand of GLITCHREBORN. And they can cut anyone they want.
Beautiful.
JAGUAR Esports still in the back left. DOD now starting to creep up. And that can be a bit of a concern for the players of GLITCHX. And as long as DOD and JAGUAR Esports are alive, as I mentioned, the concerns will keep on amping up for the players of GLITCHREBORN. But I guess JAGUAR and DOD, they're going to decide to duke it out themselves. 2 players of JAGUAR now going up against the 3-man squad of Do or Die. Do or Die on paper does have massive advantage. They've also got the height advantage as well. Who's going to come out on top, though? The utility's starting to do some serious damage. Omega's got 4 nades in his hands, but Amazing gets caught by his teammate. Palu's going to be the one to kickstart the action. In the end, Jux has now just got one last man standing, and that's going to be Jax. And Jax himself does want to back away from this situation. He does get his hands on the vehicle, trying to drive away, but he's already taken too much damage upon himself. And it will be Do or Die in the end to eliminate that man.
Actually, it's going to be Quark that actually takes him from afar from the south side. What? This 3-way showdown, unfortunate to say, is going to put them in a very awkward spot. Do or Die still deciding if they want to push into this glitch, but after hearing a couple of shots from afar, they're still deciding if they want to go to it as well, because Quark might be the next poisonous venom to actually shut them down and to actually rotate in. As Glitch still holds down the fort. They've heard all the commotions. They've got a strategic position to work with, and all they need to do is just be patient. As Do or Die finally makes the call. Guess what? Let's walk up. They see Skips. Naze comes through, misses the shot, and Skips going to be able to reposition. Omega still deciding if they want to go for the push, but that stall coming from them is helping them out so much. Meanwhile, on the screen, we do see the positions from the northeast corner. Xtreme, Godlike, as well as Godsgiven.
Yeah, Godsgiven. The utilities, they're really making it hurt against your Xtreme Godlike. As Power's taken down real low, the man's on the verge of taking away to his death, and Urchin's Nate's gonna find that beautiful spot. Punk is the only man alive from Godlike, and even Punk gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back into the lobby. Godsgiven Esports doing a phenomenal job, but still they've got a lot of problems brewing up in the front. Godsgiven, Devil gets knocked out. Blazy's right there around the fray. If he wants, he can definitely go for the revival, but the hilltop, it's starting to prove out quite deadly for these guys.
This is insane match coming in as well. Non continue with the assault here. Godsgiven, they're pretty much stuck in an awkward spot. Shots being shot from afar, but the nade comes true, and that's gonna be NoNx that takes the finish points out of the hands of Forever X Esports, who's trying so hard to find those confirmations from the south side, but unfortunately it does not make it true for them, as Non will be the victors of those points. Meanwhile, Glitch still holding down the mountain for the longest of time, and now stage 6, they're finally gonna get down from the high horse to look to kind of capitalize a couple points themselves.
Yeah, Quark teammates constantly on the tails of GLITCHxREBORN, and Quark, oh my god, almost the first knock was found. Avi could have been taken out in that scenario, and the moment the first knock is found, I'm pretty sure Quark teammates will try to make that pounce on the hilltop, and GLITCHxREBORN will just not have enough players to try and defend their spot. GLITCHx, they need to be extra cautious. 4 players in the front, and GLITCHx as well. They've got 4 men standing.
Oh boy, the zone comes true. It still favors them. They have all the time in the world, but all things considered, they don't have a lot of meds to work with. Avi is pretty much 0 right now. They need his teammates to pass him some meds. And all they need is just to wipe off Quark, ace official. And they're going to be a fine. Quark team ace, I apologize. As 4 players still not in zone yet. They have to push up. Meanwhile, the teams on the east side, look at this. Forever Esports, they split the 2-2 split. Actually cleaned out everyone from the east side. And they've made it to top 4.
Quark teammates. That split that they've got, unfortunately, it's against the wall. And because of that, now they need to prioritize the zone as soon as possible. Forever Arto, constantly the nades are being lobbed against the man. He's softened up quite low. But Arto has no other option than to play around this terrain. The moment he exposes himself, he will be eliminated from the hilltop.
I don't think Non actually knows that Arto has creeped out in this position, because after they got the nade, they got the confirmation, it was pretty much done and dusted. But meanwhile, on screen, GLITCHxREBORN still trying to find an opening. They found one. That's pretty much Roy down for now. But they still have 3 players standing as the circle slowly edges in. GLITCHxREBORN is about to clean them out, and here comes the flush.
Yeah, Quark teammates have only got the final 2 men. Well, now just make it 1. Last man standing inside of the smoke, but for how long is he going to be keeping his position anonymous? GLITCHxREBORN, they're around the scouting grounds. They want to try and spot out the last man as well. He's prone, Ace Hunter. Luckily enough, he's still left unchecked. No one was able to spot the man's position, but the moment a little bit of that gun barrel is spotted, I'm pretty sure Ace Hunter's position will be done for. Quark teammates, at this point, their goal's just going to be to survive as long as possible. But no, as soon as I say so, GLITCHxREBORN, they will nail him down. Now we've got the final 3 teams standing. GLITCHxREBORN with all the 4 players up and alive. Forever with 2 men standing, and Non just with 1.
Hey man, for a second I thought, how is he still alive, dressed in yellow and not being spotted out? So GLITCHxREBORN, they did spot out the yellow suit. But all things considered, final 3 teams, Glitch in prime position to take the chicken dinner. A fantastic hole. Same can be said for Forever as well. They somehow got a scramble, go for a 2-2 split. They cleaned out everyone from the east side, but now leaving only 2 players left. Man, not in their advantage position right now. Down to only 7 players remaining. And Levi, 1-man army, 1 against the world. Best option here is get a top 2. And right now, there's not a lot of option he can do. As the zone is about to push him out in 24 seconds. As the circle is going to force him out and open. He's preemptively setting up smokes. But he's also preemptively giving away visual information that there's someone here.
The only reason he's smoking the left side is because he knows the foes are quite close, and that's also nadeable range. So he's smoking off the window, making sure that they do not exactly know how to toss in that nade inside of the window itself. Forever now finally locking horns with the players of GLITCHxREBORN, and GLITCHxREBORN do realize if they do want to take the cake in their hands, they need to eliminate and devour the likes and the existence of Forever. And that's why already the first man is knocked out. Arto, the second man in the back, he does patch himself up, but it's a little too late. The nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Arto taken down real low, and the bullet connection is going to send him back to the lobby. Now, it's just one man standing from the side of NoNx, and even Levi gets devoured by the wrath of GLITCHxREBORN as they claim the chicken dinner in the final game. What a play that was, and GLITCHxREBORN, since they're quite the veterans, it's quite the known banner, they needed a performance like this.
GLITCHxREBORN, they take everything and lose absolutely nothing in this situation. Fantastic hold, fantastic defense, and a very, very solid performance coming from them as well. A chicken dinner to close things out for day number 1 themselves. GLITCHxREBORN has got to be very, very happy right now with this performance here in day 1 of the realme BMPS 2025.
I just want to look at the overall standings and see where GLITCHxREBORN have found themselves, right? Because game 1, game 2, kind of a meh type of performance. But then game 3, they've managed to acquire chicken dinner. And since the top performance from this entire group were taken down so early, it really opened up the floodgates for the other teams to try and make it up top.
This is a bounce back coming from them, and this is really, really important as well, knowing for a fact that there is a lot on the line here for realme BMPS 2025 because, again, we've talked about it. Discovery Island, you know, we've got a lot. You guys at home playing. The more you guys play, you guys are contributing to the prize pool as well. Obviously, it is going to be potentially on the right track to become the next biggest amount of prize pool in the history of BGMI.
Wow. I mean, that's a lot of promises, right? And I'm pretty sure even you, and only you actually, have the chance to fulfill those promises. All you need to do is just keep on playing the classic mode, and the more you keep on playing, the more exploration points you'll learn inside of the game. You can use those points to actually convert them into in-game cosmetics, and that also contributes to the prize pool of this realme BMPS 2025. As we look at the highlights of the previous game, this is how the action really kicked off. Unfortunately for Team Forever, they were not able to survive for too long because they were just losing out on the players just around the strays.
Well, it is very, very unfortunate for them, considering that they had a great start from game 1 and game number 2. Game 3 just got really flopped here, and the trend continues, right? And only 2 games max is the best performance in a single day so far, out of 3 matches respectively from each group. So it makes a lot of sense, but unfortunately, say this will be the last time that they may or may not be playing against the same team once again. So adaptability is going to be the key on how to score points to try and qualify into the semifinals week 1 itself.
Here, Xtreme Godlike 2 in the end, unfortunately, just had 2 men standing. And just because they had 2 players standing, they could not really take all those nades from Godsgiven. And at the end of the day, Godsgiven also had the man advantage. That nade connection was perfect from their side. Here, Xtreme Godlike got taken down. Later on, we did see GLITCHxREBORN sniffing out the players of Quark Team Ace, and even Quark Team Ace was getting slowly and steadily dismantled. Last man was prone in the grass, even he got snuffed out. GLITCHxREBORN, for them, they knew now they've got the massive man advantage in the final few moments, and they were just hunting down the foes like they meant nothing.
Agreed. But with all things considered here, let's put a little bit of a salt here towards Hero Xtreme Godlike fans. Yes, they're not winning. But guess what? Let's look at our bright side. More games to watch on Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Interesting.
As long as they qualify and not get eliminated, we get to see them even more. Look at the bright side. You guys get to watch your favorite players, your favorite teams play even more.
I'm pretty sure, Icy, that's not something the fans would want to look at, though. I mean, they would want to see their team secure that semifinals week 1 slot off the rip.
Yeah, but if you qualify directly, will you see Hero Xtreme Godlike in round 2? No. Will you see them in round 3? No. Do you want to see them in all 3 rounds? Stay in the middle of the pack.
Generally speaking,
and they qualify the semifinals week 1.
I thought you were about to taunt the fans by saying, yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike is not doing good, but look at the bright side. VXT is doing good. Moving on the conversation towards more interesting stuff, that's going to be the realme GT7 itself. It comes with MediaTek Dimensity 9400E, and let's not forget even that 7000 mAh battery. And with that battery, you also need a fast charger, right? Well, do not worry, we've got you covered. 120 watts charger comes in with this device itself. So all you need to do is move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
Hey, all things considered, I think this is by far one of the sickest feature in the phone itself as well. It is going to be 120 FPS, 6 hours consistent game time, first of its kind as well. So
Yeah.
I would say if you want to play at the best of the best device out there is going to be the GT7. You got to check it out as well. It's going to be releasing in 5 days' time on the 27th. So be sure to search it out on Amazon.
And as you mentioned, stable FPS 120 for straight 6 hours, tested by Krafton themselves and even realme guys themselves. So what are you waiting for, man? If you want that smooth gameplay for 6 hours straight without your device overheating, check this device out. It's going to be launching on 27th on Amazon itself. And as I mentioned, if you already go and search on Amazon, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But back towards the conversation once again. As we know, at least 4 now, these 2 groups are done for. They've already played their 3 matches each. Even here, Xtreme, Godlike, not that good of a performance, but they will still have enough chances in the future to bounce back.
You know what I would really like to see right from the get-go?
What?
The best thing ever. I want to see S-Power versus Somraj.
So you want to see
I'm
VXT
just gonna put
and
it there.
Godlike?
I'm just
in
going
the
to put it
same
there
group
for
in
now.
the future.
That would be an interesting fight.
Hey, you know what? Something that was interesting, too. That's also going to be the stars of the match, right? Dark Lord with 4 finishes, Shady with 2 rescues, and Skips with 2 finishes as well.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important one as well because 2OB official was able to make a bounce back in this game as well. They were the ones that actually shut down, I think, Team Forever in this situation. And Glitch also making a very, very good bounce back coming from Dark Lord and Skips. I had a lot of questions beforehand as well. I think in the previous segment, I had a conversation with Johnny. I said that, what happened to Akshat? Guess what? Akshat took a back seat and GLITCHX actually wanted chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Akshat, he's having his second thoughts, right? If he still wants to compete or not. And GLITCHxREBORN, it's not like Akshat was the main card for them, right? They still do have players that do pack a lot of punch. Yeah, experience is something that might just be lacking, but still, GLITCHxREBORN, it's a banner that's been known for such a long time. And it's a banner that keeps on bringing in new talents.
I agree, and so far a lot of new talents has also made a little bit of their mark in this situation as well. And here in the realme BMPS 2025, we are forging champions. We are looking for the best of the best at the end of the series because should I drop the hint? I gave 1 hint already, and because you know what?
What kind of hint?
You know, just make sure you qualify all the way to the land finals. Be a champion, and you know what it is.
Okay, so you're saying that the players should just qualify to the land finals?
Just win. And you
then
know.
maybe in the land finals you'll break the ice?
Oh, yeah, sure. 100%. I'll definitely tell you what's up. Something as big is happening. That's all.
All right. So,
that's the hint.
All right. So IC is really banking on something over here, but I do not exactly know what the man's saying. But you know what, IC? Looking at these 2 groups, it just amps up my expectations even more. We clearly did see the Group C as well on the screen at the start of the day. And generally speaking, the Group C seems deadly.
Oh, I actually did see as well here, considering that if we were to base off every single group that's played so far, even A, B, and C, we have at least 3 land finalists in those respective group for each respective group. Group C is also I would say pushovers in that respective group. So let's take a look at the match ranking based on this stats itself. As well, GLITCHxREBORN, they got the chicken dinner. They've got 12 finishes. They got to themselves 22 points. Quark also making their mark here in towards the 2nd position, get themselves 13 points. NoNx with 3rd position with 12 points. For REVX Esports, not exactly a great performance, but it was still okay considering the situation they were put in. Gets themselves 8 points. Do or Die, also 8 points.
Okay, so look, generally speaking, here Xtreme Godlike isn't doing too bad. They're constantly getting those consistent points, so that's really keeping them here Xtreme Godlike in a decent spot, probably in the mid-pack in the overall standing. So they've already got the base set up, so in the upcoming games, all they need to do is just maintain the same consistency, and they're probably going to be there in the top 8. It's not even a question. You've also got Godsgiven, a decent performance, 6 points accumulated, but unfortunate thing for Godsgiven is that they were not able to do as great in the first 2 games itself. We've got the overall standings on the screen, and Still Learn from Past is going to be on the first, Team Forever on the second. I am looking for here Xtreme Godlike. They're currently on the 10th spot.
Hey, it's not too bad, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not too
but
bad.
all things considered, we have to consider that other groups has not played yet. So it is going to be a very, very tough mark here. But as of yet, just off day 1, 2 groups has been played. A total of 3 matches from each and every single team from Group A as well as Group B has played their match. And all the teams that has gotten a chicken dinner is pretty much in the top 8 as of yet. So this is going to be the cutoff right now in the top 8, which is 24 points. So 24 points is going to be the points to beat out of 3 matches.
Exactly. GLITCHxREBORN just on the back of that one chicken dinner that found themselves directly in the top 8 with 26 points. MAFIAxZENIN too. It's one of those teams that we're seeing for the first time as well. Rookies on the block doing so good for themselves, ending the day in the top 8. And VOLCANO Esports, Autobotz Esports. Now, I just want to ask you, which was the biggest surprise for you today?
I think for me, it's Autobotz, to be honest. Autobotz is the biggest surprise. Hiroshima Godlike, second surprise. Third surprise would be Forever. Who? How? What? Wow, what was that performance?
I know, right? Team Forever, it feels like whatever tweaks they made inside of the playing floor, it's been working out perfectly, especially that addition of Cheyenne. We know in the realme BGS 2025, this man was there in the MVP list for a decent bit of time. So Cheyenne is definitely a destructor. We've got the second page too. You see NoNx with 16 points, shadowblitz as well with 15. You've also got ESG right there with 13 points. Godsgiven, 12 points, as I mentioned. Godsgiven, they did do quite decent in the last game, but only if they would have played the same with the first 2 games, maybe they would have been there in the first 2 pages.
Agreed. And of course, when it comes to roster shuffles here, it is always a hit or miss for some of these teams as well. For Genesis, unfortunately to say, the roster shuffle has put them in a very, very awkward spot as well. Ever since they kind of subbed up Cyrax, things hasn't been going out for Genesis right now. And now, even today itself, their entire journey was just a complete shutdown. Was it macro? Was it micro? Only they should know. I wouldn't know.
It's not
unless they tell me information, but other than that, I wouldn't know.
It's not just Genesis, right? Even TEAM TAMILAS, it's another massive name, and even TEAM TAMILAS is struggling to the maximum potential.
Oh, yeah.
That's been the main concern, because TEAM TAMILAS survival tactics on point, nothing taken away from that. But since we're playing inside of the new zone settings, survival tactics, throw them out of the gate. You need to be mechanically sound.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are still struggling towards the new zone meta, coming from those who have played in BGIS, pretty much has those experience. But even then, experience can only go so far, because if you're doing well this time, doesn't mean you are going to be doing well every single time. And as of now, you have to be really, really strong right from the get-go, especially in round number 1, because the top 8 directly qualifies into the semifinals. That's a huge jump, by the way.
Yeah.
You skip so many matches.
And just to let you guys know, this top 8 is not going to stay the same. We still have a lot more groups to go in the future. There's still teams like Revan and X-Park, the defending champions of this BMPS. We've also got Seoul in the mix. That's still waiting to unleash their true potential. Metal Esports, the names can just keep on going on. Stronger names, too. If you remember Rivalry Esports, when we saw them in the realme BGS 2025. Yeah, they were playing incredible in the semifinals. Just 1 point separating them from qualifying to the land finals.
Exactly. A lot of teams, even Welto OMG is also in the picture as well. True Rippers is something that I'm looking forward to see. Orangutan is not played as well. The list goes on and on. Today, you guys got a little bit of a taste at the opening match coming from day number 1 from BMPS, and I'm excited to see even more. Hiroshima Godlike, we got a little bit of taste. It's okay, but personally, I want to see them play every single round.
Yeah, they've still got a decent bit of games to go, right? They
grind
still have
all the way from the bottom.
Yeah, they still have decent bit of time to recover, to understand what exactly is going to be there. And since S-Power is over here inside of the lineup, it just spiced things up a lot more, right? But with that being said, the day also comes to an end. The day 1 of the round 1 comes to an end. That's going to be from me and Icy. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the day 2.
can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain